Alrighty. Hello, and welcome back. Hope everyone's had a good week so far, and a good weekend. We're back with Galaxy Princess Zorana. It's been a little bit of time since we last played this. It is now released out on Steam, so if you are interested in this game, that is a pretty good, solid way to go check it out. Yeah. Now, I have been gone for like 3-ish days or something like that, right? What have I been doing in that time? Mainly rest. Mainly rest. A lot of work. Mainly rest. And trying to not lose my sanity, I guess. Yeah, I hope everyone was good during that time. So, I've played a little bit more of this. I haven't actually played it on Steam yet, because I kept playing it, off stream early on with, while it was still in development cycle. I think I might have a route to win. It might be an interesting one. We'll see. I've moved the position of the screen for now. I might move it back, I don't know. Just so it'll be a bit easier to see everything that's going on the screen. Again, there's a reason why most VTubers actually have like a layout that kind of mimics this, except it doesn't have the fucking black bordering. Is what it is. Also, to those that are, I hope you're enjoying your holiday so far. It is the 24th for me here, so nearly, the big Crimbus day. Always good. One thing I do want to show, very, very quickly, though. Yeah, so here's some of the history that I had. Where do I go for it? It's under here, right? There's one thing I can actually now show. So this is the credits for the game, which some incredible people that worked on that. They've done an amazing job. And then we start getting to the Kickstarters. Now this is the top Kickstarters. I didn't have the money to do that. However, when we start scrolling down, we start getting into the rest of the Kickstarters, and this is the little thing that I want to like show how much I did really care about this game, and I wanted to see it made. Once we get down to M's, right here, Malith the Old Man. So yeah, no, like I said, I put in for the Kickstarter. Absolutely worth it. I do appreciate some of the names are fucking amazing though. Sleepington Theatus Unicorn. Amazing name. But yeah. So how's it going, Devil? Some military to shut the internet cable on my guard post, so I'm scraping by with barely signal. What the fuck? How is that just a thing you do by accident? How do you just randomly shoot an internet cable? The fuck? Alright, fair enough. Hope your days have been good though. Hope you've been getting good rest. Because I know you've had some problems with that. Whoa. Oh fuck. Speaking of. Alright. Let's see if I remember the build that I wanted to try doing. So let's get started. You lie in your curtained bed, trying to relax your mind into sleep. What a rotten day. Your mathematical drills made your head hurt, your soup was served far too cold, and the heel of your favorite damson purple shoe snapped completely off on your way back to your room, making you stumble in front of your guards. Went to sleep in the morning, woke up an hour for work, and got back to my guard post around 2 in the afternoon. Ugh. Even your beloved pet, I think it's Viperine, right? Yeah. Hissed at you and didn't want to cuddle. It's bad enough that you had to leave all your friends and be dragged off to this floating palace just because you're the heir now. What's the point of being an imperial princess if you can't have nice things? Your father, the emperor, rules over all of civilized space. How dare your shoe betray you? This is not helping you get to sleep. Relax. You can get another shoe in the morning. Suddenly, there's a loud chime at your door. You don't care. You're in bed. You're not answering it. To your surprise, your room lights turn on by themselves. Somebody out there has the power to override your settings. Your Imperial Highness, Princess Zorana. We are here to escort you to the cabinet room. Please rise and dress at once. Go away, I'm sleeping. It is an emergency, Your Highness. It's your father. Whatever my father wants, he can tell me in the morning. Princess, your father is gone. What? I'll be right there. You make your way to a seat, still dazed. Spend my free time playing Kenshin? Fair. All around, government ministers, logothets, and civil servants are shouting at each other in agitation. It doesn't seem real. Surely, the real you is still lying, safe in bed? Adrift and confused, you stare up at the imperial portraits that overhang the cabinet table. Father, Mother, I never really knew either of you. Your mother died when you were very young. You barely remember her. You have only pictures and her name, Imperial Consort Melania of Crystal Nova, a place outside the Empire you have never visited. Emperor Dragoson was a busy man with no allowance for a child's demands. You were raised on the Moroccan home worlds by your governess and a series of boarding schools. You saw your father only at official functions from a distance. You've only been here in the Heavenly Palace for a season, learning at his side, and now... Speak one at a time, or we cannot hear ourselves think. Zarin, you are His Majesty's shadow. Sworn to defend him at all times, how can you not know what happened? Were you not at his side? A male Miro raises his head. The Emperor received a message from the science labs that one of his top secret projects had made some kind of breakthrough. We went down to see it at once. One of the cabinet ministers, your father's Logothet, I assume, is what it is, of science, immediately questions, what manner of project? The research was attempting to create short-range personal warp fields. The assembled menaces break out in shouts again, with cries of impossible and oh, but the physics. You don't understand the technical babble. Any schoolchild knows the basics, though. Only very large ships and structures, like the palace, can travel through warp gates to distant parts of the galaxy. No single person can teleport from a bedroom to a banquet, even if it would be very convenient to avoid crowds. Hey Flash, how's it going?
We went to view the equipment and speak with the researcher. Dragson sent me to another lab to check on some readings. He's my first loyalty, so I paid with a question. Then I heard the sound of an explosion, returned to the lab to find that the equipment was destroyed, and the researcher and the Emperor had disappeared. But there were no bodies. No. Were there any records of what tests were run? What the machine was trying to do? Where it might have set them?
You're good. I'm glad to hear. How about me? I am for someone that has spent multiple days resting. Even though I did get some work done, I did spend most of my days resting. I'm still very exhausted. And I can't wait for the fact that today's going to be a really long stream.
No, everything was destroyed.
How can you know nothing?
He doesn't answer.
No bodies. If it's possible that the experiment worked and your father was transported somewhere in the Heavenly Palace, then he's just injured, maybe. Or unconscious. And that's why he's not here? It's more likely that he was thrown out into space, or sucked into another dimension, or ripped into tiny pieces and scattered like confetti. You wrap your arms around yourself and sink down into your chair as the ministers argue around you. All gone.
Princess Zorana.
What?
You are the designated heir. In your father's absence, it falls to you to make decisions for the Empire. You must decide what we do next.
But I...
If the Emperor is dead, then the Empire must be informed, and the official mourning period begun. However, with no body present, the procedures are less clear. Should we officially announce Dragason's death, or delay the inevitable until an investigation can be concluded?
We're gonna delay it! It's the middle of the night, and no one's sure what happened yet. Maybe there are clues we haven't seen. There's still hope. There's no need to rush.
Very well. The Celestial Ministry will organize a full investigation. There's a buzz of agreement and plans to sweep the entire palace. For any clues to the Emperor's fate, with a special focus on the Science Division. We must also consider the possibility that this was not an accident.
A tall woman leans forward, her earrings swaying. She is the Imperial Thresher, head of intelligence and the secret police. You've never really spoken to her. Her reports to your father were always made in private. If it was well hidden. There's been no signs of any plot against the Emperor this fathom.
You will pursue it.
Of course. But this must be handled discreetly. We don't want word to leak that the Emperor is missing, especially when we don't know the truth. There could be panic, chaos. Enemies would take advantage. And in such uncertainty, we must devote extra attention to the safety of the air.
She turns to you.
You don't have your own oath-sworn bodyguard at this point, do you? No, just the regular guards. Then I volunteer to stand as your bodyguard until a proper rotation can be established. If you wish it, I will sleep in your quarters and keep you safe from harm.
She wants to stay in your bedroom? Your private sanctum? She's a stranger whose entire job is to snoop and spy. But it could be safer to have her present, if you feel that you can trust her. If not, you'd be volunteering for your own execution. Can you truly trust anyone in this palace?
So, again, the beauty of the Long Live the Queen games and these sorts of things is there is so many endings. So many different endings. There is such a large scope of variety going on. There is so many gorgeous events. And because of that, every decision you make has some form of impact. Now, we've actually, again, played through this game in its earlier stages. And we've even seen that, like, refusing the offer can lead to information that is really important. Can it lead to your death? Yes. Can it lead to you getting information that now has changed how we view the world of this game? Well, that's a whole thing. However, for today, we're going to accept Orondi's protection. I accept your offer. Extensive. To give you an idea, each run is like 3 hours long at least. 3-4 hours long, and there is... In Long Live the Queen, I can't even remember how many different endings there are. There's a lot. I can tell you that now. I think I got most of the achievements, or if not all the achievements for Long Live the Queen on Steam. And trust me, there is a lot of endings that will end up in a similar spot. Like a lot of, events that will end you up in a very similar spot. And then there are a lot of events that just are, like, completely off to the side. Like, the fact that you could do naval battles, you can do mage battles, you can do, one of my favorites is becoming a mad tyrant, magical user that basically there is a peasantry uprise that you smite. That was fun. That was one of my favorite ones.
She says nothing, only nods. It is possibly best for you to sleep while you can. There will be time for it in the future. There will be little time for it in the future. With the meeting broken up, you dispense into the hallway.
Very interesting and in-depth. Yeah, it's a phenomenal lot of games. So this is the second game developed by the people that did Long Live the Queen. Long Live the Queen's actually quite a lot older game too. In fact, if I go to Steam, how old was it? Because I feel like it's more than 10 years now. Long Live the Queen. Which is 60% off on Steam at the moment, so I do recommend it. Yeah, it was in November 2013 was when Long Live the Queen came out. I can't remember who I watched play it originally, but then I just had to pick it up afterwards because it was amazing. And then, yeah, Galaxy Princess Zorana is the next game that they did. I think it's the only games Hanko Games have done. Hanako? Yeah. I think. Yeah, sort of. It's the only ones that done that specific writing. They've done other games. It's specifically these two. So. But yeah, no, this game's amazing.
Princess Zorana, I was bound by your father to give you a message in the event of his death.
Yes?
Focus on your studies. The skills you gain can never be taken from you, and they may mean the difference between life and death for yourself and the Empire. Build a pool of trusted advisors as quickly as possible to strengthen your power base, but always remember that your own knowledge is more valuable than what you hear from others. That's all. Nothing personal. No secrets. No final ambition. That he loved you. Nothing. You have been a weak and spoiled flower, but you are Dragason's child, and if you survive, you will be Empress.
Spoiled? How
This is what your father told me to say. Learn quickly. He walks away. Here you are, in complete control of your own life for the first time. What you choose to study will give you the skills you need to become Empress, or else doom you to a brutal fate.
And now welcome to the statement there. That is why Long Live the Queen was such a good game, why this one is so fun as well. You are not guaranteed to reach the end. To get to the end of the game, to meet a victory condition, that's not guaranteed. But Long Live the Queen is an amazing, amazing game. Because yes, there is so many beautiful moments in there, and there is actually a collection of deaths to try and achieve as well. Some of them are amazing. And some of them will be ones that it's like, well, how the fuck was I supposed to prevent that? And it's like, should have trained for fucking etiquette, motherfuckers. That way you wouldn't have eaten the chocolate, you dumbass. Hey, Vidiousy, how's it going? Visual novel, let's go. Yeah, this is Galaxy Princess Zorana. I played it before on the channel, back when it was in early access, after helping kickstart it. And now it's finally on Steam.
You'll show them all. You have to. Once you've slept, you must choose your first set of classes and begin your journey.
Now, welcome to another large-scale part of both of the games. This is how you choose to try not to die. As I made a joke there of you shouldn't have eaten the chocolate with, so you should have studied etiquette. This is how you deal with this. This is it's a bit different to, Long Live the Queen. I think both are great for very different reasons. But yes, this is how you deal with it. There is a whole training method, and you choose your classes. You get to choose 2 a week, or 2 a turn, I guess, to work on. I made the joke, and we are actually double downing on etiquette. Trust me, etiquette early game in both games does way more than you'll ever understand. You'll see as we go through, there'll be conversations where certain checkboxes will come past, saying either we succeeded, we failed, all sorts, right? There's also mood determination. This is one of the bigger differences between the games. While the mood system exists in both, it functions very differently. In this one, it is you have a bonus, a negative, and a nulled one, right? So you get 3 bonuses here, 2 negatives, and 1 that you cannot train at all. that's the difference. The other one, you could still train them, just at a massive deficit. But yes, that is why, while technically interaction is not boosted by determination, we do want to still train etiquette. You can still train regardless of anything outside of when it's like, because if I clear this, you can see this doesn't even have the markers to click on, but if I click on this, it still has the markers. Anyway, so let's begin turn. This game also has another feature that I do want to play with more, that I did play with a little bit, where you can actually just randomize all of your options. Every option you take at every given moment, you can just have it randomized. And I have done some runs like that, and I've gotten surprisingly far in a couple of them. Just how I've learned so much about the game. But yes, as you can see, 2 lessons, we're up to 20.
Once again, you lie in your bed. This time, sleep bubbles are easy. Sleep bubbles easily. Bubbles up easy. Yeah, words. This time, sleep bubbles up easily. Your mind and body are exhausted from the stress of the days since your father disappeared. Only in sleep you can relax. Was there a noise? Did something just fall over in your room? You're so tired. Something bumps up against your bed. You hear a scuffle. And a scream? You activate the lights to find Korundi crouched over the body of a Hurkan woman, freshly dead. Her blood is smeared all over Korundi's clothing.
The assassin has been dispatched, Your Imperial Highness.
Thank you.
We will remove the body and investigate her connections. I'll have someone cleaning the carpets in the morning.
You watch in silence as Korundi and the guards carry the mysterious woman away. She was strangely dressed for an assassin. She looked much more like one of your father's concubines. Why would someone like that want to kill you? If Korundi hadn't been here, how are you supposed to sleep now? Every turn you'll have the opportunity to interact socially with characters who are present in your current location. At the moment, that's people in the Heavenly Palace, as well as visiting Korundi the Thresher. You can also spend time with your pet, which will also affect your mood.
Popper's side piece tried to smother us. So that's one where I'm not going to go too far into it, but we did actually see that if you have the right stuff, she isn't actually an assassin. She actually tells you something really, really fascinating. Your pet snake likes to twine itself around your arm, or curl into luxurious coils upon a pillow. Your own body isn't quite as flexible, but it's fun to imagine that you enjoy relaxing together. What is your viper's name? Dream. Alright. So the reason why we picked the snake, by the way, is if I go to skills, you can see over in emotion we have a little bit in allure. And then we also have in body control a little bit in contortion. That is actually stats we gain from choosing that animal. Because there's 3 choices. We chose the golden viper. It also means that when we would do social events with it, we can get a specific emotion out of its interaction. So it goes to show, like, there is a lot. Intimidation bonus. There is intimidation stuff. I think in one of the previous runs I did of this game, I intimidated our fucking Fleet Admiral into liking me. Good day to you, Imperial Princess Zorana. My agents are not aware of any current threats to your personal safety. Well, that's good at least. What did you find out about the woman who broke into my room? Who's she working for?
Her name was Asmari. She was a member of the Emperor's harem.
According to my agent, she believed the Emperor was going to marry her and make her consort. His disappearance meant the end of her hopes. That may be what made her angry enough to kill you. How did she get into my private room?
She obtained an override code somehow. We haven't been able to trace the vector. Asmari was not a skilled hacker and not in contact with any known adversities. Her only notable society connection was to Zold, Elector of Kudro. But he wouldn't have had those codes either. Kudro is one of the twin worlds in Sector Marak 1. That's where you grew up. You have met Zold socially before. No, you don't know him well. We have rekeyed all the systems, of course. However, those codes leaked. They will no. However, those codes leaked. They will no longer function. Well, whatever happened, it's dealt with now.
Now, I'm also gonna visit Mazarin. Yeah.
You arranged to meet your father's shadow outside his quarters. Mazarin looks rumpled, as if he hasn't been sleeping well. Or perhaps he sees less reason to care for his appearance now that your father is gone. Is something the matter? Is there something you wish of me, Princess Zorana?
There is something odd about the way he phrased that. It sounds polite on the surface, but he's specifically not offering to serve or aid you, only inquire about what you want. I'm going to ask about my father. I wanted to talk to you about my father.
I've already told you all that I can about the accident.
That's not what I meant. Did he ever say anything kind about me?
He didn't? Did he? You were nothing to him. Just a failure. A substitute. The Emperor has had only the highest of hopes for you. He believed that you were capable of greatness, and that you can become a ruler more powerful than any the Empire has ever known.
Oh.
And you must find your own way. Perhaps, if you win this election, you'll make his spirit proud.
So this is the other difference between Long Live the Queen in this game that you'll come to see in a sec. So in Long Live the Queen, while you can be removed from the throne before you get to the end, in this one, we don't just have to survive, we have to get votes. I think we should keep him close. Yeah, we definitely have that kind of choice about to come up. And totally not something really bad's gonna happen to him. No, never.
If you excuse me, I have many preparations to make.
Yes, of course.
Use your father's shadow, not yours. His time has ended. You must go on alone.
Alright, now this is the fucking mood shit for this game. I think I did something wrong already. Wait, I did do something wrong. I wasn't supposed to talk to Thing. Where is... shit. Yeah, I did fuck up. I don't think we've got an autosave for this, right? Because this is all back when. Yeah. Fuck. I just clicked to something I did wrong. Okay, I'm just gonna speedrun it again. Just a sec. Golden Viper. This delay. Again, this game is really particular. If I don't do right things at right moments, I will, like, come to regret it. This is the benefit you do get with these games eventually, though, is that once you start knowing, like, the fucking, like, the introduction, like, you'll just skip through it, because you're like, I know all of this, I've seen it fucking a million times. Let's move on. You can hear the space bar, eh? Dream. Okay. So what I screwed up was I don't think I was supposed to see Korondi. I forgot that it's only 2 on this phase. So we do this part, the same as we did a second ago. Ask about our father. And then I'm going to go visit my pet. That's what I want to do. Because that makes me indulgent. So this is what I mean by, like, choosing your pet, they have a specific emotion attached to them. You gently stroke your viper, enjoying the feeling of the scales against your skin. What a comfortable life it leads. Will slither and bask. And then, yeah, because this is why, because I needed to go to social for the next step. Because I believe you can get, it's indulgent, bold, and negative are the 3 pets. Alright. You invite some of those, residing in the palace to join you for an evening of food and entertainment. By the way, you have to be careful with these. If you do them wrong, you can actually just die during your mood things. I've had that happen many a times. It's not fun. You are summoned again to the cabinet room, where the ministers are assembled. To our great sorrow, there have been no signs of Emperor Dracosen's survival in the Heavenly Palace or anywhere else. Please report on your investigations. Grundy stands. No subversive organizations have claimed credit, no unusual activity or celebrations, no sign that this incident has leaked outside of the palace itself, although that can't last long. The missing researcher, a hero by the name of Three-Forked Lightning, was known for alternative practices, and generally considered a crackpot by other scientists. Three-Forked Lightning was personally recruited by the Emperor Dracosen to work on the secret warp project, a posting it could have never received by merit. Unlikely it would have ever betrayed the Emperor. No enemies known that would go to such extremes for sabotage. No sign of suicidal inclination or other mental break. Personal records show only enthusiasm about research. I'll leave it to you to explain the technical details. The head science minister coughs.
We have tried to recreate Three-Forked Lightning research, but key records are still missing, possibly stored in the equipment that was destroyed. The early experiments we could create unstable warp fields that immediately collapse, destroying the targets in the process. Nothing suggests it would ever work. It was madness to try.
Other ministers speak up, but they all come to the same conclusion. Your father was killed by meddling with bad science. It was just a stupid accident.
We're now bound to announce the death of the Emperor. Wouldn't you agree, Princess Zorana?
Yes, of course. My father must be remembered for all that he achieved. The Empire must begin the mourning period once.
Very well. Then, the Celestial Ministry is permanently disbanded. Thank you all for your service. You may depart.
The ministers, except for Korondi, rise from their seats. Most nod their heads to you in respect before departing. Others just walk away.
What happens now?
Now the election cycle begins. You are Dragason's heir, but you cannot claim the Imperial throne until you acclaimed by the majority of the Electoral College of the Comitia. Every elector is a noble from one of the Imperial worlds, each with their own interests and motivations. You will need to speak to them individually to win their support and make deals where you can. You are also in need of a new team of advisors now that your father's ministers have been dismissed. By Imperial custom, you may not rehire any minister from the previous cabinet.
With certain exceptions.
The Thresher will always advise you on matters of intrigue. The High Pontifex will always take the role of spiritual advisor once you win her support. It is the same for your military advisor, the Star Admiral.
The High Pontifex and the Star Admiral aren't here right now. And they have too many duties of their own to stay in the palace all the time. You'll have to seek them out.
You might win an election's loyalty by offering them a position as your advisor. This is a great honor to join the Celestial Ministry. You might also consider winning someone's loyalty by making an offer of marriage.
Marriage?
Marriage alliances are traditional. But you haven't even had your adult rights yet. You're still an adolescent. Old enough to be betrothed, yes, but would you really want to barter away your future like that? Marriages are for life. As your father's heir, you provide direction for the Heavenly Palace. At your command, we will travel the Empire so you can meet with your electors.
If marriage is up on the table? Oh, trust me, that's not the only thing. You can also go find out their weaknesses and potentially blackmail them. And by potentially, I mean that's an actual option that's on the menu. I remember in 1 or 2 playthroughs I've potentially done that. I can't remember if we do that in this one or not. I can't remember off the top of my head. I'm gonna be doing this a little bit by ear. No, there's one that, like, for example, you basically go, that's a really nice set of kids you have there. Be a shame if this little bit of information got out and they basically got assassinated, huh? And the dad's just like, I fucking hate you. Alright, you get my vote. God, he fucking hates me. My man, a vote's a vote. What can I say?
It's also much to take in. You have enough to worry about with your classes.
Thank you. I will speak to you again later.
What should you study next?
Hey guys, what do you think we're studying next? Anyway, etiquette. And you thought there was going to be any other option. This should put us right up to 50, if I remember correctly, because I believe the bonus is +5. So now we are actually capped on how much etiquette we can get until we raise... So this is, again, something that the both the games have. You are capped at a stat at 50. then you need to have a minimum of 25 in every single category inside the bracket to basically be able to get them to 100. If I recall. It's either 100 or 75, and then you need everything at 50 to get it to 100. It's something like that. We'll see as we go through.
Princess Zorana. Here are your regular status reports.
You eye the stack of papers with some dismay.
The Imperial Harem has been cleared. All of your father's former concubines have been sent on their way, with appropriate gifts and thanks.
Some will no doubt wish to return for the official funeral, but for now, it's safer to keep them away from the palace. We don't need any further disruption.
That's probably for the best.
When is the official funeral?
Certain ceremonies to bless the Emperor's passage have been carried out already, but the full state funeral will not take place until a new ruler holds the throne. Until then, the Empire is guided by his spirit. This brings us to an issue which requires your attention. Mazarin, your late father's shadow, has not yet carried out the ceremony to end his life, as honor requires.
It wasn't his fault. It was an accident. There was nothing he could have done.
That does not matter. The Emperor's shadow must follow him into death.
Have you spoken to Mazarin?
He has confined himself to his quarters, fasting and vigil. He claims that he is waiting for the Emperor's body to be found before holding the ceremony.
To cut your throat at your master's feet when the feet are missing.
Was that supposed to be a joke? Mazarin's loyalty is not in question, but the Emperor's physical form may be forever beyond our reach. What are your commands, Your Highness?
It can wait for now. I need to not force his hand here. Not yet.
I'm sure Mazarin would rest easier if we could find the Emperor's remains. Until we have final proof of the Emperor's fate, or a new Emperor takes the throne, it is not a dishonor to wait.
Very well then. You gather up the papers and hurry away to your room before you can be presented with any more problems. In your room, you check your messages and discover that you've got mail from some of your school friends. They send their condolences about your father's death. Of course, the news must be reaching across the Empire by now. It's been a season since you've seen any of your old friends, since your father called you away to the Heavenly Palace and named you heir in your brother's place. At school, your two dearest friends were Connexia and Varsley. Connexia loves gauzy tresses and blowing in the wind, and make her look like a dramatic heroine. She's fascinated by rumors of magic and alien powers, knows more about your Novian heritage than you do. Connexia was also a far better student than you were, especially when it came to computers. She loves finding out secrets and insisting that the crystal she keeps by her keyboard gives her special hacking insights. She's enthusiastic, bubbly, and a bundle of energy.
By the way, here is the little thing I will mention, that's soft... Nah, it's not really spoilers. If you don't know, you don't know, and it's fine. But basically, the Novian Empire, there is a whole nod there to the first game, because that is what the magic in that game is called. It's Novian magic. And you find out that your mother, who died, that you were to supersede, the previous queen, was a Novian. In this game, we find out something really, really fascinating that was really interesting as a hint of a couple of things. which was, how at some point in time they mentioned that, like, with Novian history, it's like, it seems really, really fascinating, but they seem to have these weird technological things that exist now. It's almost like genetically imprinted technology got accidentally sent to the past, and that's what magic was back then. It's like, that actually makes a lot of sense. And it was really cute to find that out. As a theory, it's not guaranteed, but hey.
Vasily, on the other hand, is much more laid back. He's handsome, artistic, and prefers to charm his way out of situations rather than do any actual work. He's quite intelligent when he puts his mind to things, but he'd rather use that intelligence to have a good time. Vasily always had devout fans following in his wake, and he was kind to all of them, but he never seriously in love. That does sound deeply intriguing. It is! I give them a lot of credit. They actually made the connection between it all quite interesting. But yes, in this, our mother, who also died when we were young, but the difference with all that, but she was Novian, but Novian, like, far into the future when they're spacefaring. There are events in this game that nod very deeply at some interesting things about Novian power. I don't think I'm going down those routes though, so I'll leave it at that. They're in some of the previous runs that we've done though. As far as romance went, you had a crush on...
Neither of them. Sorry, friends, you're just my mates.
Your bond was about friendship. That's more meaningful than some fleeting crush. You really miss them. For now, though, your social interactions are limited to the palace.
Hey, Dream. How's it going?
You gently stroke your viper.
And then I'm gonna do the wild thing here, if I recall correctly. Oh, by the way, you can see there's new options that have turned up but aren't accessible, where I have survey and denounce. I need to have a certain level of media or media and bureaucracy to even use those. So if we go to skills, you'll see over here there's a bunch of new skills that turned up in the last turn. There you can see bureaucracy, there you can see media. You can see our intrigue is massively up, and that is because of Korondi being our Imperial Thresher, which is our intrigue. You can also see at this stage in time, we have no votes pledged to us, and 30 total votes are available. Now, that's the fun part about this run that I'm going to try and accomplish. There is an achievement that I saw, if I recall correctly, that requires you to get a minimum of 24 votes to complete the achievement, right? It's is it Mandate of Heaven or something like that? So 24 is like insane. That's fucking nuts, right? Yeah, it's a lot because there's especially knowing that I believe there's 2 different factions against us. So that means that there are 6 total votes we don't get from that. How fucking ever did I say we're stopping at 24? No! We'll fucking try and do something really dumb here. Anyway, to accomplish this, I don't believe I talked to... yeah, I don't think either of these conversations do anything for me. So I'm going to actually end my turn. And I'm going to have another dinner party. You invited some blah, 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 food and entertainment. Now, this is this part of the menu. This is where we start getting to the other big part of this game. Say hello to the map. As you can see here, there is a bunch of locations that we can go to. At this stage in time, we can only move one space at a time. We can also stay put, and if we stay put, we get an additional turn, an additional action during that social turn. As you can see here, stay put is +1. There is a lot in this game. Now, as you can see, at all these planets, there are dots underneath. Well, some of these planets, right? These are votes available. So you can see here, there are a lot of votes. 2 votes here, 2 votes there, 3 votes here, 3 votes here, 3 votes here, 3 votes here, 2 votes here, 1 vote here, and 3 votes here. Now, most of these areas are kind of, their relative species, like their factions. So we're part of the, Maraka. The Mao are the cat people. The Heru are the bird people. I think Draug are Marakian. And I'm not sure about the Thrankas off the top of my head. Give me a second, my phone's no longer charging, apparently. I thought I had you on charge. I need to get it. I just need to get a new fucking charging cable, man. There we go. Hopefully that works. So we have to be really picky about where we go, because the moment we get to a location for the first time, we have to interact with them as well. While we're interacting with them, we can set up initial expectations as well. There's a lot. There's a lot going on. Most of it will be easier to explain as we play. But our first social turn is gone when we basically doesn't exist when we turn up at a location for the first time, and then we get only 2 when we've gone to a location, 3 if we stay at the location for an additional turn, and that only stays at 3 ever. So you have to stay at a location for that. We're going to go to Mithraki 1. Meraki 1, sorry. So this is the birthplace of the Celestial Empire. We have a problem. There's always a problem. Mazarin has disappeared. What? He stopped responding to messages when we overrode the security lockout on his quarters to see if he had done his duty. We found them empty. How can an important political person, the Emperor's own shadow, just disappear out of the palace? Weren't you watching him? You never ordered surveillance on Mazarin. You said he was completely loyal. Your Highness, my agents have been more concerned with your safety than with the safety of a shadow who's due to enter eternity in the near future anyway. Well, did he die somehow? Did he make another warp portal to follow my father? Our last reports cited he was heading for the hangar decks. Seems likely he smuggled himself out of the palace on a spaceship. As the Emperor's shadow, Mazarin was trained in a variety of techniques. Stealth, surveillance, infiltration, hacking. He's quite hard to track. He's gone rogue to save his own life? Or is there more to the story? Maybe he's looking for the Emperor.
Maybe he found out something about the experiment. Maybe he's trying to throw himself through a warp gate to join the Emperor.
If he took a one-man shuttle and flew into a warp gate, he'd be obliterated without causing any harm to the palace.
Speculation.
Princess Zorana, it falls to you to make a decision in Dragason's place. What is your official response to this situation?
I gotta hunt him down. He can't get away with disrespecting my father like this. I want him hunted down and brought to the palace in chains.
Very well. And last, they leave you alone to plan your class schedule.
So, as you can see here, etiquette is maxed out, right? So now we're gonna do a little bit of different. We're gonna go down to emotion and do empathy, I'm pretty sure, at this stage, right? Doing math in my head that I haven't had to do in months. God damn it, why am I doing this? Alright. We're the most refined lady. Exactly. We have empathy, we have etiquette. Oh, simply we cannot do much better. To be fair, I'm about to say something in a minute in the game. If I recall correctly, that's really fucked up. There are messages in, there are more messages of sympathy waiting for you in your mail queue. These, condolences are labeled from your Novan family. What family? You don't know anything about your mother's relatives in Crystal Nova. Since she died, they've never visited or reached out to you in any way, as far as you know. They might have sent something for a funeral, but you were very young and you don't remember the details. We just need stabbing skills for self-defense to prevent assassination attempts. To those that remember, all I say is never forget your dance skills. And if you think that's a random thing to say, Long Live the Queen requires some really strange things accomplished to succeed with some of its tasks. And potentially there may be a situation where you're in a life and death case, and dancing is how you live. Don't ask, it's more confusing to explain further than that. We need a mean 2 steps. It's so dumb.
Her parents are living. Did she have siblings? Do you have cousins? You wonder for a moment, and then decide that it doesn't matter. Crystal Nova is no part of your life. You are dedicated to the Celestial Empire. It is almost an insult that they would reach out to you now, considering... And then it hits you. This message isn't from some unknown cousin. It's from your brother. Prince Vishkot, your older brother. Like you, half Moroccan, half Novian. Unlike you, he held responsibility from a young age. He was named heir to the Celestial Empire upon his birth. He blazed a trail through the top of Scholarums and led his squadron on military service. And then he turned traitor, stole a fighter, and defected to Crystal Nova. Ex-Prince Voshkolt has a warrant on his head if he ever dares to return to Imperial space. You haven't heard from him since. You were never that close to your brother. He was the heir. You got all the fancy toys and acolytes and your father's attention. He was traveling the Empire while you were stuck on one planet. You were just the second string.
the spear. It was only after your brother left that your father brought you here to be with him. If Scott were still around, you wouldn't be living in the Heavenly Palace. You'd have never had the chance to be Empress. You don't know why he turned his back on the Empire, but you've got the benefit of it. You don't have time to think about this now. You're an Imperial Princess. You're busy. So, again, in another playthrough, we actually got to meet our brother. And boy, was that interesting. Marak Prime, the Twin Worlds, Kedro and Ondro, the heart of the Celestial Empire, your home. In many ways, your childhood felt like an exile. You were raised on a small Kedro estate in the care of your Durna. While your brother was here, you were never called on to attend your illustrious father in the Heavenly Palace. You were second-string child, necessary, out of sight. I bet that was wild. It was interesting. It was very, very interesting. Because, I think I know how that one ends. I don't believe I got to the ending of that one, but I think I know how that one ends. And that one may be one where I don't think you actually need as many votes for, because potentially, how it looked to me, is it might be that you just fucking invade with the Novian Empire and take over, which is wild. And yet, you were the Imperial Princess, attending school with other children of wealth and power. Every Tresson, you received invitations to anything from ritual sacrifices to operic competitions. This Clifftop Castle is nothing new. You have walked these halls before, and you know what shoes to wear. Tonight, you are the guest of honor. Every person in rank in the Twin Worlds is lined up to greet you and offer you their sympathies, their respects, and a ceremonial gift. There is no time for anything more. Not so many waiting for even a moment of your attention. It is, of course, the 6 local electors who are upmost in your mind. 3 from Kedro and 3 from Ondro. This single sector is the pivot for the balance of power in the Celestial Empire. However, you cannot seek them out. You must wait for the queue to proceed as tradition demands. The protocol is a relief. It means you don't have to make any decisions about who to talk to first, and therefore risk offending one of the other electors. Everyone will come to you in time. The premises of the Twin Worlds take precedence, followed by the Caliphs. They bow, they kiss the air above your hand. They present you with an array of identical platinum coins, stamped in your father's image. It is some time before the first of the electors reaches the head of the queue. Zolot of Kedro. You recognize him easily. He dresses for that effect, but you have never known him well. Too old to have been your friend, too young to have been a schoolmate's parent. Zolot's first husband has passed into eternity. He is here alone. He bows to you, wings flutter with practiced charm. Your Imperial Highness, may the gods bring you favor. He says nothing more than that, merely offering his coin to you and your attendants and withdrawing. You sense that he probably has negative feelings about you.
And that is why you want empathy, so you can actually gauge their feelings. The higher the empathy, the more precise this information gets, to the point that we can actually get just fucking numbers of, like, how much they hate us.
The next elector to approach you is Krivos of Ondro.
A little fucking terror child.
He is the only one of the cohort that you have never met before, for the plain reason that he is far too young to take on the responsibilities of the position, and has never been invited to any formal gala. You vaguely heard about the death of the regent of Ondro's child elector last season, but shouldn't someone else have been appointed to the position? For Krivos to be here alone implies that he has stepped into the role fully, or the full role. There is precedence for allowing adolescent years to take up positions when necessary. You yourself have not had your adult rights, but Krivos is only a child. It's most unusual.
Hello, Your Highness. How are you?
There is no possible way that Krivos got here without being told to address you as Imperial Highness. Even if he has no reason to advise him, the castle staff would have made gentle reminders for those waiting in the queue. And is this a careless mistake or an insult?
I will tolerate your mistake.
He's such a little boy, younger than you, and he's all alone. You can be generous.
I am very well, thank you.
He grins and hands over his coin.
Happy birth, Star.
It's
Not my... Oh... Never mind.
The little boy wanders off, his task complete. You sense that he probably has positive feelings about you. The next elector who approaches is Vaheta, also of Ondro. He's an older male who's never married and has no children that you know of. He's always seemed kind.
Your Imperial Highness, it is my great pleasure to see you here tonight. I hope to see you carry on the legacy of both your parents.
Thank you.
He bows, offers up his gift, and moves out of the way so that the next gift can proceed. You sense that he probably has positive feelings about you. After a few other senators have come through, the next elector to approach is Lucamere of Kudro, scion of a long line of politicians, and very familiar to you. The academy you attended until recently lay within the territory he represents, and he was a frequent speaker at graduation ceremonies. He's also an asshole, but you'll find out about why he's an asshole later. Lucamere is in attendance with his wife, both impeccably dressed, save for his ever uncontrollable hair. He looks at you stiffly, then bows, offers up his coin, and withdraws without speaking a word. That's worrying. You sense that he is hostile towards you. The next elector to appear before you is Ixil of Ondro. She is notable in Twin World society for her large number of acknowledged children, one of whom attended your academy a few forms ahead of you. You were hoping Faray would be here tonight. There is no sign of her or her siblings.
You said it while I was writing it? Hell yeah.
But then, these are the guests of the highest prestige. Heirs and offspring rank lower, and might be further back in the queue. Ixel stands by her husband's side, smiling at you.
Hello, Your Imperial Highness. You're looking well, under the circumstances.
Under the circumstances? Is that an insult?
We're very sorry for your loss. I know this time may be very difficult for you. Please call on my household if you have any need.
Thank you. They present their gift to you and leave, smiling. You sense that she probably has negative feelings about you. The last of the electors to make an appearance is Milan of Cadro. You are surprised to see him attending alone. Perhaps his wife is unwell? She is much older than her husband, after all. Equally unusual, Milan appears to be entirely sober, which is not his typical demeanor in a social gatherings. Perhaps this is a show of respect.
Your Imperial Highness.
He thumps a fist to his chest.
Glory to your line.
You nod in acknowledgement, and he hands over his ceremonial coin.
Until another meeting.
He marches away with purposeful motion, his back straight. You sense he probably has negative feelings about you. That is the last of the electors, but certainly not the last of the guests. A long evening stretches ahead of you. Of course, there is one more vote to be cast within the sector. However, its holder is not the sort of person who can be expected to wait in line to pay her respects to you. If you wish an audience with the High Pontifex, you will have to approach her as a supplicant. But now, you must raise your chin and look regal. Now that you have met the electors of the region, you can contact them privately during future social phases in the sector. Let's go shopping! Well, you, oh fuck. Strike a pose, yeah. Well, you can have special items made to order for you. It's also fun to go and browse the offerings available in the Heavenly Palace's exclusive boutiques. As a princess, anything you like is yours for the taking. Literally go into the shop, go, I want that, and it's like, how much does it cost? I didn't fucking ask. I just said I want it. Alright, so stay put. Your screen is chiming incessantly. Someone is on your contacts list is trying to call you.
Hello?
Hello, Zorana.
Oh, hello, Vasily.
Xenia pushes her way into view.
Zorana! We're here to support you in your hour of need. Well, we're not here yet. I mean, we're here, but we're not there here. But we could be if you want.
What? What she's trying to say is that we would like to visit you in the Heavenly Palace, if that's not an imposition.
You shouldn't be all alone at a time like this.
And you should have to deal with entertaining us, or trying to look the right amount of sad if that's all stress for you. However, if you would enjoy the distraction.
And the hugs and chance to show off all your new stuff.
Then we'll happily fly to see you. Do you want to see your friends? They, at least, don't want anything political from you, probably. But you're still pretty overwhelmed with everything you need to manage here. Do you have time to play hostess?
I think I can get away with I think it's the quiet visit I want, right?
Yeah. They seem like good peeps. They're an interesting sort.
I like Vastly. He's funny. Yeah, quiet visit should be... We should have a quiet visit.
I would love to... I would love to have you visit, but it may not be that exciting. Everyone's in turmoil here. That's fine. We're happy to just be with you. Thank you.
We'll see you soon.
The way you put it got me worried. Nah, don't worry about it. Anyway, speaking of not worried, I'm just gonna level up Menace. God, that's yeah, anyway, yeah. I'm just gonna do that. Anyway, oh.
You wait eagerly for your friends to disembark.
Zorana!
She runs up and throws her arms around you in a hug of greeting. Vasily follows more sedately, not laying a hand on you in this very public environment.
How are you? Have you been sleeping okay? You look tired. What have they done to you?
Malith the Terrible, hell yeah.
She fusses over your hair while you try to explain about the election and the need to assemble a team of advisors.
Ah, that must be very difficult, putting your fate in the hands of strangers you cannot trust.
Yeah. Hey! That's a marvelous idea. What is? We could be your advisors. I know a lot about other galactic cultures, and Vasily knows all about art and stuff. Then you can have people on your team that you trusted. Also, if you appoint us to your cabinet, then would be assigned quarters in the palace. We could stay here longer. Otherwise, we can only visit for a tresson. I don't know.
Don't decide anything right away. We would be happy to help, even if it's only for a little while. But you have many responsibilities. If you want to make those plans, we can talk later.
That's right. That's right. But now, you need to show us around your palace.
Alright. So, there's one or two people I'm not gonna even fucking bother interacting with right now. Yeah, there's, I think, 2 people here I'm just gonna fucking tell to suck a fat one. Because I think, so, how do I want to approach this? I'll go... So we've got a bribe button? Yes. Legitimately here right now is, this is our options when interacting with them. So we can either so keep in mind, every action I do here will cost me one of these bars. I only have 3. I have a maximum of 3. So I'm going to talk to Vata, and I'm going to negotiate with him.
You arrange for a private conversation with Vata.
I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?
Of course. I'm happy to make that promise.
Thank you.
I look forward to seeing your influence in the Empire to come.
Just 3 bars? Yeah. So we have 2 when we move to a place, 3 if we stay at a place. So now we've already got 1 vote. As of this moment, we now have a vote. It is really easy to fuck up with Vata, by the way, in a couple of cases. I'm glad that just because of the simple stuff we did, we're good. So now, I'm gonna do a wild thing. Hey, Vasily.
Vasily walks around the room, gazing upon the portraits of your parents. They're always watching you. Watching over me, I hope. So, do you really want to join my cabinet? Vasily laughs. No, not really. Politics is not my style at all. However, you are my friend, and I hate to see you suffer here all alone. I will willingly play the role of an advisor for media and culture temporarily. That way you know you have someone near you who isn't trying to stab you in the back.
Hey, did you know? I did know, Roger. How are you going?
But I don't want to be here, Logathe. You need to replace me before you become Empress. I appreciate that, thank you.
You've elevated Vasily to the position of Logathe of Culture. He will now travel with the palace. He grants Zorana a media skill of 30. You have now unlocked Denouncing. He gives an okay amount for the skill. Early on, which is what's important. However, now you might go, Xenia. Oh, you're gonna, Xenia, yeah. You're gonna offer her a cabinet position as well, right? No, I'm just gonna do a computer lesson. Crimbus, yes. Right, give me my computer lesson, because you actually give me some really good stats for this.
So it's down to you for a crash course on computer handling. Your operation skill increases, which, God, we're gonna need that later.
Anyway, we have a new advisor, and we have one pledge. So we actually came out of this turn pretty far ahead. We're gonna have a dinner party. And then we're going to end our turn staying put.
You make your way to the cabinet room, yawning.
Krampus is ready to start Krampusing. Wait, not. I mean, to be fair, again, it's Christmas Eve today for me. Which, again, shows exactly what kind of person I am towards celebrating this kind of holiday. What am I doing for this holiday? Oh, I'm gonna probably just stream, I don't know. Don't you wanna, like, hang with friends or I don't have any family to hang with. And all my friends are hanging with their family. I'm good, thanks. I don't need that kind of drama. Not in my life. Anyway.
Xenia left late last night, but Saito dragged you out of bed first thing in the morning for an important meeting.
We have received a message from the Star Admiral.
Ah, right. You need to meet with him to discuss your candidacy for the throne. He doesn't have an official electoral vote, but as the head of the Imperial military, his support, or lack of it, will affect how others see you. He reports that Ishkavat has been sighted far past the Drod system in unaffiliated space.
Get some KFC. I mean, it's more of a thing in Asian culture to do the, like, KFC during Christmas. Specifically Japan. I would actually... You know what? I wouldn't say no to ordering KFC. Even though KFC here in New Zealand's a bit, like, anemic and depressing, I wouldn't be against ordering some. Maybe I will. Maybe that's what I'll order later today. For lunch and or dinner. You got us, yeah. Jollibee? No. I'm gonna be honest, for Christmas, keep in mind as well, one of the biggest things that's gonna, like, hurt your guys' brains, and you have to understand that this is very generic to me, but I understand it's not. It's the middle of fucking summer right now. We're in the middle of stormy summer season. Most of this week is rain and hot. That's the wild thing. Your area has summer weather? No. We're in summer. Not summer weather, summer. I'm on the southern hemisphere, which means seasons are inverted. This is summertime. Middle of the year is winter. Wild weather is getting more common. Yeah, it is. But no, it's why it's really funny. So most of our Christmassy sort of meals end up being barbecue, salads, and a lot of just intricate desserts, really. And to be fair, it's all a lot of different cultures come together, because most of the people I know. Right, so for me alone, I make a lot of European and Asian dishes. I know a lot of people that make Dutch dishes, French dishes, Polynesian dishes, all sorts. We don't have a specific kind of locked in thing. How is it in Prison of the Kryptonians? God damn. It's kind of dope though, yeah. It's nice because it means that we don't have stricter things for any season stuff, so we do get to just kind of have food, have whatever we want. There's no we have to have a turkey or we have to have this or that. That's a per family basis. There's no expectations. There's no hard set culture of this needs to be at Christmas. I kind of hate Christmas turkey now. It's so bland and the barbecues aren't the best unless it's done. Yeah. I think turkey is abysmal, personally. I've never liked turkey. Because it's just literally a drier, more it has a more defined taste than chicken, but because of that, it's worse because you can do less with it. Because chicken, you have much more control over its flavor profile. And it's a lot juicier. So it's just better. Personally. I don't like turkey, absolutely love chicken. Especially fried chicken. Fried chicken all the way. Most people prefer ham in a lot of places in the US, according to surveys. We actually do a lot of ham here as well. During Christmas time, but that's just because it's cheap. Normally. Unless it's cold cuts or well-seasoned barbecue, it's bad. Fair. I've never been a big fan of it. It's because it's never been a big thing here either in New Zealand. It's really, really expensive to get turkey here in New Zealand. But it is funny, it's what you'd consider probably oh, you need to do roasts, you need to do this and that, right? We don't do roasts as much at Christmas time, by comparison. One of the dishes that's getting brought up a couple of times, but is one that I know how to make, for example, is ambrosia. Ambrosia's a really, I'd like to say commonplace one, but I also know that a lot of people don't know how to fucking make it right. So they just don't make it, because it is one that if you don't make it, decently, then it's just disgusting. It's a very much a fine balance kind of dish. I think my favorite dish that I ever, or my favorite thing for Christmas time I ever made though, that was very oh, I want to try this because another country does this, was eggnog. Eggnog was really fun to make because I used a really nice whiskey for it. Whiskey liqueur for it. Vaporeon arrives in January. I mean, right now, Vaporeon would be... actually, that's a good question. What season of the year do you think Vaporeon likes the most? I'd say springtime, right? Or it's like, it's raining, it's not too hot yet. It is a water dog, after all. I bought it in May. Fucking hell, that is taking a hot minute, huh? I guess, is it because of all of the weirdness that's been going on with international things, or is it just because it's taken that long for the pre-order for it to be made?
What is an Escavolat?
The research eyes you oddly. A space-dwelling organism which feeds off solar radiation. They're drawn to stars to feed, and a swarm of them can block out a great deal of light, disrupting the ecology of any planets, which nearly wiped out the entire Novian civilization.
Oh.
Eggnog is great, done right? Yeah. No, eggnog's a great one. I liked making it. The problem was, because I made it so well, I almost made myself, like, really ill, because I just kept fucking drinking it. And you really can't drink a lot of eggnog. That is actually dangerous.
Just because you have Novian doesn't mean you've researched Novian history. The creatures are currently, not currently on a direct course over imperial space. Their movement patterns are unpredictable. It could approach Drog. It's a single Escavolat, and the Drog system has no planets to threaten. The danger is not high. Admiral Yako awaits your instructions. What do you want the Star Admiral and his flagship to do?
So this is actually a time where we could, like, force him to come over to us. We could go attack it, which is going to be a really terrible idea, because it's a fucking gigantic, like, space entity. So take up position in the draw sector.
We need to monitor the situation. Tell the Emerald to take her position in the Drog sector and keep watch.
Very well.
Everything ends with a very well from that man, I swear. Anyway, Menace and Allure. I need to get my emotion stats up. I need to be alluring. Attack sounds bad. Oh yeah, no. It's basically, do you want to attack the giant space whale? Oh, this is the other thing that, I have not talked about this because I was, like I said, there's a lot of mechanics that's easier to explain when they turn up. When you meet the conditions for, some of the, like, sections, like basically the 3 stats put together, you can get an outfit for that section to boost your stats across the board in it. This is one here. So we've unlocked the Golden Empress outfit, which provides a bonus to emotion skills. I'm going to put it on. You don't always want to put it on, per se. Sometimes you want to be below a stat point. Sometimes you want the outfit to supplement the fact that you don't want to keep going down a stat. Or sometimes you need it immediately. Now, I'm going to say now, some of the outfits I don't personally like. This is one where I'm like, I like the base outfit more. But now we do have a closet action, so we can switch between. Anyway. Elder Scrolls Ancient Drama outfit. Yeah, I can see that. What do I want to do with you? You know what? I'm pretty sure I have two approaches with her mainly. I either blackmail her or I offer her a position. I'm gonna offer her a position. Because it takes 2 actions to get the blackmail. You arrange for a private dialogue. Ow. Damn it. Dialogue with Ixol and lay out your offer.
In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you the role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. Of course, it would be my privilege to offer you advice and guidance. What position did you have in mind?
Now, this is some of the problems with the early shit, is I'm, like, not sure, because when you select one, you can't easily get rid of them, per se. Like, it's not easy to swap them around. So what I give her, I'm probably locked in with for now. I'm gonna probably give her External Curator? Yeah.
Excellent. Thank you for the opportunity, Your Highness.
You've elevated Ixol, Elector of Andro to the position. She grants Galactic Relations a skill of 10. Yikes. Okay, maybe that wasn't the right one. Oh well. I think it should be fine. Hey, snake. It's a snake. Anyway. I gently stroke my viper. Then I have how much of yeah. I'm gonna be I think it's yeah. You dig into the background of Zolat, Elector of Kudro. 10 isn't good, but hey, it could be worse. I mean, it's 10 out of 100. It's literally it is better than 0. But it's not great. But it does get her vote. That's the important part. We don't want to lose her vote to what's going to happen in the next phase. I'm trying to remember, is it next turn or is it in a couple more turns? We'll find out. Anyway, we dig into the background of Zolat, the Elector of Kudro. Zolat's father never remarried. Zolan was the only child of his favorite concubine, a winged beauty of unknown family. Zolat was a pampered child raised to use his looks for his advancement, and as an adolescent, married a much older man who is now deceased. Zolat's inheritance and control of the electoral seat has been challenged by his elder half-sister, Ceretra, in a bitter rivalry since childhood. For many cycles, Zolat has been engaged in a scandalous romance with one of Cetra's concubines. He has repeatedly offered to buy the boy's contract and been denied. Recently, Zolat proposed marriage to Savecta, a woman from a respectable Moroccan family. She accepted and a lavish ceremony is being planned. However, his intended bride is actually Cetra's lover. Ceretra's lover, whom Zolat has lured away as part of a scheme against his half-sister. Zolat's plans are unclear, but the odds are high that his wedding, if it actually happens, will lead to some dramatic confrontation between the rival siblings. Blackmail option unlocked. Anyway, that's the end of the turn. I don't don't know what I would be planning next turn. No, everything's fine. Let's have a dinner party. And let's stay put.
Your Imperial Highness, a request from aid has been sent to the Heavenly Palace by our embassy in space. The Chakotk are big and blue and have horns. That's about all you know about them. Their space borders the Celestial Empire, but you've never seen one on the homeworlds. They've apprehended a Thraken, a merchant, a citizen of Savargas, and are holding him on charges of smuggling recreational drugs through their space without paying the proper fees. The Vistache is being overly polite. The merchant was probably smuggling illegal drugs without paying the proper bribes. The charges appear to be valid. The Chakuk wish to sentence him to a lifetime of hard labor. The merchant is pleading for your intervention. They must be very upset about the drugs. What is your response? You're obviously nowhere near the situation. What can you actually do about it?
Send a fucking lawyer.
All we can do is send a legal advocate to assist the merchant in the court, and he has to face the law.
You're not about to start a galactic incident, especially when he's guilty anyway. Very well. Have a good day.
Doesn't say good day to me often. He just says very well and fucks off. What an asshole. Anyway, since we're so nice and, we just helped out that merchant and, we definitely aren't going to blackmail someone, I'm just gonna level up Menace. So, if I recall correctly, by the way, that event there, in function, I believe is when you can actually, interact with your brother. Is like, you actually go to a meeting to look, talk to that lawyer or talk to the, like, space thing. It's basically, it's a setup. If I recall correctly. Anyway, we have a bunch of Menace. Why do we need Menace? I have no idea why we need Menace. Hey, Zola.
You arranged for a private dialogue with Zolat.
Your Imperial Highness, how enchanting to see you again. You're well? Quite well, yes. I have a proposition for you that will make both of our lives easier from now on.
And what might that be?
You pledge your vote to me in the election, and I won't raise any objection to your wedding plans.
My wedding? What possible reason would you have to interfere? The truth of the matter is, you have no idea what he's planning. Did he propose to his half-sister's girlfriend in order to use the woman as a bargaining chip? Something to exchange for the concubine that Zorana refused to release? To jilt her and laugh at the relationship he destroyed? To goad Citra into an embarrassing outburst at the wedding? Simple revenge. You can only make a guess.
I know that you have no intention of going through with this marriage. You're tying up the premier artisan of Godreau to prepare for the most luxurious celebration in all of society. And you're using all of the noble society as part of your game just to bluff your half-sister.
Zorana has nothing to do with my nuptial arrangements.
Don't play the fool.
You're marrying her lover. It has everything to do with Zaretra.
Excuse me?
What are you saying?
Zavectra is not Zaretra's lover.
Did you not know that?
He really didn't.
The security reports are quite conclusive. They have been partnered for over a cycle. They've attended many public events together.
But never any event where Zolot was present, owing to the rivalry between Zolot and Zaretra. This cannot be. She never spoke a word. She never mentioned.
If you didn't know Zveka was involved with your half-sister, why did you propose the marriage?
For the same reason that anyone does. I wish a partner with a respectable woman to give me heirs. Legitimate heirs without all of this. He flaps his hands wildly in the air. This rumpus, this endless competition. But now this too becomes one of Cetra's schemes to devour me?
Your sister...
She is no sister of mine. That has forever been the difficulty. He shakes his head, setting off a series of chimes.
Thank you for bringing this to my attention. I think I must investigate. There are so many arrangements to be changed. Cancelled, I must think. I'm so sorry for your disappointment, and I apologize for the misunderstanding of believing that this was your scheme rather than Zaretra's.
I'm hardly innocent in all schemes, only in this case. You may have acted in error, but you have done me a great service nonetheless, and I owe you a debt. I will pledge you my vote.
Thank you.
I'm just that fucking good! Let's do an art lesson.
Vasley sits down with you for crash course on artistic design.
And then, this is the wild thing. You might sit there and go, okay, so that means that there are 3 more people to interact with here. Well, at minimum 3. We've also got the Pontifex. But we've got 1, 2, 3, 4 more votes right here that we should be going after. However, this is a really hard one. We cannot do it. Just straight up, if I involve myself with her right now, we lose the chance of ever interacting with her. These 2, I don't really have a chance with. And you'll see in a turn or 2 why we don't have a chance with Lucamere. And Krovos, we can leave for now. I have to be careful because of the interaction between these 2. So I'm actually going to do a wild thing. I'm going to just end the turn. We got a vote. That's all that matters. Did our pops do something to him? No! No, you'll see. You'll see. And then we're leaving. Go to deep space.
Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. We must now discuss the matter of the Jubilee holiday.
The celebration of my father's birth star rising.
As we officially have no emperor at the moment, it would not be unreasonable to postpone the Jubilee until after a successful election.
We could maintain the current schedule and celebrate in honor of Emperor Dracusin on turn 28. Or, using your position as the Emperor's daughter, you could move the Jubilee to match your own birth star on turn 15. That could help cement my position as the next real ruler in the eyes of the Empire. Or it might appear presumptuous of me.
What are your commands?
We're gonna keep Dad's Jubilee.
Let's keep things stable. Jubilee should be celebrated. Celebrate my father's birth star.
I'll make note of it.
Alright. Now menaces should be high enough and I need to do allure.
We have received reports that from the Star Admiral, the fleet is preparing to resume regular patrols around the Empire.
That may make him more difficult to contact.
Your Highness, I need your input on a matter of security. A largely unimportant matter, but one that you may wish to exercise discretion while handling. A visitor to the palace, Huracan laborer, became publicly intoxicated and made a nuisance of himself. Among other things, he was loudly shouting that Emperor Dracusin had been murdered by your hand. What? Obviously drunken nonsense, but as it concerns your reputation, you may wish to take a personal hand in this matter. You have him in custody awaiting your decision.
Rumors can spread quickly, particularly rumors about cover-ups and conspiracies. Obviously, you did not murder your father. Is it possible that someone did? Does this Huracan know anything? Is there truth in the wine? Or is it just drunken rambling?
Let's just get him to... Because we don't have the other thing, I think I'm just going to do the public apology. Time to waterboard him? Nah.
He'd said something foolish and false. So, it's his responsibility to make it right. Let him sleep it off, and then I'll talk to him. If he makes an apology statement, then the matter will be settled.
Burundi nods.
What mood are we on at the moment? Fucking just end the turn. I'd have imprisoned him, to be honest. Oh, I know that he was drunk and he was an idiot and he, because the thing is, it wasn't even at the party. It was, so what was happened, and this is actually the story of what happened. I don't think we get the full tale, with that option. He was drunk talking with some friends. He was actually originally defending her. Defending the princess, and then, like, got on to saying this shit, and then he walked the halls saying it. And he actually hates that he said it. Like, he's genuinely remorseful, for the most part. Especially if you pick the other option that I don't believe we had available to us, where he just goes like, oh, no, I fucked up. I'm so sorry. I will go out and fix this. It's, pretty rough. Alright. Let's go here. There's one wild 180. I think it even mentions that in the, like, the stuff for it. Here it is. Here it is. Are you ready?
Princess, have you seen the latest news across the star feeds?
I just got up.
This concerns your father. The Vestige beckons you closer to look at a feed display. The sound has been muted, but on the screen you can see an unfamiliar Moroccan woman cradling an infant. The text scrolling across the bottom reads, Emperor Drakison's secret heir. This woman claims to have conceived the Emperor's son and requests the palace's aid in claiming his birthright.
Who is she? Is that one of my father's concubines?
You don't recognize her, but you can't say that you remember every face in your father's harem. That was not an era of his life that you paid much attention to.
If we didn't have the other concubine die, and she left normally, she would turn up here and be like, and I support this. Sort of bullshit.
No, an unmarried woman of common family and middle income. She apparently came into contact with the Emperor during one of his visits on Andro. The child's genetics have not been verified.
Even if her story is true, if she's not a wife or a concubine, the child was never officially acknowledged. And it wasn't. Your father's will was quite clear that he has no son now. Such a baby has no birthright to claim. Under imperial law, family is a matter of contract and obligation, not genes. Many children are not genetically related to one or even both of their parents. Children can be conceived artificially. Genes can be edited before birth. If someone finds an unscrupulous doctor, genes can even be stolen. Creating a child of someone's genes without their permission is illegal, but it does happen, especially with celebrities or other prominent figures. Your father was certainly prominent. This story is nothing but tabloid gossip. No one in the Empire would seriously imagine this baby was the heir to anything, but it is in some way your father's child. What are you gonna do about it?
So this is actually one of our potential competitors. If we don't handle this specifically.
Whispers of a scandal can damage your reputation, even if everyone knows that they're not really true.
So, we have 3 options here. There's normally a lot more we can have. We can even actually take the child for ourselves, by the way. Right? Now, there's a fun fact. We failed one of the stat checks for this. There is actually a specific thing that should occur in the situation. There is precedence for what should happen. Right? Do you know what that precedence is? It is actually one of these options. And I'm gonna be picking it. It's donate the child to an orphanage. That is actually what happens. I like the idea, make him Aria. Yeah, you can. Genuinely.
The baby is not my responsibility, no matter whose genes it has. It would be wrong to even acknowledge the story. It's nothing to do with me. But I don't want to look heartless. Let's make up some big, make some big public donations in my name to the Imperial Orphanages and Children's Services. That will help support the baby, whoever's it might be.
Of course, it should boost your reputation for generosity.
So yeah, the child should actually be put in an orphanage. That is actually what happens. Now, while we're technically not putting the kid in an orphanage here, we can actually enforce it if we had the information. But we can't mold them as our own heir, sadly. Without the correct things.
Very well.
If that's resolved, then I have an update about the drunk hurricane who slated her name. You met with him after he had recovered from the alcohol. He seemed... Here you go, so it is this one that we get that tale. He seemed genuinely sorry that he'd caused so much trouble. As best he could remember, he'd once joked that you were the person who benefited the most from the Emperor's death. Somehow, while drunk, he got carried away with the idea. He had no evidence against you or any other suspect, and had never heard of anyone else having such knowledge either. He made a public apology as requested, and it appears to have been well received. And that's dealt with. You have studying to do.
If you fuck up the media there, by the way, it backfires on you, because then it's like, oh no, he's getting forced to say this. So that looks really bad. Okay. Get allure up to thing. And I think I need to start getting interaction up now. So let's get rhetoric going.
You receive a report from the Imperial Thresher. Her agents have heard rumors that Mazarin, the rogue shadow that served your father, was sighted en route to the Twin Worlds. However, none of these rumors came from anyone who knew him well enough to be certain of his identity. By the time the agents were dispatched, the former shadow was nowhere to be found, if he was even there at all. There's no cause for concern. The Thresher will continue to monitor the situation. The Drogue system was first discovered early in the history of the Celestial Star Empire, but contained no worlds suitable for colonization. It was a wasteland of broken rock, asteroids and planetoids, tumbling chaotically around a dimly guttering star. Hidden amongst those rocks are signs which speak of disasters which predate the Moroccan race. For that reason, the system is primarily of interest to scholars and mystics. The prominent population of the Drogue system mostly dwell within two large space stations, Death's Wings, a Mirakian hold, and the Imponderable under the control of the Mao. Your guests include the two-station electors, of course, but also the region's preeminent scientists, ranking officials, and military leaders. Drogue may be an insignificant system, but the Empire does not intend to lose it. You spot one of the electors nearby. With a final sip, you discard your drink, still your nerves, and prepare to meet your guests. Suddenly, your path is blocked by a young Mero woman with an intricate hairstyle. She clutches a sack of paper printouts. Unusual. Oh my god, I don't think I've ever... Do I remember you? I don't remember that name.
Your Imperial Highness, it's a great honor for you to visit us at this auspicious time. If I could have a moment of your attention, my name is and I have recently uncovered a carving which may influence the Empire's entire course of history.
Oh no, I think I remember this event. Yeah.
She holds up her sack of papers, and you realize that if you don't do something, she'll continue talking for the entire length of the reception.
We're going to use our etiquette.
I would love to hear more about that, but this sounds like a subject that needs more than a few splits of my attention. Of course it does. The history alone. It would be impolite for me to spend the entire evening listening to just one presentation when there are so many of your colleagues here who also wish to share discoveries. Yes, but mine is so more important. And you have brought it to my attention so that I'll recognize the importance. And that was the task you needed to accomplish here. Now, please, submit your full reports through the proper channels so that I can read them in a less distracting environment. Oh. Alright.
Polite but firm. That's the key. You locate the nearest elector and proceed with your rounds.
We love passing the skill checks. Oh, it's so satisfying. Again, after Long Live the Queen, and I'm just gonna... The birthday party, or both fucking birthday parties in the game, yours and your friends, are like the moments that define whether or not you're doing much of that run. Whether you succeed certain skill checks or not, they define a lot. There's a lot of events that happen around those. All I'll say is your first time playing, don't go visit your friend. It sounds mean, don't go visit your friend. We all made that mistake.
Greetings, Your Imperial Highness. I am Stroyan, Region Elector of Death's Wing. Welcome to the Drog system.
He's an adult Moroccan male, dressed in well-tailored clothes of fine fabric, but very little decoration. His face and voice seem almost emotionless as he speaks. Regent Elector?
Our chosen is, as of yet, too young to assume the responsibility herself.
He beckons forward a small Moroccan child, half your height, wearing a full skirted frilly dress as pale as her hair. Her features are hidden under a dark veil, but flashes of bone white peek out between the holes in the lace. Has she painted her face for war?
Say hello to the Princess Zorana, Araya Hill.
You cannot tell whether or not she is making a face at you under there. Still, she is an elector, even if not quite a voting one. It is a pleasure to meet you, Ara here. You try to offer her a warming smile. I'm in mourning. Oh, I'm sorry. Have your parents recently crossed over? Sorry, didn't introduce her as his daughter after all.
It was many cycles ago, but our hill is particularly devout. That is much of what led to her being chosen elector.
You ought to be more devout. Why aren't you in mourning? Didn't your father, the Emperor, just enter eternity?
Princess Zorana has many duties and must consider the needs of the Empire as a whole. She does not have the luxury of deep mourning.
Tiny child lifts her chin proudly.
I will pray for you.
Thank you.
I have heard that the Emperor was engaged in some fascinating research at the time of his demise. I hope you intend to follow in his footsteps, with better results, of course.
Perhaps. Do you really have a pit golden viper?
Yes. She folds her thin arms and looks up at her regent.
I want a pit.
You already have a great many skeletons.
You can tell from his delivery whether those skeletons... you can't tell from those delivery whether those skeletons are former pets or current ones.
Come now, let us have some punch and cookies.
I suppose cookies would be acceptable.
I'm sure we will speak again later, Your Imperial Highness.
Of course.
You watch the two of them leave together. The regent guide his ward without touch. There is no sign of a spouse connected to Stoyan. Arahil, of course, is too young for a betrothal. You sense that he probably has negative feelings about you. After a moment of to refresh yourself, you seek out the other elector. He is middle-aged by Mal standards, with a thin frame and short cropped fur. He is wrapped in clothing more decorative than Stoyan's, and he smiles widely at your approach.
Ah, Your Imperial Highness. It is with the greatest of pleasure that I introduce myself to you. I am Cinnapat, Elector of the Imponderable. But of course, you knew that already.
His voice is somewhat in between charming and impudent, with a beautiful tongue trill over the r of his name.
Pondering the imponderable is a deeply held tradition of our race. As you know, empires love life, meaning and meaninglessness. But of course, you are filled with youthful determination. The universe looks different when you have had time to become jaded. Such a beautiful flower as yourself should not wilt so soon. May I kiss your hand?
Khajiit. Khajiit has many wares for those willing to pay the price. Khajiit has wares if you have coin. Skooma.
Offer hand. You need his approval after all.
Very well. Don't worry, I'm perfectly harmless.
His lips brush lightly over the back of your hand, almost unnoticeable.
Truly a pleasure, Your Imperial Highness. If you'll pardon me, I have other visitors whom I must avoid. I will await your call some other time. Right.
A strange fellow. He isn't married, and he didn't seem to take... and he did seem to take some interest in you. But can he be trusted? You sense that he probably has positive feelings about you. Oh, God. Let's go shopping. Oy, oy, oy. Alright, let's stay put. Oh, hey, you muffin, how's it going? Poking my head in while I watch Nero break the hype train again. Fucking hell. Of course. I still need to watch the hyper parasocial stuff that's been happening at the moment for Nero and Vedal. I haven't actually watched that yet. I heard about it, but I haven't watched it yet. It's level 122 this time? Jesus. When you awake, you find a message waiting from the Vestige flagged important, not urgent. Or someone would have probably insisted on you getting out of bed at once. You read through the message and immediately feel your pulse rate increase. A major Starfeed producer has requested access to do an interview with you for a biographical special. And you can't afford... let's see. You can't afford to say no to this. It's a chance to make a positive impression across the Empire. This could shape the course of the election. Unfortunately, you don't have long to prepare. The reporter will arrive after this turn's classes. Ugh. What are the options again? It's military, arts. I probably can get away with studying double arts here. Visual arts? Yeah. I might be able to squeak through. Because I think it's... I'm trying to remember what the fucking options are. It's like 3 of them, and I think I should... With this course of action, I think I cover one of them. Because I think it's imitation and military tactics. I've not got that one. I think one of them's sciences. It's time for your big interview. What impression do you want to give the Empire? How do you want people to think of you? Here we go. Okay, menace and military, rhetoric and imperial history, and allure and arts. Okay, there we go. So now, so we don't have menace and military anywhere near enough. Rhetoric and imperial history would be a joke.
I think we could get away with Beautiful Princess because I just did that visual stuff. I didn't follow you on Twitch, fix that, yeah. I mean, it's one of those things that's like, it's easy to forget that I stream on 2 platforms for a lot of people. I don't mind it. Again, it's whatever platform is easier to watch me on is the reason why I stream to 2 platforms, because, little fun fact, by the way, like stat-wise and explanation-wise for like real things, if I actually wanted to grow, like, drastically more than I do now, I should not be streaming on multiple platforms. Not this early on in my, like, the scope of things. The correct thing to be doing is to primarily stream on Twitch, maybe stream on YouTube, and then upload the VODs from Twitch to YouTube. That would actually be more successful, especially if I was willing to edit those VODs to videos. I am not. I have streamed on YouTube since the beginning with this stuff. And I only started streaming to Twitch again when I found a way to co-op the stream to both platforms. And that's the only rationale I have behind it. I would not stream to Twitch probably otherwise, because it's just much easier to stream to YouTube. Anyway, oh fuck. Ugh. Does anyone really want to listen to a candidate's speeches? Your appearance will make a stronger impression than any words you could say. Enough. You let your wardrobe attendants dress you for your in your finest and focus on making a good impression with your personality. Sweet and shy, all soft lips and sparkling eyes. The ingenuine. Not too innocent. The only people who would want a mindless doll on the throne are those hoping to use her as a puppet for their own ambitions. You don't want to look stupid. Still, young, pure of heart, filled with idealism and a vision for the future. A fresh start, but blessed with your father's legacy. That's a princess the people will take to their hearts. A new dawn. Afterwards, the team insists that everything went well. But then, that is their job. Okay, I need to get you to like me. He's single. You engage Stoyan in private conversation in an attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. His lips twitch as if trying to smile, but unaccustomed to the idea. You're a very unusual young woman. Perhaps I do isolate myself too much. You sense that he probably has positive feelings about you. Now, he's already indicated science, so the reason why I needed to up his opinion of me is I want to offer him a cabinet position. I want him to be the logothe of science. You arrange for a private dialogue with Stoyan and lay out your offer. In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors. You're with influence on Imperial policy. And what position are you offering me? Just a sec. So science. An interesting offer. Science! I am very busy with my research here and my duty to RL. However, the Empire would be benefited by expert guidance. Very well, I accept. 75 is awesome, and that's the big thing. Now we have enhanced palace movement. We can now move 2 tiles. That's fucking huge. Because it means I don't have to concern myself with that.
You arrange for a private conversation with Cinnabar. I need the support of my electors. In order to formally become Empress, will you pledge your loyalty to me? He chuckles.
In the age-old wisdom of your people, what's in it for me?
What do you want?
Oh, a trifle, scarcely a moment of your attention. Nothing too taxing. You may have heard the eldest son of my second wife is putting forward another motion in the courts to try and divest me of some of my property. Dealing with this sort of paperwork is highly unpleasant and wastes a great deal of my time. I would prefer that the case be quietly shuffled off the schedules.
Once I am Empress, I could have that case like that dismissed with a single word.
Yes, of course you could, but once you're Empress, what guarantee would I have that you would remember an old acquaintance? I couldn't, after all, take my vote back.
If you think I might betray you, what guarantee do I have that you won't betray me?
Common sense, my dear. Cheating an imperial heir, particularly one who might become Empress, even without my support, be extremely short-sighted of me. If I pledge my loyalty to you, my dear, it will be in all sincerity. But there is my price. Simple enough, I would think.
At least it doesn't sound dangerous.
So now we have one of the quests. This is why we haven't actually negotiated very often. You can get quests from the characters, and this is how you can get their votes sometime. Point is, we still got our vote this turn, which is huge. I think I need social more. Now, why is that movement thing so huge? So before, we would only be able to move to deep space, right? Now, I can move all the way back to where we were. It took us 2 turns to get here. Takes a 1 turn to go back. So that's huge.
You're awakened when your lights turn on by themselves. That can't mean anything good.
Princess Zorana, please report to the cabinet chambers at your earliest convenience.
What now?
And you remember when I said something about, like, that guy being an asshole and we can't... Anyway.
You dress yourself swiftly and make your way to the room.
What's the emergency?
Not an emergency exactly, but a change of circumstances. The Vestige beckons you over to look at another Starfeed news display. You recognize the Merakian man on screen immediately. It's Lucamere, Elector of Kerdro. The Vestige brings up the sound so you can hear him speaking. Descendant of the Empress Palatina the Great, I formally announce my candidacy for the Celestial Throne.
He's entering in the election.
It's more of a confirmation than a question. Of course that's what he's doing. He knew his family had imperial ties, your distant cousins multiple times over. Thanks to the interconnections of the Merakian politics, imperial blood isn't even a legal requirement to stand for election, although it certainly helps to gather support. You are your father's designated heir, but you're still a young and untried girl. Lucamere is an adult with friends across the Empire. Is it possible that he could defeat you?
How bad is this?
Bad? It's neither bad nor good. It simply is.
What I mean was, how much support do you think he has?
And that is what the election will determine.
Don't you care about who wins?
I serve the Empire.
Ah.
As a civil servant, it is my duty to remind you that only a sitting emperor or empress can appoint or dismiss an elector. the Comitia as a whole may rule an elector ineligible to vote, but only in extreme situations such as complete loss of mental capacity or a proven attempt to assassinate a candidate. You cannot remove him.
Wait, does that mean he gets to vote for himself?
Yes. Well, that's one vote you won't be winning. You need to step up your game. If you can secure binding pledges from electors to vote for you, then they won't be able to support any other candidate.
And that's why you never expect to get shit from him. That's it. So remember how I said I probably can get to 28? That's why. We can't get a full clean 30 because of that asshole. Anyway, rhetoric and deception. And then we're gonna go visit the Pope. Don't ask why I'm leveling up deception before talking to the Pope. You'll find out. You return to your room to find an important message light flashing. When you pull up the message, the sender's name appears to be a sequence of random glyphs. How did this get past your security filters? Are these symbols an abbreviation for an obscure government department? There's a short video attached to the message. Something about Lucomere's candidacy, maybe. You open the file and freeze. Those figures on your screen, they're your parents. This is not a loving message to their future daughter. It's a recording of an argument. They're in the palace. You recognize your father's rooms, though the decorations have changed a little. So it's clearly 5 years ago. And they're talking about you. Your father speaks. Know that your daughter has been born, and your mother cuts him off, angry in a way that you've never seen her in any photograph before.
That thing is not my daughter. It is your creature, and I refuse to have any part in it.
And there the file cuts off. Who would send you something like this? Maybe it's a misunderstanding. It's only a few moments out of context. Maybe they weren't talking about you at all. Or maybe your mother hated you. What an awful thing to say about a baby. A child, which you obviously are. Legally, you are a child of the marriage. Biologically, your Moroccan-Novan heritage is written all over your skin. You're Millennia's daughter. She calls you a thing. Maybe she wasn't well at the time? Or maybe it never happened. The video could be a fake. Where did it even come from? You try to compose a reply, but it won't send. The system believes the address is malformed. Then, how was it received in the first place?
So, we don't have the stats for this, but I have actually successfully fully investigated this before, by the way. We know it is sent from internal to the palace. And we know that it was sent from a position that shouldn't have been, it shouldn't have been able to be sent from. Which indicates someone that's really good at hacking and really good at getting information. And it was also potentially sent by, on a timer, not actually by a person actively. So I actually don't think I've ever figured out who it was, but my theory's still on the shadow. Anyway, we'll ask the Thresher to investigate. Summon the Thresher to personally investigate the strange message. Even forwarding it to her could damage some fragile clue. She needs to see it exactly as you saw it.
There's no sign of the video being generated or edited. This appears to be an authentic conversation, part of one. What this isn't is security footage. This was not recorded by any automated system in the palace. This recording was taken by someone else who was present in the room at the time, standing at the Emperor's side. most obvious suspect, yes, but it could have been anyone with immediate access. A concubine or maidservant might have been there that close. The screen fills with letters and symbols that you can't easily make sense of. The Thresher frowns. This message was sent from somewhere within the palace, but on a time delay. It could have been set up tresses in advance. I'll have to check the server to see if there are any access traces, but somebody talented enough to bypass these systems would probably know enough to cover their tracks. Who would keep a fragment of a 5 months old recording and then hack a palace system to send it to you anonymously? It sounds like the sort of thing one of the Thresher's secret agents would get up to. But, as far as you can tell, Garundi doesn't know who sent the message.
Trace the sender. Find anything you can.
Of course. Have you received any other suspicious correspondence? There was a strange encounter you had with Mazarin before you disappeared. The one where he wanted to give you a message from your father. You'd rather not tell the Thresher that the Emperor, your father, called you weak and spoiled.
No.
Still, we must be cautious. Call me any time if you have any concerns. Right.
All right.
All right.
You submit a request for an audience with the High Pontifex and wait anxiously for a response. Even an Imperial Princess cannot command the attention of her All-Holiness. At last, you are granted permission to travel to the surface of Kudro and enter the Basilica of Shadows.
So sometimes you can just get denied, by the way. Like, just straight up. She just tells you to fuck off. You never get to talk to her.
You are guided to a small chamber where you wait for your private audience. A pair of aides open a door and lower their eyes as the priestess enters, then step away without speaking. As High Pontifex, Ithax is not dedicated to the service of a single deity, but presides over the Marakian faith in general. She may officiate or instruct at any temple if she chooses. That is why her title is Her All-Holiness.
It's wild that they can just deny you. That's because the Admiral and the Pontifex are theoretically as powerful as the Emperor. In terms of, like, their power over their specific fields, they are, like, that powerful. It's not that the Emperor has the power to command the military, it's that the Emperor can request the military to do what he would like, and the Admiral decides whether or not he will act actually upon that. Same with this, in a sense. It's like, this is the religious leader. This is, you cannot, like, tell the Pontifex what to do. We have to hope they like us. So I'm gonna kneel.
You gracefully sink to one knee, acknowledging her authority.
Strength be with you. And also with you. I've come here to humbly request your support and your blessing for me to succeed my father in the celestial throne as was his wish. Will you join the Celestial Ministry as my spiritual advisor? You reach for a crown of stars, but the blood and the soul of the Marakian people lie here, upon the stones. Older than empire, older than flight. Half your blood is foreign, but you were raised and educated here, on Kudro, correct? Yes, at the Ishinika Academy. But where is your faith? Where is your soul? Do you offer your tears to the Gamadgun for wisdom? Or do you dance for your mother's good lady?
You don't know all the names of the Novian goddesses, or which of them might be titled the Good Lady. Your mother certainly never passed any faith on to you. You were raised in the Marakian faith and made all the proper offerings. You can't really be described as devout. Religion has never been part of the major priority for you, and you don't spend much time thinking about it. Still, it is all you know. I am Marakian, not a Novan. The High Pontifex takes a hold of your chin and stares deeply into your eyes. Perhaps, but you are untested. Ixithay takes a step back, regarding you impassively. Princess Zorana, as Empress, it would often fall to you to enforce the law, should other channels prove insufficient. As you should already know, pledging oneself to the priesthood is a bond for life. Like marriage, it cannot be undone. What would you do if you were present where a priest who had tried to flee his duty and disappear back into civilian life? What remedy would you propose? What does she want from you? Does she want to hear that you are ruthless? Or does she want to judge how clever you can be? So, I'm going to open the question to the chat. What do you think you would choose in this case? Now, there is other options that turn up when some of those skill checks are successful. But what would you choose? What do you think should be done? Such narrow options. So there are other options like a rebirth ceremony was one option I saw. There is imprisonment. There's all sorts, right? There are a bunch of different options. Anyway, I'm gonna kill them. The priest should know better than to defy the gods. If one tries to break their vow, then their life is forfeit. They should be put to death. So, you value honor. Falls into silent contemplation. Noticing her eyes on you, you do your best to look simultaneously pious and winsome. You are young, and your path is uncertain. You must seek a sign of favor from the gods. How do I do that? Straight up murder? Yeah. I will give you dispensation to enter into a ritual starfall match. We will see which direction fortune's blades will slice. Starfall is a popular sport among Marakians, but quite rough. Star-tipped javelins are thrown from player to player along the length of a field to reach the goal. A player holding a spear may not run, but must quickly slide and throw the star to a teammate. That's like that. There is an exception. Any player who is pierced by the falling star is allowed to run with the spear still driven into their body. Striking one of your teammates in this way also scores an immediate point, even if the blow turns out to be fatal. Professional Starfall players are highly paid and have legions of screaming followers, but they all know that every match might be their last. The sport is also played religiously for divination purposes, and the injury rates are even higher. Your academy put you all on the field once or twice as part of your regular exercise routine. but with the star being replaced by a puffball and so many special safety rules that not even a nose was broken, there was no preparation for a serious match. As for the deeper strategy of the game, you don't have a clue.
Test your faith and return to me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your All Holiness.
It's a dangerous task. The support of the High Pontifex could be very influential among Merakian nobles. How badly do you want it? You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you.
So we have a quest to go get ourselves fucking murdered. Yeah, by the way, it would straight up be a murder if we tried to do it. Right now. And yeah. So, Lucamere and Milan. Which, if you remember, Milan is the guy that I said from Merakian 1 that's an asshole. He's an auto-translate over to him. So, I have lost 2 votes. We have currently 4 votes in our favor, though. And we have prepped for a couple of others. I am going to go to Merakian 2, I think. Right. So I think I need to go over here now. Try and do the thing here.
We are prepared for the vote of the gods! The gods! Oh, the gods! You wanted to see me?
Yes, Your Highness. This is largely a formality, but it requires your approval and signature. The most recent Lothar of Science, who was your father's minister, has been offered a research directorship in the Hero 2 sector.
Hero 2? You haven't visited there yet, but by reputation, there's practically no there to visit. No habitable planets, no major population centers.
Having been so recently a member of the Celestial Ministry with privileged information, means that this individual must seek Imperial approval before accepting any such position. It is a matter of security.
What is this research directorship focused on? Does it have anything to do with my father's warp experiments?
No. The Institute is focused on atmospheric generation.
Terraforming. Well, advances in that field could help expand the Empire. But what are the security implications of approving this? You have been far too busy to study every action brought before the previous ministry. You'll have to take a guess.
So do I approve this guy getting a position and potentially leaking governmentary documents? Or I'm gonna approve it.
Tech comes back with an empire.
Yeah. Oh, there is a thing like that actually in this game.
Fine. I'll sign it.
Very well.
Is there any news about Lucamere's campaign?
A new interview for the feeds.
You appear onto the screen where you see video footage of Lucamere answering questions from reporters while making a visit to a historical castle on the Twin Worlds.
I already held an event there. Mine was better.
You can't waste your time worrying about what he's doing. You need to focus on your own schedule.
Alright, so I need deception and interaction because I need to get etiquette up later. But I don't think I want to swap to the outfit that we're going to be given. I think I want to keep the emotions outfit. Because we should still have enough etiquette to cover ourselves for now. But not long term. I will show the outfit later, though. We can swap to it cleanly later, but it's because I don't want to lose it for this event. In the early days of Merakian space exploration, before the Celestial Star Empire was born, the first colony outside the Twin Worlds was built on Sinjana. Sinjana? Yeah. Rocky moon of the untouchable gas giant Kur. It represents not only an exotic material resource, but also a gateway to the larger universe. Political and technological developments over the centuries have regulated it to little more than a waypoint for galactic travel. The mining operation continues, but Sinjar is no longer a thrilling frontier. Despite, or because, of its proximity to the Twin Worlds, it is very rare for Sinjar to receive an imperial visit. Dignitaries from its locale usually make their way to Kudro or Ondro for audiences. Thus, while Sinjar rates only one elector, this reception is the dream of a lifetime for every minor official and regional... give me a sec, I'll pull up the log. Every minor official and regional business director headquartered on the moon, invitations were in intense demand. I fucked up with economy. That's fine. It seems that half the guests wish to speak with you about some matter of investment opportunities. You have far more important things to do with your time. You turn them all away unheard. There is only one guest at this reception with a critical role to play in the near future. You scan the crowd, seeking. Yeah, I ain't gonna fucking hear anything from you NFT bros and vibe code investment strategies.
No, invest in my AI project. Come on, it's a great idea.
Fuck off. Your eyes fall upon a tall, willowy woman whose hair is the gleam of platinum. Makeup enhances the keenness of her gaze, making her age hard to guess beyond adult. Her silk gown is covered like a cascade of flower petals. At her side is a middle-aged woman with a pleasant smile wearing a dark-colored dress of demure sophistication. Thin traces of silver jewelry glint where they catch the light. This is Morelli, Elector of Sinjana.
Your Imperial Highness, it is my great pleasure to welcome you here. May I introduce my wife, Binyangai.
You exchange pleasantries.
Have you ever visited Sinjana before?
You have, actually, but only part as a school trip, an educational excursion to the old frontier. You're not sure that's what she wants to hear. Tell the truth.
When I first entered secondary school, we went on an overnight trip to Sinjana to visit the museum and see the original landing sites. For many students, it was their first step amongst the stars, as it was for our people long ago.
Well said, well said. A chime interrupts your conversation, signaling that the first of the scheduled speeches is about to begin.
I look forward to speaking with you in more detail later. Your Imperial Highness, please call on me if you have any needs. All of Sinjana is at your service.
Thank you.
You sense that she probably has positive feelings about you. Let's go shopping! Well, you can head... Anyway, we're gonna stay put.
You are hurried through the halls, late for a meeting when, rounding a corner, you see a servant directly in your path. His attention focused on dusting a delicate platinum sculpture of birds in flight.
Look out!
It's too late to stop. You thump into the servant's side. His arms fly up by instinct, trying to prevent himself from falling over, and jostle the sculpture, which tilts, falls, and crashes to the floor, cracking a wing right off one of the birds. The servant stares at you in horror. I can fix it. You peer down at the damage. It's a clean break. It's probably repairable.
Have that piece delivered to my room. I want to look at it in more detail. That is an official order.
You walk away, leaving the servant blinking in confusion. You have things to do. Trying to remember. What's next?
Oh yeah, I was gonna show the outfit. Here's the evening gown.
Anyway. We've got music. Right?
Yeah. That poor servant was probably horrified. Oh yeah, I mean, one of the fucking options is to behead him, right? So, you know, as you do. He was about to get fucking sacrificed for the gods.
Alright, begin turn. You regard the platinum bird statue that was knocked over earlier, now that you've had a bit of time to work on it. With the proper metal bonding agents, you've managed to glue the broken wing back into place. The crack is obvious if anyone bothers to look for it, but the proper shape and function of the sculpture has been restored. After all, you're a princess. Anything you do to an object becomes part of its history. You've just added more character, that's all. Now, you can put it back on display and be done with it.
Be done with it.
Anyway, let's negotiate. I can't remember what your negotiation was again. You arranged for a private conversation with Marilla.
I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?
Of course, Your Imperial Highness. You have my vote.
Thank you.
Thank God. I know she can fucking just send you on a really shitty quest from memory. Cool. I think that's just the end of the turn. Right? We're already indulgent, so there's no point in visiting the snake. That's literally the only other thing. In social turn. So we're at 5 pledges, versus the 2, for Lucomere. Which is not bad. Shut up, Windows. Have a dinner party again, I think. So we're actually just done there. So we can probably move... Holy shit, that's right. We could just go to Thrakis right now. I think that's actually correct, because I think we're going to interact with the Admiral then, right? Because the Admiral goes around. So I think Thrakis 1's the correct place to go. That should get... That's right, I'm going to have to deal with the Thrakis bullshit, right? We'll see how that goes. Yeah, I'm gonna just go to Thrakis 1. Entering the sector. This is our first time here.
Your Imperial Highness, some gifts have been sent to you in honor of your approaching birth star. More likely to arrive in the coming turns.
Oh yes, because it's, I think, the 15th is ours. The vestige presents you with an assortment of pleasant trifles from various premises and cafes around the Empire. These gifts are not a show of political support, only a matter of politeness. Whatever comes in the election, you are the last Emperor's daughter, the most highly ranked noble in the Empire. They are obliged to show you respect.
Send the usual letter of appreciation.
There are also some more unusual items. This, for example, was delivered on behalf of the Uzagaha. Zagaha species commonly referred to as the spindly walkers because of the long-legged exoskeletons that they use to move around. Their natural bodies are small, round, and squishy, with short tentacles that can barely drag their bulk over the ground. I don't know much about them. The labs show there are no signs of explosives or obvious dangers, but they are not certain what it is meant to be. The object appears to be a large sphere of glass or clear crystal, which is hollow, containing mostly air and a small pile of metallic-looking flakes. You rotate the sphere, and the flakes fall to the new bottom, but with an oddly chaotic motion, almost as if it was squirming. Once they fall into place, however, they are still. It must be art, but it doesn't look attractive or even interesting to you.
I think it's literally a fucking snow globe. So we'll put it in the vault.
It may be valuable, but I have no use for it. Put it in the vault with the other gifts.
Very well. There is much more momentous gift on offer from the Grib, if gift is the correct description. The Grib are the most alien of all the Celestial Empire's neighbors, resembling nothing so much as enormous ugly mushrooms. You find them unsettling. In honor of the Celestial Empire's change of leadership and in order to usher in a new age of cooperation and unity, the Grib propose a joint colonization project. They wish to invite approximately 5,000 Imperial citizens to establish a self-governing settlement on one of their underdevelopment frontier worlds, which lies a few jumps away from Hero Prime. This is highly unusual. An unusual situation could mean a rare opportunity. The establishment of a new colony would generally require an agreement of both the Emperor and the Comitia. Also, in the absence of an Emperor, it is not possible to appoint a new elector to represent the population. However, a provisional expedition is within your power to command. If you want to get a foothold in Grib space before the election and reap any potential political benefits for yourself, you'll need to act quickly. So, this is one where I get to tell you a little fun story about what was talked about earlier. If we send an expeditionary force to them, they get fucking drugged by things and become no, we're gonna defect now actually to the mushrooms because they're so much better and they treat us so much better. And you know what, maybe you guys should all defect to the mushrooms as well, and we're gonna try and spread. You basically, just refuse the fucking offer.
No, it is a little too strange. I don't think it's wise to make deals with the Grib.
Very well. It's nice to have presents, but you have studying to do.
I'm gonna just quickly switch to the gown. And then rhetoric and deception. So we'll need it for this next conversation. This conversation sucks, by the way. There's so many parts that you could go wrong in. Alright. Thraka's Prime, still beating heart of a culture far older than the Marakian Empire. A world that died and yet was reborn from its own dust. The first great global Thracian civilization reached for the stars and almost achieved them, but their hunger for glory outstripped their planet's resources. Their thirst for technology drained the seas and burned the skies. As the planet's heat grew, so did wars and plagues. But it was famine that finally decimated the population. The remainder of the Thracian race descended into barbarism, scraping for survival among the ruins. It took many hundreds of their cycles for rebuilding to begin. The second Thracian Empire civilization is slow, cautious, and a careful shepherd of its resources, and excessively proud of its accomplishments. That self-importance creates difficulties with the reception arrangements. As you are not yet empress, Thracian elite refuse to flock to the palace on your command, not without trescents of notice and preparation that you have no time for. An idea for a stream could be reading Dune. Honestly, I would love to do audiobooks. I think I would do well with audiobooks. I think that would be fun. Maybe that's what I should be doing with my voice acting training. Not like looking to be a voice actor itself, but like actually just do audiobooks. That'd be fun. I wonder what the legal stuff around that is. I'm actually curious. Like, how do you set up for that? Do you have to get hired through something for it? I wonder. Might have to look at that later. The Thracian government is willing to host you as a guest planetside, but you are not willing to look like a petitioner, nor to see the advantage of familiar terrain. At least in the Heavenly Palace, you have some idea what dangers you face. Both Star Dynasties, it's on sale, 75% off. Hell yeah. As a compromise, the three electors of Thraka's Prime have come in person to make themselves known to you, but without entourages. There will be no entertainment, no formal meal, no crowd, and nowhere to hide. Your guests are waiting for you in a small parlor, standing in a semicircle. All eyes are on you as you enter. Your attendant announces their names. Oberod, an adult male. Thrawn, standing proud in a golden-trimmed uniform. Reget, an elderly Thracian man who, with a short and round figure. And Zorana, and nonsense-looking woman with Therian scales and wings. You place your palms together, then spread your arms wide and straight in a traditional Thracian gesture of peaceful welcome. The electors briefly bow their heads to you in reply. I don't know for setting it up. Again, it's one of those things I'd have to definitely look it up if I was to like follow it through. I'm actually gonna just go grab some water. I'll be back in a sec. It also says a lot about me whenever I think of like an idea like, oh, I wonder what audiobook stuff would be like. The first thoughts I have are like, what are the legal implications with them? How, like, where can you go with the line on that? It's the first thing I fucking think of. Give me a second, I want to look at something. KFC are open. I could order KFC. I might do that in a little bit, actually. Like, unjokingly. Alright, there we go. You would like to speak to them each individually, but it's awkward. You have to pick one to address first, and the others would be right there watching and listening. They might feel slighted. I'm gonna use rhetoric, so that doesn't happen. I am the daughter of the great Emperor Dracosin, who has departed this life. I am the heir to his holdings, titles, and responsibilities. The position of Emperor, however, is too important to hinge solely on the matter of birth. The Emperor is the Empire, focused into one body and requires the support of the Empire. As my father's heir, I am the most obvious candidate to assume the throne, and my ascension will ensure continuity and stability within the government. I am traveling throughout the Empire, making myself known to all electors, so that you may judge for yourselves my fitness to assume the position. I will speak with each of you privately later, but for now, do you have any questions? Now that you've turned the spotlight back onto them, any point they raise in their own favor will be heard by the others. The woman's wings twitch. Your brother was the proposed heir until quite recently. You are very young, and you have not been active in galactic politics. What are your credentials? How are you qualified to rule an empire? I'm a student. That's nice. I have natural advantages. And I'm a fucking lie through my damn teeth. Do you think Emperor Dracosin was a man who would leave all to chance, with only one string for his bow? He trained me differently than he trained my brother, but he did train me. My role was to stay out of sight, avoid attention, and learn from the shadows. My father consulted with me in secret, explained the why of things so that I would be prepared. As for my if my brother had risen for power, I was meant to be his closest advisor, a hidden counterpart to the Imperial Thresher. It sounds like a good story. You only wish it were true. As far as you know, your father never thought about you at all.
Still, seems to have impressed your audience. Iron puffs up his chest and the medals on his uniform glinting.
Tell me, what is your experience with the military? Have you served a tour of duty?
Surely he knows that you haven't. You are too young for official service. Is this meant to be a trick question, or simply an embarrassment? Your brother joined the fleet, and that didn't end well.
Yeah, no, not a fucking chance.
Of course, I am, of course, too young for military service as of yet, and my duties at the Empire may not allow me to that freedom in the future. Of course, I understand the importance of the military to the safety of the Celestial Empire. That is why I rely on experts such as this Star Admiral to advise me.
Good tale, though? Yeah, exactly. Could have spouted a bunch of bullshit time to time.
Everyone looks unimpressed. Rajit clears his throat, then presses his hands flat to his sides.
We know very little about you as an individual. If I might ask, are there any forms of music you find particularly enjoyable?
Would they be flattered if you claimed to be a fan of Thracian composer? You think you've vaguely heard of a few, but you're not an expert. Classic Thracian music.
Hey, Matthew, how's it going? Oh. Hope you're all geared up for the fun holidays and such.
You don't know the intricacies of Thracian musical history, but you know what critics sound like. The more self-important the nonsense, the more believable the analysis.
Recently, I've been listening to the Over of Muraruk. Her song cycles show such a fascinating dynamic range. The improvisatory freedom implied by the rubato before it is pinned down again.
Rajit looks slightly blank, but nods agreeably.
And now, perhaps for some refreshments.
At your signal, servants enter bearing trays of light beverages and exquisite cheese. The small talk must continue, but the pressure will now be less. You need some time to think before you can decide how they feel about you.
Let's go shopping.
Blah, 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 blah.
And we're gonna stay put, because we've got a lot to do here.
A gift has arrived from the
Your Imperial Highness. It's a little stone It's a little stone cameo brooch. Enough of an approximation of your profile that you can tell it's meant to be for you, but nothing special.
Send them my appreciation.
Your birth star will be rising soon. Maybe you'll have a party. Probably this.
Good old allure and dramatic arts. Gotta be dramatic. Anyway, I need to switch back to the Golden Empress, I think. Alright. So, you kinda liked us. So I'm gonna charm and flatter. And attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. Such elegant manners you have for a girl of your age. You don't believe it's your manners that are winning his attention. It's always a pleasure to talk to you. You give me hope for the future. You sense that he probably has positive feelings about you. Legit negotiate. I think we're possibly all the way there, Will. Presents are under the tree, doing checks on my deck to see what I need, and I got Power Wash Sim 2 for my holiday game. Fair enough. God, I feel like such a, fucking grumpy old man. Like, I got no tree, I've given, one present out to someone. I hung out with my mate the other day, and I've got another present sitting in my drawer that I'll toss at the person when I next see them. And that's basically it at this point.
You arrange for a private conversation, Brigitte. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? I believe you have demonstrated a maturity beyond your age. I'm happy to offer you my support. Thank you.
Nice. Now I'm gonna charm and flatter you. You fuckers are easy. You engage in Oberon in private conversation and attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. He smiles at you, visibly flattered.
Ah, what a happy man I would be if my wife were half as so attentive.
I'm sure your wife is a lovely woman, and a lucky one.
If only she believed that.
You sense that he probably has negative feelings about you. What an asshole. Anyway, we're at 6 votes. I just looked at the game loader for Star Dynasties, and the options are numerous. They just toss you in there, no tutorial. I mean, this one has, again, I think this is the correct way to do tutorials in this case. You only get information when it's, kind of relevant, and they just showcase things. That's a great way of doing tutorialization in games, and I think it's a big mistake a lot of larger scale games do, is it's, so many menus you get. It's so long and arduous. In this game, you kind of just press buttons and explore a story. You gotta figure shit out. There is no tutorial of how to get to a win con. You gotta figure that out. That's the point. And I think that's perfectly good to do. Sure. Stay put. Does the game let you know when your rival claims votes? Yes. It will give you a pop-up at the end of turn when you have lost votes. That's why we know, when he even turned up to begin. We saw his vote go to himself, and then another vote go to him, and it's you've lost those votes. That's it. They're gone. I believe it's possible to convert votes, but you have to be, you have to blackmail them, basically, as an example. I think that's the main way to do it. Your screen chimes a merry tune. Your friends are calling you.
Parsley? Xana?
Best of... Are you on my fucking ship right now, you asshole? Why are you calling me?
Best wishes on your birth, stars rising.
I set this call up so we could both talk to you at the same time, even if we can't all be together.
They sing a little duet together, an old children's song about a crocodile being happy even on a dreary day because you were born.
Thank you.
Perhaps I'll find you later for your good luck kiss.
That's sweet, but you don't have to. So, you won't believe what I heard about, Zarzum?
For a while, you all sit around and gossip about old classmates and social shenanigans. And it's like being back at school again, except without the fear of detention.
Okay, I have to ask, is it true about, Mazarin?
Is what true about Mazarin? She's been reading conspiracy theory forums again.
I don't believe everything I read, but you have to keep an open mind.
You mean we can't be together? You're in the next room. That's basically my thought. It's like, motherfucker, I hired you. You're here. She's not. I get that. He is.
Anyway, there was the story going around that because your father's death was sort of a mystery, that the Shadow has gone searching for him and he can't rest until he finds the Emperor.
I agree with her story.
That's sort of true, I guess. See, I told you, he's cursed to be immortal and wander the stars forever. That's not what I said.
Vasily sighs and shakes his head. It's nice to spend time with your friends, but eventually you have to get back to your studies.
Oh, lordy, lordy, lord. The lizard government is being controlled by evolved monkeys. That's about right. Anyway, etiquette. Etiquette is such an important stat in these games. Especially if I'm trying to go for a peaceful victory and not like, I'm gonna just fucking put a gun to someone's head and go, you do this or I kill you.
There is a sound at the door.
Come in.
The Verstache enters carrying a white box. Your Imperial Highness, I am tasked on behalf of our late... On behalf of your father, with bringing you this gift. I ordered it in advance so that it would be ready for today.
Oh. Will it be another message of disappointment?
Or another upsetting video. You open the box to reveal a pair of gleaming silver shoes covered with intricate designs.
They're beautiful.
And stronger than they look. Perhaps your father didn't totally dismiss you after all.
I'll always love that moment. Because it's just a soft reminder of like, oh, her shoe broke at the very beginning as well, right? It goes to show that like, she was unstable, she was broken at the foundations, and now her dad is showing, it's like, hey, no, I believe you're stronger than you look. Not as important as dancing, but that's stayed in the game. Oh my god, yeah, so that's what I was talking about earlier. But dancing, man, dancing stack gets you that win con. That in his name? No, I would see it. I would see it. From what I've seen, the dad did actually give it a lot of a care. Alright. So, we've charmed him, we've flattered him a little bit. We can't do that more. We're still not going to succeed in a negotiation, so you know what? Let's give him a position.
Arrange for a private dialogue with Oberod and lay out your offer.
In exchange for your electoral vote, I am willing to grant you the role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy.
He puffs up his chest, smiling warmly at you. Well, you've come to the right place. I'd be happy to provide my guidance. What position were you considering?
Law. Right. Yeah, rule of law.
I look forward to the opportunity to serve. You have my vote.
Back to bribery, exactly.
Good.
Alright. Ooh. So, we've now got his vote. He gives history skill of 40. Analysis of voting history. Interesting. I don't think I've ever used that. So now it's you I need to convince. So let's charm with flattery or her. 40's not bad. 40's not bad. 40's adequate. You engage Zorana in private conversation and attempt to charm her with your personal appeal.
You're wasting your time, princess. I'm not one to grant privileges to every pretty smile. And yet you sense her eyes linger on you.
Damn, I'm fucking charming every motherfucker in this, eh?
You sense that she has probably positive feelings about you.
So now she likes us. Now you might think I should act upon that. I am not. In social term. So, we are now at 7 votes. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 slots left. Though, technically 2 of those slots, I can't remember if I can get away with giving away or not. I don't think I can. We'll see. But we've got 7 so far of the 30 votes. That's pretty good. But yeah, I can look here, by the way, and see, like, where the location is and who has voted. Alright, let's go shopping, I think. So now, weirdly enough, you might think this strange. We're gonna leave. And go to Thrakus too.
Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. It is my responsibility to inform you that there have been murmurings of discontent in the committee regarding the colonial enterprise. It is felt that you were too hasty in vetoing the group proposal without allowing the committee a chance for discussion. Representatives from the Heru system are particularly disappointed.
Well, too bad for them.
Another gift has arrived for you, however, there are concerns. The gift has been sent from Crystal Nova.
Oh,
Your family.
I got a thing to go to. Have a Merry Christmas, Scrooge, and you do, Flash. Have a good one, Matthew. Have a really, really good one. I hope you have a nice and fun holiday.
what is it?
The vestige brings out a wooden box made up of many separate pieces connecting in strange shapes. You can't immediately see how to open it.
So, this here is a message sent to us. This is a message that was sent to us by our brother that we have to unlock it and do a bunch of dumb shit for. We don't have the stats. I don't care. It's the Jumanji game board. No, it's not the.
What's inside?
Nothing as far as our scans can tell. This is a puzzle box, a challenge for the mind. The act of finding a way inside itself is the gift, though it can be used for store trinkets.
I recommend destroying the box. This gift, by its nature, is not fully understood. It could contain hidden dangers.
Can you trust such a gift? Do you even want a gift from your Novan relatives?
We have to use our brains. Well, we don't. The character does. And that's the problem. Our character doesn't have shit in the stuff of that. But no, it's a message from our brother to tell us that, like, an upcoming thing is, our chance to meet him and to, like, come see him alone and shit like that. And that's how we get that information. I'm gonna put it in the fucking vault.
Put it in the vaults with the other gifts. I don't have time for puzzles.
Time keeps slipping by so quickly.
Drama and the empathy. Alright. Yeah. So I need drama to go up, and then that'll give me the arts outfit. But I don't want that right now, but I want access to it. If I don't know if I need access to it, I just need the stats up. Dramatic and empathy, let's go. No, I will not put on the outfit right now. I'll show it later though. As per usual. The
primary function of the inner system's planets has always been to supply resources to the homeworld. After the rise and fall of the first great Thracian civilization stripped it nearly bare, both worlds are far wetter than Thracia's prime and contain great mineral wealth. The first planet, Chakagola, is a boiling sea above a volcanic core which spits out hot metal bombs and rare alloys. The second planet, Gakthon, resembles a vast swampland with a wide variety of plant and animal life. These worlds are immense strategic importance, but will never have the same prestige, the same sense of history, the same epic struggle. The elite are wealthy and powerful, but will always fix their gazes on the true nobility elsewhere. Strict observance of manners and old-fashioned protocol is likely to impress the local electors. As the most important person in attendance, you wait for the festivities to be in full swing before making your grand entrance. Once all eyes are upon you, you speak words of welcome, then grant them permission to return to their own conversations. You are not yet empress enough to command the whole assembly into silence for hours. You sweep your gaze over the assembled guests, picking the electors out of the crowd. Altkor, elector of Chakagola, is easily enough to identify. A man of mature age, he is unusually tall even for a thrall. His frame does not look at all muscular, but he is almost certainly far stronger than you. Altkor is unmarried, though a much younger male appeared to be in attendance with him. That might be his son, but he looks purely Thracian. More likely he is a new companion, or even a recent addition to the Elector's harem. The other Elector, Lorcas, is a well-dressed, middle-aged Thracian woman with a glass of blue wine in her hand. She is married, and her husband is not with her. He appears to be on the far side of the room, enjoying himself in the company of other women. Noticing your attention, she immediately makes her way over to you.
Greetings and welcome, Your Imperial Highness. It has been a long time.
Have you met her before? You do not remember her at all. Of course, everyone in the Empire knows who you are. And until recently, you were more interested in remembering your friends' schedules than in remembering the face of every politician in the Empire.
I'm just gonna gloss over the subject, thank you. Yes, I'm pleased to be able to meet with you again today. I only wish you were under less stressful circumstances.
In politics, circumstances are really pleasant. My condolences on your father's passing. He was a truly great man. He was.
He gave his life in service of the Empire, all for it. All of it and all of us. He's an inspiration to us all.
Indeed. I see your altar leg hovering nearby. I had better stop monopolizing your attention before he feels the need to plot his revenge. Two electors must engage in a certain amount of competition for prestige. I look forward to speaking with you again in the future. She bows to you and retreats politely, stepping away to avoid turning her back on you. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. There he is. The elector of Chakagola is swift to step into your circle of attention once his semi-rival is withdrawn. A bit too close, you need to crane your neck up to look at him in the eye. He is infernally tall. You summon up your hauntiest snare and glare at him until he lowers himself to a more respectful level. His shaggy green face looks pinched in, as it has been bitten into something unpleasant. Perhaps it's a sign of age, for his low rumbling voice sounds polite enough.
You honor the Thracian system with your presence, Your Imperial Highness.
It is my pleasure to be here. The younger man who was with Otterlick earlier is no longer in events. He didn't bring his companion over to be introduced. Does that mean something?
Truly, it is a day of great sorrow when your father left us.
There's a hint of disapproval in that statement. A sad day because it meant you'd inherit. What would he know? He's never even met you before, and you doubt he was any sort of confidant of your father's. Or was he? Were you particularly close to my father then?
He pauses. I cannot claim the privilege. I am only a humble servant of the Imperial Comitia.
He apparently doesn't intend to say anything useful. I look forward to speaking with you again later. The tall man recognizes his dismissal and withdraws. The sense that his feelings towards you are leaning negative. You take a deep breath, restoring your calm. There are still hours of social interaction left ahead of you. As you turn in search of other dignitaries who briefly meet the gaze of the young Thracian man who stands once again by Ultilic's side. He shoots you a friendly grin and tilts his head, encouraging you to come closer. You quickly turn away. That is a complication you do not need. Instead, you move on to the Promensor of Gakthon, a notorious boar. This may be a long evening. Let's go have a dinner party. And we'll stay put. Oh god. So much talking. My poor throat. Oh. Alright, give me a moment to re-screw my head on. Talking never ends. It's like in other streams I can kind of get away with it's like, well, I'll take a break for a moment or two, like a minute, and just not talk. Like this one is so much harder to not be talking, because it's like, if I'm not talking, casually to you guys and such, if I'm not talking to y'all, then I'm reading the game's text, right? Or I'm explaining my thought processes of what I'm doing in the game. Things that are normally not too bad, but so much fucking dialogue. Oh, Jesus. And it's trying to remember what I need to do next as well. Right? So, that's a big thing, it's so problematic. Right.
Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. You have received a message of a political nature. A consortium of Thracian technology companies wish to test your opinion on establishing a self-governing community in the largest moon of Sarvagas. They are not making an official proposal or requesting any official action on your part, merely putting out feelers to see if you might support the idea. Sarvagas is a watery planet in Sector Thracis 3. It has 3 moons, but they are outposts of the main planet rather than settlements in their own right. They don't maintain permanent populations. If one of the moons established a provincial government, that would be the first step towards declaring it a separate entity entitled to an elector. The others would likely follow suit. This isn't the first time that someone has broached the idea of lunar independence. Small electoral territories already exist, however, our Emperor has been in favour of the idea. 3 new Thracian electors could change the balance of power in the Empire. Do you wish to make a reply? This is not quite official business. You are not obligated to respond. Saito reminds you of the character from the Manga Kingdom, Sohei-kun. Viekun? Fair. Being non-committal.
I'm a bitch. I know politics.
I don't want to take a position right now. There is nothing that could be done until after the election. Ignore them for now. If they press for an answer, say something vague that doesn't make any promises.
Very well. Will Malith grant independence? Like, fuck, I would. Empathy and empathy to get us info. I need that information. He's a lot like him, but a real firm guy on decision-making swiftly. Yeah, like, that's the thing. I'll always say this, right? In a political sense, especially like this, having an individual like him around's great, because it's like, I'm not actually on your side or anything. Side, right? Like, I'm on nobody's side per se. I just do what I'm told, and I do what I know is correct. However, and it's why he says, like, I'm still coming to you for these decisions, because that is the correct thing to do. I don't agree with your decision, potentially, but hey. It's got over 800 chapters now. Oh, Jesus. Oh, that's a lot. That is a lot of chapters, Jesus. Oh, to be fair, I'm reading something at the moment. I'm trying to remember what it's called. I can't remember what it's called. I'm sorry. But it's basically like the Demon Lord has ceased his invasion plans because his daughter is like actually a kind-hearted demon. And he's like, how do I stop this? You need to be evil. And like people are going like all the demons around are like, okay, we'll help you be evil and shit like that. And it's like the daughter just keeps being a nice person. It's like, fuck! It's great. I have also started watching, what was the fucking name of it? The anime for, it's like, can I ask you one last thing? I think that's it, or something like that. Where it's the one that just finished this season of anime. That's like currently wrapping up. Where it is a villainous anime. And I fucking love it. It is a villainous anime where literally in the first episode, the like normal villainous moment happens where, oh, I'm gonna denounce you, you're no longer my wife, I'm gonna marry this person instead, you're awful, you've been bullying this person, you've been all this stuff. And she just kind of goes, oh, cool, can I ask one last thing? It's like, what? It's like, can I punch that bitch in the face? I've never met her before, but I'll punch that bitch in the... It's like, what? Just cracks knuckles, goes in, decks the shit out of her, and then, like, knocks the shit out of every single other noble in that room, including the prince. Like, she breaks a lot of bones. She's got blood on her face at the end, and she's like, ah, that was satisfying. Like, I fucking love it, because she's just actually glistening with happiness at the end with blood everywhere. And that is, like, the summary of how that series goes. She is perfect villainous kind of bullshit energy storyline for a lot of it. But she is just like, no, I like punching people. I like that a lot. It's so good. It's so much fun. It's a very much a recommendable anime if you enjoy villainous stuff. Especially with the twists that it's introducing. I'm at the stage where I've met, like, the massive twist of the story. As she's talked to, basically, a god, and they've told her what's going on. And also that god's personality is fucking amazing. So good. God, I love that series. But yeah, no, she straight up has the, because this is told in the first episode, she has the blessing of, the time god, basically. The god that controls time and stuff. Her blessing means that she can accelerate herself, she can reverse time, she can, like, all sorts of shit like this. She is really powerful. And she will punch a motherfucker when she can. It's great times. Engage Locus in a private conversation. Attempt to charm her with your personal appeal. Watches you with a fond smile.
You remind me of what it was like to be young and in such a terrible hurry to grow up. You're a beautiful girl, you know. Don't waste that. Talking to you isn't a waste. Flatterer.
You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. And now we have the numbers from the empathy being up. So we actually have strict numbers from this point onwards of where they stand. You engage Altco in private conversation and attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. His hairy green brow froze in confusion.
You are unusually sophisticated for a girl of your age, but I do not understand why you're wasting your time with me. Surely you understand that I have absolutely no interest in mating with you, either formally or informally.
Flirting isn't all about attracting a mate. It's a social dance of a game of words. A way to learn about each other and to sharpen our wits. It's not all about. It's not all interesting in your. I'm not at all interested in you romantically, but you are still very much worthy of my attention.
Yusen's feelings towards you are neutral. 50% approval. Nice. Because he's now leaning in neutral, I'm gonna offer him a cabinet position.
In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence of an imperial policy.
You can hear his nail tips drumming against a hard surface just out of sight.
What position are you offering me?
Commerce.
A wise choice.
So we have a deal?
I will support your bid in the election, and you will promote me to the Celestial Ministry.
Good. We got 40. It's not bad. We've got 8 votes now. So technically, we're already like halfway there. If we just wanted to win. Right? Go shopping. If we just wanted to win, we're halfway to winning. However, we want to do a little bit more than win. So now, I'm gonna go to Mal. I did miss out on interacting with the fleet. I really do need to interact with that at some point. Alright, the Mal sector.
Your Imperial Highness, we have received a diplomatic message from Crystal Nova. What do the Novians want now? They claim to have captured an Imperial intelligence agent carrying out espionage in their territory, and demand that you come in person to the border to negotiate an exchange. The problem is that it's not one of our agents. She taps her screen. This individual is a common Imperial citizen doing business on Crystal Nova. He's not an agent. He's not even an informant. He has no classified value. If there is this is an innocent citizen, then he might be condemned to a Novian prison through no fault of his own.
Better to lose some unimportant businessman than put the Imperial Princess at risk. Why do you think they're interested in her personal presence? Must be a trap.
Novians have designated a neutral sector just outside of the Imperial space to make the exchange. If you wish to negotiate, you will need to be at this location by turn 22. It is, of course, your decision.
And right now, you have other decisions to make.
So this is this is when we would meet the brother. This is what you're supposed to do. So, bit of a wild ball here. The Novians won't quit. No. I mean, I'm half Novian, right?
The Mao, the first alien race to be discovered and admitted to the nascent Celestial Star Empire, at least that is the Marakian perspective. The Mao consider themselves equal founders, for without them, there was no empire, only Marak. The Mao system contains one large inhabited world, its moon, which features heavily in Mao religious practice, and a chaotic asteroid belt, too dangerous for large ships to explore. There are no other planets suitable for colonization. This may explain why the Mao have always been drawn to the Draug system. They find the presence of barren space rocks romantically appealing and reminds them of home. The electors of the Mao Prime are pleased to visit the Heavenly Palace and make themselves known to you. The third elector of the system, however, is their religious leader, the chief witch or head shaman. For that meeting, you will need to make a pilgrimage to the Blind Eye, the ever-clouded moon. As the Heavenly Palace has frequently visited the Mao sector, the palace staff are quite capable of designing decor and refreshments that will be acceptable to the local guests. They do, however, pose you a question. Mao, even more so than full-blooded Marakians, have excellent night vision. For social gatherings and entertainment, they prefer very dim lighting. Your own eyesight, however, is less adapted to the dark. If you can't see what you're doing, you might embarrass yourself somehow.
We don't have the thing for the stuff, so I'm just gonna do a dark reception.
It's more important to keep your guests happy and comfortable. You'll just have to be careful how you move around. The halls look rather mysterious in the dark. What you can see of it anyway. The reception gets underway to the apparent enjoyment of all. Many who live in the Heavenly Palace appear to have connections on Mao Prime, and conversation throbs pleasantly through their room. You offer polite greetings to anyone who comes your way, but you do not need to locate the electors. Oh, you do need to locate the electors. Fortunately, one Mao looks much the same as another in the dark. Most of the guests can see far better than you, and so can the attendants. More importantly, it is their job to keep an eye out on all the high-ranking guests in case they require any additional service. The waiter you prevail upon is only too happy to assist you in locating an elector, and has no reason to guess that your request was the result of weak vision rather than a desire for efficiency. Arielotti, Elector of Mao Prime, is a mature woman with the flesh of added fivums does not make her soft. The man with her, most likely her husband, is clearly in her shadow. She talks, and he only nods. When she sees you, she comes forward, and he fades into the background.
Greetings and salutations, Your Imperial Highness. Are you enjoying your party?
You sense the subtle sarcasm in her choice of words. Her greeting is too casual for someone of her rank, and yours, and this reception is not exactly a party. Something about this event is rubbing her fur the wrong way. She thinks you're only here to have fun.
Yeah, I'm gonna fucking...
I would not call this a party, Madam Elector.
We are all here for many purposes, making new connections, strengthening old alliances, I'm sure revisiting some rivalries as well. Most importantly, we are here to learn about each other and to advance the good of the Empire. The refreshments and entertainment are secondary. Though, of course, the staff here have created an exquisite setting, the Heavenly Palace would expect nothing less. Quite. The Imperial family is always welcomed when they visit our sector in search of knowledge and enlightenment.
That's a hint, which is easy enough to understand. The Mao are very proud of their connections to the spiritual realm, and believe they have access to information that the Moroccan priests can never divine.
I look forward to visiting the Blind Moon, if it will be my first time.
May your eyes be opened. If you'll excuse me. She raises an empty glass to you, and then turns in search for an attendant. You sense her feelings towards you are neutral, 41 approval. Ah, it's my favorite boy. As soon as she leaves your circle of conversation, someone else bounds in to take her place.
Your Imperial Highness!
The second Mao Elector bows to you, then bounces back up, brimming with energy.
It's such an honor to meet you. I only wish the circumstances were better. My sympathies for your father, of course. Have you visited Mao before?
You blink, thrown a bit off stride by such rapid-fire enthusiasm, and he laughs.
I promise I have not had more than one drink so far. I'm just excited. May I introduce you to my lovely wife?
And that's the wrong way around. You have the higher rank, he should introduce his wife to you. Not you to her, otherwise it would be a clear slight on your status. He's certainly nervous about speaking to you. That may have rattled him into putting his words in the wrong order. Accept graciously.
I would very much enjoy meeting her.
Right, good.
He brings forward a golden-furred woman who he introduces as his wife. Pearlhead Dossagel. Like the Elector, she is not much older than you. She purrs a kiss over the back of your knuckles and then quickly returns to her friends. Toothless watches the sway of her tail tip as she walks, pouting slightly.
I'm sorry, I hoped you'd be more impressed.
You can make it up to me. Your good opinion obviously matters to him. A tiny bit of flattery can go a long way.
It's quite alright. After all, it's your company that I am here for, Sir Elector.
Oh, right.
He takes a deep breath.
I said too much all at once. You haven't been to Mao before, have you?
No, I haven't.
Well then, will you at least let me be your guide? For the evening at least. I can tell you all the tales.
Do you want to spend the rest of the reception with him? So, I wish I could stick with him. That just guarantees the vote. But I think I should be nearly good with him. But, like, genuinely, if I just stay with him, I guarantee it. I should etiquette this.
There's so many people here that I need to meet. I shouldn't stay with any one person too long. It's important that everyone in attendance feels able to approach me.
You need to make connections, I understand.
Don't worry, I'll be calling on you again later.
I look forward to it.
He bows to you again and then withdraws. He sends his feelings towards you are friendly. Cool, we don't need to worry. He'll fucking be with us anyway. Toothless is fucking amazing. I love him. Let's have a dinner party. And then we will stay put. For once, nothing urgent has summoned you from your bed, just the usual pile of routine dispatches and updates. The Vestige has sent a reminder that the Anagalia
A major religious festival, including blood sacrifice, will take place on turn 24. While there will be many ceremonies across the Empire, the primary ritual is held on Crodro and is presided over by the High Pontifex. Additionally, the Emperor, or a high-ranking noble designated as his proxy, would be present in order to receive an augury for the future of the Empire. If you wish to attend, you should make plans to be in the sector Marak 1 on that turn. On with your day.
Sports. Alright. So, Rhodey, Irilotti, I'm gonna charm and flatter. You can sense that flirting too openly with the lector would only irritate her, so you're careful to keep the conversation focused on matters of business, current events. The bait you've chosen is more subtle. The elegant wardrobe and feature-assenting makeup is helpful, but more importantly, you hang on every word Irilotti says. Your bright eyes are wide and your lips are glistening, the perfect picture of a fascinated pupil. No word of open admiration is ever spoken, but attention is itself flattering, and you can see that the elector's gaze soften just a bit when she looks at you. You see that her feelings towards you are neutral. And let's negotiate with Tutelus. You arrange for a private conversation with Tutelus.
I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Oh, of course. Great.
That was easy.
But you're not going to go just yet, are you? Can we talk for a while? I saw this amazing show on the feeds I wanted to ask you about.
Sure. It's nice to be reminded that not all the electors are only interested in using you for political gain.
I love Toothless. He's so great. He's so cute.
Alright. Investigate background. You dig into the background of Irilotti, Elector of Mal Prime. Despite having been confirmed in her post for many Fivums, Irilotti married only later in life. Her husband, Yalo, is a gentle man who prefers home life to politics. And her son and heir are still too young for betrothals. By all accounts, a portrait-perfect family.
Toothless the Terrific. He's fucking amazing.
However, this was not her first relationship. Previously, Irilotti pursued an engagement with a man who eventually jilted her in front of her younger sister, Henny, a socialite and media presenter who licensed her face as the author of ghost-written books she never reads. Relations between the siblings have been frozen out ever since. Since young adulthood, Irilotti has been linked in a romantic friendship with another woman, Lenena, an old school friend who married young. It is not clear whether or not they are lovers, but Lenena spends far more time with Irilotti than with her own husband. If it is an affair, it would be a mild embarrassment for all parties, since both women are married to others. Not, however, a world-shattering scandal.
We're at 9 votes.
Oh boy.
Go shopping.
Yeah, I think I move here. morning, Your Imperial Highness. The committee requests your opinion on a complex matter of law. Yours is not necessarily the deciding vote, but they are interested in seeing how you would address the situation.
Alright, what is the situation?
Does L the loser even live?
In regards to the question of inheritance, a Thraken matriarch recently passed into eternity. She had 2 children, one by her second husband, who predeceased her, and the other by her concubine. She left no will.
So, the status and the majority of the estate is inherited by the child of the marriage, with smaller shares for any surviving concubines and the other child.
Under normal circumstances. Documents have since been found to indicate the matriarch's first husband was not actually dead at the time she married her second, making that marriage legally invalid.
How did that happen?
They were living separately on different planets. Either there was a miscommunication, or the matriarch produced false death papers to show that her first marriage was no longer an issue. The first husband did die half of 5 later, before the supposedly legitimate child was born, but the mistake was not noticed or dealt with at the time, so the invalid marriage was never replaced. None of this would be an issue if the woman had left a will. As it stands, the person who was treated as the heir is technically neither the child of marriage nor a registered concubinage.
So the concubine's child is challenging the inheritance.
That's a mess. The people who broke the law in the first place are all dead and cannot be questioned. By one interpretation, the heir is now legally entitled to nothing, despite being raised all their life to expect it. Is there some legal precedence that might apply? What is your recommendation?
Treat the 2 children equally.
There's a concept in contract law called severability, where even if part of a contract is invalid and struck down, the rest of the contract still stands. This woman intended to marry her second husband. She legally could not form a marriage bond with him, but she could have made him a concubine. Under the circumstances, it's reasonable to downgrade her marriage into the next most appropriate category. By that standard, they're both children of concubines, and should inherit equally.
Very well.
But yeah, I like that one. That's an interesting question, because it's like, that's actually like a puzzle. Like, that's a genuine, interesting puzzle. Who gets the inheritance? If the marriage is voided, technically speaking, downgrades people. Yeah, I mean, it's like, it is actually probably the most reasonable approach is to just go like, no, you know what? They're now treated as equals. We've brought the heir down to the concubinage stage, but it makes sense. How would that go under New Zealand law? Oh fuck, it would be a mess. I mean, technically none of that should even be able to occur because none of that's quite what would happen, but it's basically, okay, so the question, if we were to translate it into more realistic and possible occurrences, so we're talking about a situation where we have 2 children, one born technically in a situation where it should have been out of wedlock, like it was in wedlock, so it was a bastard child, but it was not understood as such, so they're the legitimate child, and then another that is a bastard child guaranteed. That's the closest you get, right? So, and since there's no will, it would probably actually just be straight up the children have equal access to everything. It would have to be down to legal dispute though, and it's gotta be a case-by-case basis. If, for example, the second child, the child of the concubine in this case, but we can't have concubines in New Zealand, was not living or had not really had much involvement with the parent, but the primary child had, the primary child would probably be able to take most of it, but the other child would be able to claim inheritance. That is how I would believe that to go down. I'm not a lawyer, and my legal knowledge in that scope is probably limited, but that would be my assumption based on my understanding of other legal stuff. Most states here recognize children out of wedlock if the parents together and it's known. Yeah, like that's the thing. The primary child in our case would be 100% acknowledged as the primary child. It's the second child is the one that becomes a question of, okay, so this is a child born out of wedlock, potentially as an affair. So it comes down to whether or, like, there would have to be a minimum amount given to this child, because it would probably be a court-ordered scenario where the father would have to pay a regulated amount towards the child. There's a term for it and I'm blanking on it right now. Alimony, right? That's like that sort of thing. So that's that situation. But if the child is not living with the parent, then they will have a lower claim, in my experience, than the child that's actively living with the parent. They will be able to come in and claim stuff, but there will be an easy counterclaim and claim of it's like, oh, you're not around. Right? Like, you're not around. We'll give you something, in monetary value of equivalency or stuff like that, but, like, that's pretty much probably it, or some way of remembrance. The primary stuff will go to the primary child. In that case, under my understanding. However, again, I to my understanding, that would be a very heavily case-by-case basis, so it would be down to, like, how much interaction the children have had, and stuff like that. Once you and the child, you're their parent once paternity is confirmed. Yeah, well, I mean, that's always an important thing. That's what happened in my case, is paternity had to be confirmed. Because, wildly enough, just as part of this conversation, I am actually a bastard child. My father, I believe, was married at the time and dated and slept with my mother. And I was had, and yeah. Which is why I have personally not met my father properly. He has only been in my life like 2 or so times, I believe, totally. Because I think he, at about 3 months old was when they did the paternity test to confirm it. And then, I, like, once or twice seen him. I've never actually talked to him. He was separated and filed for divorce. Yeah, but, like, that's much nicer. Not what my situation was, where, yeah, it was pretty bad. That's why, actually, fun little fact, my birth certificate does not have a listed father. Like, it is only my mother listed on it. Anyway. Got born and was a dead ringer for him. Damn. I have nothing that I need to do here, right? Yeah. Family basically accepted me, no issue. They were pissed at him for holding them to secrecy. Yeah, no, it was fucking... For me, it was just straight up, I just never got to interact with that family. This is that fun thing of like, I actually have a shitload of half-siblings. I've met by accident, I've never actually talked to. There was one time when I was a kid, that I accidentally played with my half-brother. Like, it was literally kids playing at a park, and I just happened to be playing with, it was very much a happenstance. That's the closest I've ever gotten to that, and that was yonks ago, obviously. I've definitely considered, trying to get in contact with my father, just to, like, know them. Not to, like, get to know them properly. I just want to, like, have ticked that off before they die. It's, like, very low priority order. I know. I mean, I've cut away from the other side of the family. May as well see if the other side of my dad's side's worse. From what I've heard, no, they're not great. So that's wild, accidentally playing with your half-brother. Yeah, I know, right? When I was told about that, I was like, damn, it's kind of fucking impressive, honestly. Nah, my family dynamics are pretty terrible. I got news recently, and I'm gonna be like a little tentative on this one. I got news recently passed through the grapevine to me because again, my family doesn't actually have ways to directly contact me anymore. I've refused it. But I got information that basically my nana's gonna probably pass away soon. And it's really harsh, and I mean this with like, please understand, everyone's situations are very different. I got this information and I was asked basically, loosely, do I want to meet them? Do I want to like come and see them before they potentially pass away? And my immediate thought is just like, why? And I basically said, no, I have not been, have I been asked for? If I've not been asked for, I have no reason to turn up. So I'm assuming they'll probably pass away by the end of the year. That's kind of the expectation that I have based on what stuff was going on in the past. Like it's was it my grandfather or my pop basically he passed away about Christmas a few years back. That's your right to feel that way. Yeah, exactly. Like, again, that's why I say, everyone's family dynamics are very different. My family dynamic is filled with everyone being awful to each other, so I don't really have very many positive emotions towards any of them. And it basically just comes to a situation of... Think of it like this. You hear a friend of a friend's nan's passing away. You sit there and go, okay, well, it doesn't affect me, but I still feel sympathy for those that are actually being affected, right? But that's about as far as it kind of goes for the majority of the time, in my experience of people. Yeah, that's basically how I feel about this situation. And another who doesn't talk to any of his extended family. Yeah, I've literally not talked to my, I've basically fully just denied that side of my family. I don't have any blood relatives that I will ever talk to at this stage. The only side is the side that I've literally never talked to before, and I'd give them a chance to talk to them. That's it. Just as brother and sister. That makes sense. I don't even have siblings, so, you know. Well, direct siblings. But yeah, no, I found that, like, I know a lot of people that are like that. People have hard times with their families and all this sort of stuff. It's just, yeah. And that's why I'm like, I don't want to make a big deal of it either. This is one of the issues I always have, was when people talk about families or ask for, like, advice around families, I'm like, how can I say this without, like, sounding like I'm going for sympathy? Like, think of it like it just doesn't matter to me anymore. It's not a bad thing that's the case. I have people around me that care about me, and I care about them. Like, I have my own found family. That's fine. And that's why I value those that actually you come to care about more than people that are like, in a sense, by blood are told that they should be caring. I don't see blood as a very deep bond, personally. Father and his side and family and that side, yeah. There is one girl's dad was a member of an overseas crime group and got arrested. That's kind of cool. I know that's not how I should respond, but that's kind of cool. She doesn't talk to or visit him because he lied saying he was a businessman. Okay, well that's fucked up then, yeah. Glad you've got found family. Yeah, like that's the thing, is at the end of the day, if you've got people you can feel comfortable and happy with around you, that's what matters. Like, as you said there, like, the fact that it's like, oh, he got arrested and he was a businessman and all, from a certain point of view, argument, sort of thing. But no, like, by lying, that's the problem, right? Like, that's the part that I'm like, yeah, no, I would agree, that's pretty fucked up. Now, admittedly, I get not being honest with your kid about maybe committing crime. But, anyway, let's go to Meraki 1. Let's get there for things. But, yeah, no, that's why, like, illicit goods, like smuggling industry equipment, to sanction oh, no. Oh, that's... Again, no matter your argument as to why you're doing it, again, it's the thing of, like, a crime is a crime. There is a moral argument sometimes. Like, obviously, it's the case of, like, kid sells food, but you find out the kid is, like, the only one fending for him and his younger sibling. Is that a crime? Yes, it is still a crime, but there is a moral argument there of, like, okay, teach not to steal, find a way to feed them. It's kind of hard when it's weaponry. I'm totally not looking at my the KFC menu right now, by the way, to figure out if I want to just, like, order a giant fucking bucket for myself. The guy was good at legal, he just hated it? Yeah. I mean, I've talked about before, and take this tentatively, what I'm about to say. But, like, so something I do know about my father. Something I do know about my father is he was a businessman through and through, and I very much that as well. And he would find every potential loophole that's not per se illegal, but it's like, this is on the verge of gray, on the line of things you can do. It's things you can do within the scope, but it's also like, kind of, Chick-fil-A, Zach, but no, we don't have any of that. I think Chick-fil-A is in, like, Auckland and Wellington, but not in Palmy. We did well, I say recently, we did relatively recently get a, Popeyes That's not... That happened. You got Popeyes. It's a mixed bag, though. Like, the burgers are quite nice. I don't mind the burgers. The tenders are really good. The buckets are pretty disappointing, though. Also, the, what you call biscuits, I'm like, they're just scones. They're just dry scones. That's it. Like, don't get me wrong, you've got to dip that shit in, like, some fucking something, but, you know. Also, sorry if it's distracting you from the game. Oh, dude, I'm literally looking at food right now. There's a reason why the VTuber model's not working, because I'm looking at food on my phone. Do not think you're the one that's distracting me right now. I'm distracting myself. I am currently deciding what I want to do. Get Church's chicken. I don't think I know Church's chicken. In Palmy, outside of, like, so what we have what's called, so we have KFC, we have Popeyes now, and we have, what's called, Chicken and Chips. It's kind of an overarching brand, but it's handled independently, right? Chicken and Chips is a brand that basically, at, like, dairies and stuff like that, corner stores, whatever you call them, but at the dairy, you can sometimes get them, and it's just straight up some of the best chicken you'll get. It's just amazing. It's gorgeous. It's good big pieces. It's not fucking like KFC's anemic stuff. It doesn't feel wet like KFC stuff as well, because KFC stuff sits there for ages, so it's not as often crispy. Golden Chick's still around. They closed during COVID franchise. Contact them. Yeah. That was unfortunately happened a lot of places as well. Yeah. We had a few places like that. You know what? Fuck it. Do that. Do that. Damn, that's spinning. Alright. In Southeast US. Yeah, so it's probably a similar brand to that. It's just like, it's... Every place that offers it isn't the same. They have very different things. But, it is, like, normally... It's either adequate or better. Right. Golden Chick, Chick is Texas chicken? I wonder how they do it. I haven't actually looked. But yeah, like, I will say that Popeyes like buckets and stuff like that. Like, they're just actual chicken pieces. That's probably like, eh. I was definitely very disappointed in their, like, spicy chicken. That was just, like, it's the taste of, like, it's spicy for the sake of being spicy and not, like, actual spice flavoring. And they leave it in it. Yeah, no, that's okay, yeah, that's basically the same as what I'm saying, yeah. It's stuff like that. Where it's like, they cook it in a thing out the back, and then it's just, yeah, you can get some. Chicken and chips is what we have here. It's great. It is by far the better way to have it, and it's normally about the same price, if not cheaper. Your Imperial Highness, the situation is developing rapidly in Hero 3 sector. Biscuits are either good or overcooked. Again, they're just scones to me. They just taste like scones. So I was like, they're alright. But, like, much like scones, I like them, but I will not... It's hard for me to go out of my way to make them. Like, scones I can make very easily, but I still don't make them often. Just because it's like, is it worth me going out of my way to make it? It's like, not really. Gas station chicken can hit so good. Yeah. Nah, it's there's a specific place, in my city that I would like. If I was told go to the best chicken place in town, it's there, and it's a fucking like supermarket, like a mini mart. So good. A previously unknown disease has surfaced in Quachim. The victims suffer intense fevers and pulsating lesions. It appears to affect individuals of multiple races. We currently have no information of incubation periods, mortality rates, methods of transmission, or even a source of the ailment. The sector's economy is heavily dependent on tourism. News of an outbreak will damage many businesses and may cause unrest. However, travelers in and out of the region might spread contagion. Disabling the sector's warp gate to enforce a strict quarantine will stop the disease from spreading, but also prevent medical teams from reaching the crisis. Yeah, I mean, this is literally what happened in New Zealand. We were a tourism country, and fucking COVID knocked our economy right on its ass. Like, it's what? Tourism, dairy, and forestry is like our main... and software, sorry. Software is also. And what is your priority? Science bureaucracy, organizing medical science team. It's probably the better option, if I remember correctly. The most important thing is to find out more about this disease and how to treat it. Use my personal resources to organize the best doctors and medical scientists to tackle this. Very well. How should we handle the public information aspects? Media... issue health advice. People lost their damn minds. Oh, yeah. Look, I still remember going into the supermarkets after COVID, like, during COVID's, big initial thing, and trying to, like... I think the funniest moment was, like, 2-3 weeks in when I went and I had to buy toilet paper, and I looked at the person, and I'm like, I feel like an ass, and she's like, nah, you're buying one, you're doing better than most. I'm like, I'm at the point where I'm gonna have to use the fucking receipt to wipe my ass if I don't know how to buy this right now. It's fucking so dumb. I'm trying to run a man over at Walmart over fucking, of course. Of course, why not? Why wouldn't that be your, like, thought process of, yes, I must have the toilet paper. Jesus. Of all the things that broke down during that time, man, I still don't understand that. Because it was really funny because people bought it out because there was, like, a twinge of talk about potentially the supplies running out. And you know what's really funny? Is because everyone overbought it, the supplies ran out. So we actually did have a scarcity crisis with it for a little while. Which is really, again, it just goes to show how much public, like, mass hysteria is a very big problem in a lot of places. Where toilet paper dealers in town, like drug dealers, that's fucking funny. I remember at one point in time we eventually got, cause like they started setting up so they could deliver, from the, like places to home. And God, that made things so much easier, but like, God, you were fighting to get shit sometimes. Because at the time, online orders took low priority. So it meant that, like, if it was on the store, if it was in the store, it would go on the shelf first, and they could only pick from out the back, to my understanding, or like limited from the shelf. Which meant that, like, we'd run out of stuff that I could just go into the store and buy. But it's like a COVID scare. I'm actually a someone that was like considered high risk. Which is why when I caught it, I was fucking destroyed heavily by it. It was nuts though. We don't know exactly what's happening with the disease yet, but we can, we don't exactly know what's happening with the disease yet, but we can help give people general information to help keep themselves safe, hygiene, and so on. Very well. Detail your requests, and I will get to the process started. An epidemic is a bad omen for the Empire, whatever way you look at it. This could do great damage to your reputation. Yeah, I actually had one of those like little clamp things that was put on me to like see where my oxygen level was at. And this is like the little fun story of during COVID. When I was at my worst, I actually was below the thing, and I should have gone to I should have gone to the hospital. I should have been in intensive care, because I actually dropped below the thing, and I would have been. There was a very good chance I could have died that night, actually, if I wasn't lucky. I decided it'll be fine and just went to bed and passed out. Not like pass out, haha, I'm going to sleep, and I went to... No, I actually like fully passed out like 10 minutes on the bed and was unable to be woken. I was very, very ill. Barely able to breathe and barely able to put oxygen into my body. It was not fun. Which is why I have permanent lung damage from COVID. That was partly my own stupidity, though. Fun little fact. So when you're sick, right? This is a thing. When you're sick, typically when you start feeling better, if you've got like a cold or something like that, it's actually quite good to do some exercise because it helps get your body pumping, gets you going, and great, right? So at the time, I was already getting told before getting COVID that I needed to like get better at my like exercise routines and stuff like that to be a bit healthier. Try and help my heart out. So I got hit by COVID. I obviously stopped. I started feeling better, and I'm like, well, clearly this is very much like any other illness, and I should get some exercise done now, because I'm feeling better. A little fun fact, very much the exact opposite is the case with COVID, is that doing it can exacerbate issues quite a lot. In fact, to the point that was why I should have gone to the fucking emergency room. I basically was like, almost a week into having COVID, and I was starting to feel better, and then I did this, and then I was down for like a week and a half. Barely able to function, and I had to finish a degree, I had to finish papers during this time for my degree that I fucking still managed to finish. But it's why I got marked a lot higher on one of my assignments than I probably should have been, because, as quoted by my lecturer, I saw exactly the moment you caught COVID in your writing. So I marked it at what it was the rest of the time. As it was basically 70% of it, fucking it was like a B+ and shit like that. The rest of it probably shouldn't even been graded. And he's like, you couldn't breathe at the time, I'll let you pass. I very much appreciate it. It's because he knew me personally, so he was like really good about it all. Because we went out for coffees and stuff like that regularly, so he's like, oh no, I know what you're capable of, I can see it, especially in the writing of this, and then I can see the fucking moment you just drop. which was really funny. So yeah, there you go. That's your little, like, thing of COVID for me. So that's why, like, I get when people, like, say very low of what happened in COVID, but, like, I'm just, again, that's why I'm like, oh no, there was a very, very solid chance I would not have made it on the other side of COVID, especially with how I was acting in it. COVID was a very serious deal, especially to people like me. So glad that it's basically going to be a permanent part of everyone's lives now, though. I don't think, again, I don't think COVID's ever going to disappear. It's just going to be part of, like, the normal scope of things now for the rest of our lives. And it's going to be so funny, because, like, 10, 20 years down the line, we're going to have kids going, like, like, Uncle or Grandpa Mouth, what was the COVID like? Do you remember? And I'm just gonna have Vietnam flashback look of just like, oh, oh no, not again. I don't want to be reminded of that time. Realistically, most people just sat on their ass during that time. I was trying to finish a fucking degree. So it was actually rough as shit for me. But no, like this, I do love that, is that so many people I know are gonna go, oh, it was awful times, it was awful. What did you do during it? Oh, I, for like 2-3 years, sat on my ass, played video games. Like the meme, yeah, no, it's that literal, it's that, that soldier meme where it's just the guy. Your Imperial Highness, I have updates on the Hero 3 situation. Your request for medical aid was received, and the first experts are arriving in the sector now to take samples and investigate the situation. Your message about hygiene and health advice to avoid spreading disease are clear and well communicated. The general populace understands what they need to do to keep themselves safe. Your personal plea to the citizens to abide by your restrictions for the good of the Empire appears to be working. Everyone wishes to do their part. Man, that's fucking different how COVID went, huh? I switched to the online because university was closed for it, then reopened late. I knew how, from how I saw the students acted. I get it in a week. Yeah. Look, for us, we didn't close down for fucking yonks. And we just kept turning up until, like, one of the major outbreaks, because we actually took a long time to have big-scale outbreaks in New Zealand. The problem we had in New Zealand, though, was, and this is where I start getting cautious of what I say, because it could get political, our government at the time really heavily worked on lockdown architecture, right? Like, to ensure that we couldn't get it into the country. The problem was, once it got into the country, we tried to lock down again, and that didn't work, and so they kept trying to do lockdown measures, and it kept not working. And it just kept pissing people off more and more. That was the big issue in New Zealand for us with it. It was a very high stress scenario, and it did not get handled well by anyone involved. Alright, are we ready to potentially die? Let's go. Starfall matches are held regularly. You have heard Her Holiness's dispensation. But you still need to call ahead and make several arrangements. You will only be able to attempt this once.
The sport is dangerous, and a ritual match even more so. The temple players don't wear helmets. If you're struck in the head, you could just be killed instantly. Are you sure you're ready for this? Ignore all of those fails that just flung past. Let's play. It's what Her Holiness wanted. The Heavenly Palace Labs can give you a shot of something to boost your speed for the match. Some people might consider that cheating, but you haven't been officially given any rules on the subject. For all you know, the temple players are regularly high on smoke. Still, there might be side effects. Take a speed booster. You let the scientists inject you and feel a rush of awareness. Once the arrangements are made, you transport down to the planet's surface. Tonight's match represents a symbolic conflict between two deities as they clash over dominance in the Merakian pantheon, demonstrating the influence they will hold over the twin worlds for the cycle to come. This match pits Zorana, goddess of poison, ice, and wild plants, versus Kathox, god of song, construction, and the hunt. The chosen deity does not affect the team's equipment or the game rules, only the colors the teams wear. The star will not be poisoned. Which deity do you choose to play for? Zorana. You put on a black bodysuit and wind yourself with green and silver ribbons. The rest of your team does not bother to strike up conversation with you or with each other. Their faces are expressionless behind the patterns of paint representing their loyalties. There is no discussion of strategy, no attempt to build excitement. It's like they're in a trance. You've had no time to train with these people. You don't know how they play. Are they just going to ignore you on the field? It looks like team or no team, you may be on your own. You came here to impress the High Pontifex with your devotion in order to win her vote. What is your primary objective in this match? Your team's victory. In order to show that you have the favor of the gods, you need to win. It's the whole point of these ritual sports, isn't it? So, where can you make the most impact? Generally, the rusher charges forwards towards any midfield enemy holding a star to tackle them and make them drop it, or at least to force them to throw without the time to aim. It's an extremely energetic position that calls for a strong, fast athlete. While good rushers are an important part of any team strategy, they don't score points directly, and the players are usually less popular because of it. If you want to earn glory, this might not be the best position. A disruptor tries to intercept the enemy's pass by knocking the star out of the air or blocking it from the reach of its target. This requires a lot of jumping, long arms, and luck. Hey, Butterscotch, how's it going? Disruptors are the players most likely to make physical contact with a still flying star in order to steal it from the other team. It's rare for everything to line up just right to make that possible, but when it does, it makes for a highly dramatic replay. This makes disruptors the best position for seeking personal glory, but the risks are also obvious. A receiver tries to keep their distance from other players so that he can pick up the star if it is thrown in their direction. This requires quick judgment to take advantage of opportunities and a good throwing arm to move the star along. Receivers are usually the ones to make the final throw to score a point, which makes them look good. You're sure you can throw well enough to hit the goal if given the chance, so this might help you stand out in the High Pontifex's eyes. Receivers also have the chance to be hit by a falling star, since the spear might be thrown directly at them. But a receiver standing still and getting pierced doesn't look nearly as dramatic as a disruptor leaping for it. it. Which role will you attempt? I'm gonna go for receiver, I think. You stake out a patch of territory on the side of the field near your goal. Near your target goal. There's a lot of dancing around as players from the enemy team try to get close enough to block anything sent your direction, and you attempt to avoid them. Still, it doesn't feel like your team has much interest in passing the star your way. They don't know or trust you. You're not going to be the top choice to pin a strategy on. Try to tap into the spirit of the game, howling in excitement when your team makes a move, screaming in the faces of the enemy to taunt them or scare them away, jumping around and yelling, "I'm open," whenever a star is on the move. There's nothing like sports to bring people together. They will acknowledge you. At last, you hear a shout and see a star winging your direction. This is your chance.
I'll let it hit the ground.
You want to win the match, but you don't want to be skewered. You watch the trajectory, try to judge where the star will land. The spear slams into the ground right in front of your feet like a gift from the heavens. You snatch it up and pivot to take aim at the goal, aware that the enemy rushes are heading straight for you. This is your big chance. You hurl the star, but it misses the target, bouncing off the ground near the target. Once one of your teammates and the enemy goalie race each other to see who can get there first. You don't quite see what happens though, because at the point an enemy rusher knocks you off your feet. The rest of the game is a blur of chaos and excitement, but in the end, your team wins. You'll need to arrange another meeting with the High Pontifex in order to find out what she thinks of your performance.
We didn't die. That's a good start. Request an audience. You submit a request for an audience to the High Pontifex. At last, you're granted permission. Okay, that's already a good sign. If you fuck up, I'm pretty sure she just tells you no. So that's a big one. Ooh, food's almost here. Give it a moment to arrive.
We have food!
Alright. Got some LMP as well, which is nice. Alright. I now may consume the foods. And like an Irishman, I'm gonna touch the fucking chips first, because potato. Okay. Anyway, where were we? And last, you were granted the permission to travel to the surface of Kudro and into the Basilica of Shadows. Surely this will go well. Again, she's giving us an audience that's already a better start than most of the other attempts I've had in there. You are guided to a small chamber where you wait for your private audience. The wait feels longer this time. You can hear a faint rhythmic tapping sound somewhere in the walls. It's very quiet, but with nothing else to concentrate on, it's relentless. At last, Her All Holiness is ushered inside by a silent priest. Strength be with you, and also with you. I have considered your petition and your actions. The gods have smiled upon you, Princess Zorana. I will grant you my guidance and join your celestial ministry. Please call upon me whenever you are in need of advice relating to spiritual matters. Thank you. Considering her role as the head of Moroccan religion, the High Pontifex cannot take up permanent residence within the Heavenly Palace, but her influence will be felt far and wide. Let's go! We have acquired a pope. That's huge, actually. Like, that's I want it stressed. This basically covers so many bases for us. And again, now, just as a soft reminder, in case it's not known, or not understood, we are exactly 6 votes away from guaranteeing our seat as the next Empress. Like, that's how powerful we just became with all of this now. But again, we're not that simple. You enjoy yourself lounging beside and then splashing around in your own private pool. God, I still really want to go for a swim. It's been so long since I've been swimming. Why do I not know anyone that owns a pool, man? I used to know a lot of people that own pools, and it was great. I can say with certainty, if I ever had the opportunity, I will definitely get a private pool at my own house. The game is having a moment. It is proceeding to lag quite a bit. What's going on? Hello? Hello? I am under the water. Bloop, bloop, bloop. How concerned should I be? It's still not responding. That's kind of abnormal. Is it not? Is something happening to my computer? Is that what's lagging? Oh, there we go. Yeah, as the entire computer was having a freezing moment. Okay, cool.
Imperial Princess, I have reports on the disease situation. Your medical experts have reported some promising findings and have already tested possible cures. They hope to have a solution in the near future.
What a mess.
Nice. Alright. Gonna do some contortion here. So the quest I remember. You've received a message from Exis. She says, looking forward to seeing you home for Anagolia, the up. Oh, it's lagging, that's why. The up. Yes, the up. Alright, I finished my water, so now I can have some LMP. The upcoming religious ceremony on the turn 24. Dude, I wonder what y'all in other countries think of LMP. LMP is, like, the only fizzy drink I like. I know you probably don't get access to it all the time as well. It's very good if you ever get the opportunity, I recommend. By home, she means Kudrow, of course. Not your actual home, though, what would you consider to be your actual home at this point? You have so many properties. And the game is lagging so fucking much. What is happening? Is there a background task that's eating up, processing? Is that what's happening? Bro, why is this breaking? Okay, it's working again. I need to look. I need to actually have a little look through, see if there's something that's still rocketing up. That's suspicious. That's suspicious. I thought I turned those off. Let's just see if I can kill that. There we go. Dr. Pepper. Cherry wine is my favorite of mine. I don't like Dr. Pepper. To be fair, I don't like a lot of those, because like Pepsi, Coca-Cola, and Dr. Pepper, like all those kind of come into a category of like, I don't know, I've really not liked the flavor for years. Which is kind of weird to me. Because I used to drink it a lot when I was younger, obviously. But, I don't know. But no, LMP is, like, it is more of your, like, authentic sort of style of doing, lemonade. Because it's literally, so it's L and P, right? So it's, lemon and Pyro. Is what it is. Which, Pyro is a place in New Zealand. It's a specific stream. So it's basically, it's just a very specific lemonade, and it's really good. It's not overly sweet, which is really big for me. And it's just got a really good flavor profile for me. I don't know. Like I said, it's my main one that I love. If I'm gonna have a fizzy, I have that one. If I can't have that one, I don't want to have a fizzy. I don't like fizzy drinks much, man. Most of them are just too sweet. Just way, way too sweet. Cherry wine is cherry soda. I've never had a good cherry soda, but I'm also pretty sure I've never actually had a good cherry soda, like in the sense that I've never had the option of a good one. I've just had cherry soda. I hate Pepsi. Yeah, Pepsi, last time I had it, it just tasted like burp water. I cannot describe it any better than that. It's just burp water. But to be fair, I'm probably not the right person to gauge on flavor value sometimes. Because while I have, like, really good tasting abilities, there's certain things that just taste like water to me. Like, do you want to hear one of my most wild takes? I've said this before on stream. But one of my most wild takes is Jack Daniels tastes like watered down whiskey to me. Just like normal Jack Daniels. Like, it actively tastes like someone put water in it. And that can be straight from the bottle. So that's something that upsets me a little. Alright. Kenia's not highly ranked enough to be granted automatic administration to the ceremony of the Basilica of Shadows. But she might have been lucky enough to win a ticket from the public distribution. She does get overly excited about the bloodletting sometimes. I could go for a root beer. Root beers are such a variety to me. I've had some really good root beers, and I've had some really fucking bad ones. Like, holy shit. So what was that I just missed? Spirituality, success. Okay, cool. I've heard that from friends and cousins before. I'm gonna be honest, anyone that's telling you that, they're fucking like an alcoholic by nature. Like, like, that's the one thing I'll say. Is like, if you get someone telling you Jack Daniels tastes like watered down whiskey, that's like a sign of like, I need to send you to an AA meeting, don't I? And yes, that is me self-reporting the fuck out of that. That's the thing, it can be awesome or awful. Yeah, no, root beer is one of the most like fucking wide ranges, but like, okay, let me correct. It's one of the most wide scales of what you can get, but you can't get anything in between. It's either like, this is really nice, I like this, or what the fuck have I just tasted? I would prefer to go outside and wash my mouth out with dirt. It's the ones who partake regularly, yeah. That's the problem with that, like, that statement. It's like, it's such a self-report when they're like, oh, it tastes so watered down. It's like, fuck, you are an alcoholic. It's so dumb. Oh. You have just had the strangest dream. You were holding a large glassy sphere, something like the orb that the Uzagal sent you, except that there was nothing inside except darkness. You looked into the sphere and then you fell inside of it somehow, becoming lost in endless black. You cried out for help, and you felt something in your hands. Not a sphere anymore, but a crystal. Smooth and faceted, oddly familiar, like a precious possession lost since childhood. Slowly, a light began to grow within the crystal. You could see your hands. They were ghostly pale, almost translucent. And then you knew what you had to do. You held up the crystal, and radiance streamed from your fingers. Banishing the dark, freed at last, you flew up into the sky, and you woke up. To me, it's a bit strong, but I can down it with little issues. Don Julio is just awful to me, though. I mean, again, whiskey is an interesting one, because you get really variety of taste profiles in it. So you will get people that are like, oh, Jackie D's isn't too bad. This is like the cap of what I would have for whiskeys. And then you get people like me, where I have flavor profiled so fucking much whiskey in my time that I'm like really, really particular about it. Especially since I have a hard time getting drunk, if I ever do. So I'm more in it for the taste than I am for just getting smashed. So I have to be very picky about what I find. Why does that feel important somehow? You wave the lights on and go to your computer to send a message to someone who might understand.
Zorana? Ah, how funny. I was just thinking about you.
You explain about your dream and the odd feeling of importance it had.
A vision! Oh, you're so lucky!
Don't do this. It's tequila, by the way. Yeah, I remember it. I'm not much of a tequila person. I'll have it when it's offered, but I'm definitely not seeking out tequila. Tequila's a dangerous one for a lot of people as well, because tequila's like... Okay, you got the three prominent figures of alcohol, right? Which is whiskey, tequila, and vodka in my eyes. There's others, but like those are the main ones that like you have to be wary of, is that typically for people, in my experience, one of these three is their bad one. It's not that they dislike the taste per se, but it's the one that fucks them up the most. Like, I know people that whiskey is, like, how they actually get drunk and have, there's one guy I know that basically, he'll get drunk on most things, but he'll only have a, morning after awful time if he had whiskey. I know plenty of people that's like, oh, the moment they have a touch of tequila, they don't remember the rest of that night. Which is obviously where I'm like, that's when you have to go, no, you can't have that when you're going out. Like, that is a dangerous thing to have if you're going out, even with friends. Depends on the friends, obviously, but that's one of my, like, weird experiences I've found with people, is that they'll hit one of those drinks, and the moment they touch it, it fucks them up in a way that no other drink does. And I do find that fascinating. I've not found a drink that does that for me, but that's also just because I don't tend to get drunk. Like, I've done shots of all of them in a night and still remembered everything perfectly fine. And was even able to walk perfectly straight. It was fun. I think my problem is vodka is the one that goes down the smoothest. Without, like, any effort. And it means that I can drink way too much vodka in a go without noticing, and I can just make myself throw up because of that. Again, not drunk throw up, just like, you put too much shit into the body too quickly. Hey buddy, can you get this out? Like, I'd do that if I drank water at that rate. That's the problem. That's why I don't like cruises. Cruises are fucking bad for that. They go down way too easily, way too quickly. Like, back when I was a bit younger, and I was a lot dumber, I bought a 12-pack of cruisers to a party, and I drank 10 of them in a space of about an hour. Now, again, to anyone that understands, like, physics and logic, you drinking 10 drinks worth of, like, fluid in the space of in the space of an hour, that's actually just a fucking mistake. So I threw up off that. I felt like shit. That was definitely one of those times where I'm like, okay, I've learned a lesson here today. Yeah, no, try and drink like 10 bottles of anything in an hour and you're gonna feel like shit. Like 3 or 4 cups of water in, I'm definitely having a moment of going, I need to not touch a drink for a moment. I can down 2-3 glasses of water without a problem, but after that I'm like, ugh, not feeling great. Anyway.
I'm not so sure it was a vision, maybe just a memory. Do you remember me owning some sort of important crystal? I wish. Oh, I love crystals. Maybe your dream was about it being crystal novan. Maybe it's a sign that you should investigate your heritage more. Zeno always wants you to learn more about the other galactic cultures, especially Crystal Nova. Or maybe it was more spiritual kind of dream? You'll find your hidden strength if you venture alone into the dark night of the soul. How would I do that? It's your soul journey. You have to do it yourself. Trapped alone in terror and suffering until your wings unfurl and you gain the power to destroy the world. Right.
Well, there is a way to do that. I don't think I'm going to try and do it in this run. Oh, maybe I will. We'll see. Depends on if the kid likes me or not, and I have to do his trial.
Well, thank you for your help. Call me anytime. I'm always happy to talk about your dreams.
It probably was just a dream.
Well...
Okay, I wanted to talk to, it's the personal quest I wanted to do, right? Yeah. The legal action which concerns Cinepar is being processed by the imponderable and subject to Mao-specific law, though various imperial proclamations and regulations still apply. If you have enough legal expertise, you might be able to find some loophole or derail the case and force its dismissal. Otherwise, you'll have to travel to the Mao station in person to effect matters. If you gain access to the relevant officers, you could make all the case paperwork conveniently disappear. If you want to be a bit more aggressive, you could make the entire office disappear. You could track down the disgruntled heirs and persuade them to drop the case. What do we think we should do? I know what I'm choosing, but what do you think we should do? This gives me a moment to grab another piece of chicken, if you're wondering.
Chicken. Fried chicken is the chicken.
Like fried chicken. I'm a very simple man. I like me my fried chicken. Right. Loopholes. So for that, sadly enough, I can pull up this and tell you, so what is it? Bureaucracy and Imperial History. None. And a little bit. I know what I'm choosing. What did we just, we level up not that long ago? Other than, like, the fucking contortion and endurance shit. Menace! I'ma beat those hairs up. Tenepart's estranged ex-stepchildren were not invited to the Imperial reception, and have never been introduced to you personally. They may not recognize you. Threats would be much easier to make with the power of the Empire behind you, but might also have more consequences. A mysterious threat from an unknown young woman is less convincing, but if they think you're representing some criminal organization, your true reputation won't be damaged. I ain't gonna hide shit. You put on your fanciest jewelry and pay a visit to these impotent would-be inheritors, your imperial bodyguards in tow. In haunting tones, you express that the future empress will be very unhappy if they continue to cause trouble in the courts. With curtsy bows and narrowed eyes, they agree to your demands. When you return to the palace, you receive a message from Cinepart that the case has been abandoned and that you now have his vote. Cha-ching. So now, I'm gonna talk to the Admiral. I love Yakua. Or Yakao, I guess. I fucking love this guy. He's a great sort. Anyway, negotiate. Yep, that's what I expected. You intend to arrange for a private dialogue with Yakao, but he won't return your calls. Yeah, that's bad. Okay, I'm gonna do this. Anyway, 11. Nice. Dinner party. Then Marak won, so we can go back for the thing, right?
Whee!
Reports on the Heru Plague. That's an ugly way of phrasing it. Boy, we don't have any real-life examples of that that situation, do we? Ew. I am glad that we all just call it COVID now, instead of what was getting called early on. Christ, that was disgusting. To be fair, our country can't say shit. Cause, little fun fact, do you know... Okay. I think it's called sandals is the easiest generic term, right? Do you wanna know what sandals are called in New Zealand? So, in Australia, they're called thongs. We don't call them thongs here, but you can call them thongs here, and people will know. But over here, we call them jandals. And do you want to know why we call them jandals? This is a really bit of a sad telling of it. Because Roman sandals are what we call sandals, and jandals are the beach wear because they're Japanese sandals. That's literally why we call them jandals. They're not even Japanese. They're just bad. They're lazy. Oh, it's kind of like what they have in Japan. We'll call them jandals. That is one of my easiest and safest examples of, like, really, really inbred into our language and way of talking. How kind of, like, pseudo-racist we are in New Zealand. Again, we're a very multicultural country, so you're gonna have, moments. Like the Ottomans and the... yeah. It's really fucked up when you think about it sometimes. The expertise of celestial doctors has triumphed. A treatment that has been found to reverse the symptoms and halt the spread of the disease. It will take some time to track down all of the infected, and some may refuse treatment, but the worst of the crisis is now behind us. We should hold a small ceremony and offer thanks to Shiv for his gifts. A wise idea. It sounds like everything is going to be alright now, but the populace may be a bit shaken. You also have a message from Crystal Nova, communicating with disappointment that you did not rendezvous with them to discuss the captive spy. I had more important things to worry about.
It's too bad for their captive, but he's only one person. You have a whole empire to protect.
I don't give a shit about meeting my brother. He's the asshole that ran off and made me the fucking queen. Anyway, what do I want to do here? Where are we at? Turn 23. Is it that bad? No, it's not bad. It's just this run we're not doing anything in relation to the, that plot line. You have to be really picky with these games, because, much like Long Live the Queen, you can't just do all the, like, technically speaking, you'll never get a perfect run on the first run. It's very hard because you need to understand underlying story elements that's not going to be revealed to you until you play through a few times. Like, that's one of the biggest elements of these games, and so you can't accomplish the entire story in one go, because the entire story is so multi-spanning. And I love it. That's what, again, I love these games so much. Because there's no easy, like, they are solvable games. Like, once you understand everything and you start seeing the things, you can get it. You can everything. Like, you can list out every action you can take. Like, this is what we did at the very end for, a couple of the runs, I believe, on Long Live the Queen, is I just literally looked at a guide for it at some points. Oh no, that's what I'd used to do originally. You can 100% follow everything, because nothing's up to chance. Like, if you want to get the same ending I'm going to try and get it, if I get it, you can do all the exact same actions I have done, and you will get there. Sorry, I'm finishing this little bit of chicken and half bread. Dude, I'm hungry, man. Gotta give me a little bit of space. I've been streaming 5.5 hours. I think I'm entitled to a little bit of snack. Alright. You engage Corvus in private conversation. Attempt to charm him with your personal appeal. Just finishing my tacos. Ooh, it's been a while since I've had tacos. I should do that at some point. The idea of flirting with a little boy like Corvus is fairly ridiculous, but children do have loyal friends and do have aesthetic preferences. You can use a bit of charm to get his attention. It doesn't mean anything more than that. You're very pretty, just like a new princess should be. At girls' school, do they really make you walk around with a tea tray on your head? They don't make us, it's just a suggestion to improve your posture. Do you ever spill the tea on someone else? Is he calling you clumsy? Admitting that you might have had an accident with the tea is potentially embarrassing and bad for your image, but also the sort of juvenile humor that a child could appreciate. Oh, dude, I watch too much Villainous. I have to, regardless of if this is the right choice.
I would never spill tea on someone, unless they deserved it.
He laughs. Especially if it's still boiling. You sense that his feelings towards you are leaning towards positive. Are we high enough that we're not gonna have to do his quest? This is my big question. Alright. You arrange for a private conversation with Krovos. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Huh? Apparently you've been too formal for him to understand. I want to know if you've made up your mind to vote for me in the election. If you're happy to make that promise, I can count you as one of my supporters. If you're not satisfied yet that I could be Empress, then I want to know if there's anything I can do differently to change your mind.
Ah, I see.
He thinks for a split.
To prove yourself worthy to become the Empress, you must seek the blessing of death.
You want me to make an offering at the temple or seek a divination?
Not through the temples, through me. You must come to Andro, to my holding on the edge of the Drakian jungle, and carry out a ritual of devotion.
What sort of ritual?
It's a sacred mystery. You cannot know what the test is until you face it.
If a ritual is conducted by a child outside of the Skara, at best this is a fantasy he's invented. An excuse to dress up in robes and pretend to be important. At worst, this is heresy.
If you survive the ritual, then I will know that you have been chosen.
Survive?
You must gaze into the face of death without flinching.
It's quite serious. Whatever he has in mind, he thinks there's a chance that you could die. That doesn't necessarily mean he's right, but he wants you to carry out some ghost summoning ritual he made up in his bedroom. He might believe your soul is at risk when it's really harmless. You don't know. You love heresy.
Brother! That sounds like some real heresy over there. What kind of heresy? Get the flamer. The heavy flamer.
Okay, so I think we have to do his quest though. Boy, his quest is interesting. Everyone loves Slanesh. Give me some of that Slanushi. The fuck did I just say? Oh, I'm gonna regret that one for a while. Oh. No. No. Oh, I need to wash my mouth out. That was disgusting. Alright, moving on.
Call me whenever you're ready to pass the gauntlet.
He waves his hands in front of his face, then quickly cuts the connection. You sense that his feelings towards you are leaning towards positive. I've got to do the gauntlet now. Let's go dancing. Where should I put? We have received another update from the medical experts handling the Hero 3 outbreak. Slindsy Malice new tagline. No! Oh, God. The treatment has provided unusually effective. Symptoms reverse and leave no trace. Cure rate is extremely high. Imperial medicine is excellent, of course, but with a novel disease like this, some complications would be normal to expect. Strange disease, strange cure. Fortune cuts both ways.
Indeed.
A notification of the I've notified the Basilia of Shadows that you will be present for the Anagonial rites, which will take place after this turn's classes. You won't be the focus of attention, but many eyes will be on you nonetheless. You should be prepared to stand for a long time without flinching. Minister of Science is doing well. No, so in another run, if I got a different bit of dialogue there, it would basically go, hey, there's a chance that, like, this was engineered and we found the reverse engineering agent, which means we may have just actually accidentally released a bio weapon on people, and they were like, ah, shit, now we gotta cover this up, and just like, oh, we have a cure, quotation marks. It's just the deactivation agent. It's just a little bit of bioterrorism, guys. Don't worry about it. Anyway. Tumbling. Yeah, like, I'm not kidding. It's implied that it may be a bioterrorist act. And that we may have been the ones that actually had the virus. Good times! Good times indeed. Alright, let's do some tumbling. Some good old rumble tumble gaming. Along with many dignitaries and devout, you have found your way into the Basilica of Shadows on this sacred night for the rites of Agnagolia. Here, an imperative auspice will be sought from the gods to provide blessings for the Empire. While many ritual sacrifices take place throughout this calendar cycle, most are handled by lesser Skara. Only on the penned festivals does the High Pontifex get her own hands bloody. This scene involves descriptions of animal sacrifice. Would you like to skip the details? It won't affect Zorana's stats. So, this is an option that I appreciate the game does, where they've gone, look, this is the story, this is the plot, this is not essential. However, this is fucked up. So let's go. Proceed. Skara walked down the aisle, some carrying thuribles of incense, others carrying black iron cages which contain a number of captive birds. The flock is reared together on the grounds of the temple, fed and cared for since hatching for this purpose. Until now, they have all received the same treatment. Before the ceremony, each one is distinguished by a leg band marked with sigils that represent different deities and aspects. These bands last for only a few days before falling into dust. Any bird which escapes death tonight will become anonymous again, freed from divine purpose.
The High Pontifex, meanwhile, waits beside the altar on a perch, still hooded, waits her trained stellar hawk. Heavily scented smoke swirls from the sensors. Your eyes begin to itch and you blink rapidly. The caged birds are even more agitated, rattling their feathers and screeching in distress. At a gesture from the High Pontifex, the cages are flung open and the birds take wing, whirling over the heads of the congregation and up to the occults, where the light of the Andro beckons them to freedom. The stellar hawk's hood is removed, its eyes glint with malicious delight before it launches itself into the pursuit of its prey. While the hawk hunts, the Skyrim move among the crowd, striking the hands and arms of the faithful with the beaded strings. Pain is integral to the Anglogolia. Scream! In time, the hawk returns, plump, captive, trembling in its claws. The hunter has been trained to bring back its ritual prey, still alive. Death is for the High Pontifex to grant. She takes the sacrifice into her hand, squeezing its neck to keep it helpless, while she reads out the name inscribed upon its leg band. Gamajun! With a black knife, she slices its throat, cutting through the arteries so that the blood begins to flow to a copper chalice. The doomed bird struggles, splattering droplets to stain the altar cloth below. The Scar raise their voices in discoherent chorus, their screams mimicking the sounds of pain and terror as the bird's life drains away. The target captured was the dedicate to the Gamagun, the goddess of secret wisdom, prophecy, and regret, whose secrets will influence the Empire, whose regrets. When the chalice is filled, the Skyrim march past and dip their fingers in the blood, then stroke those fingers across the foreheads of the faithful. The ceremony goes on for what seems like hours. You're meant to keep standing, giving your devout attention to every word that the High Pontifex speaks. You have suffered through more boring parties, and you can keep your face still and calm. At the end, the High Pontifex recites her interpretation of the omen, which is so conched in symbolic language that it's impossible to make sense of. She concludes with the usual blessings for the glory of the Empire, and at last, you are free to go. You, unlike the sacrificial birds, can escape with no predator pursuing you into the night. You made a public showing, and that will matter to some people. Alright, that was the whole thing. In social tone. Mingle and chat. Whoa, I couldn't remember how fucked up that was. That was pretty bad. Rip bird. There's moments like that I definitely could have been worse. I mean, it's dead. I don't know if there could be much worse for the bird. I'm gonna be real with you, Chief. I get what you're saying, but like... And that bird's eye, I don't know if it could have been much worse.
But yeah, rip bird. Kali Ma, fair. We could have had a Kali Ma. Kali Ma! Kali Ma!
Your Imperial Highness, I have heard from the Heavenly Palace Science Department that there is discussion amongst the medical community of the possibility of the source of our plague outbreak. Rumors suggest the possibility that the contagion may actually have been some manner of biological weapon. Opinion seems torn on whether it was an accidental escape from a government research lab or a deliberate test on the population.
But we didn't make a plague, did we?
I'm not aware of any bioweapons research that would have affected produced these results. Certainly there is no official government order to perform such a test. However, your father did pursue many strange and secretive projects.
Was the plague so easy to cure because someone already had a secret antidote?
Do you wish to issue an official response?
Suppress rumors.
Need to crack down on these rumors before and stop them from spreading. Remind the science department of how dangerously irresponsible it'd be to spread false information. Then we'll see what we can do about the feeds.
Very well.
Yikes. See what I mean? So it was the next dialogue is when that turned up. Yeah, that's a bit of a oops. It's a bit of a ooh no. It's just a little bit of an oopsie. That's a bio weapon. That's bioterrorism. It's just an oopsie doopsie, my man. Jesus. They'll forget about it in a week. Oh, that's actually an outfit I haven't seen yet. I forgot. That's cute. I like that one. It's kind of like a bit of mix of Asian samurai sort of shit. It's cool. You check your messages to see what happened with those biological weapon rumors. Your little crackdown appears to have been successful. The subject has been dropped in favor of the latest news cycle. That's good. Alright. Let's do the personal quest. In order to win his approval for the election, Grovos wishes you to meet him on the edge of the Draken jungle in the dead of night to carry out an unknown ritual and come into contact with death. You have no idea what he's planning, but you can't imagine the High Pontifex would approve of an Imperial Princess supporting his fantasies, even if they're harmless. It is superstition, heresy, or blasphemy. Could the gods themselves take offense, or are you overreacting? It's natural for a child his age to want to feel important, to desire a sign from the heavens. Perhaps he only wishes for you to pray together. But, are you sure you want to do this? I'm gonna go meet him. You may as well find out what he wants. After receiving directions, you take a flyer down to the surface of Ondro, landing at his cleared pad on Krovos's property. From there, it still takes a good portion of an hour to walk to the location he specified. The skies are dark and cloudy, and the path is rough. Tree roots snake unexpectedly across the trail, and damp plant matter moss sways from the branches above, brushing past your cheek like cold fingers.
The air is filled with the hissing and clicking of unseen insects. At last you find it, not the crumbling ruin of an ancient stone you may have imagined, but an intact chapel, possibly a tomb. Solid walls, crisscross glass windows, an arched doorway through which you see the glimmering of candles. Grovos.
Are you ready to face death?
What do I have to do? He beckons you into the chapel. There are 2 items on a stone table. A glass pitcher filled with grey slices floating in liquid, and a black leather gauntlet. Perhaps it's only the flickering candlelight, but the fingers of the gauntlet appear to twitch of their own accord.
You must infuse your brain to reach a state where death can speak freely to you. There are 2 paths. One is more painful than the other.
Hey, Shippy, how's it going? Quick question, should I buy smart? Sure.
He points to the glove.
Put your hand inside, and the hypno ants will sting you with their venom. If you can withstand the pain for several splits, you'll be enlightened. If you break and pull out your hand, you fail.
So the glove really is twitching. Hypno ants are an extremely painful bite. They won't kill you, but you might wish they had. Your muscles will go into spasm, and your arm may be paralyzed for some time after. You've never heard of their venom being able to put anyone into an altered state. No one would use hypno ants as a recreational drug. Grovos points to the picture.
Mushroom tea, the easy path. It'll open your eyes to the unseen.
Many people do use mushrooms to enter an altered state, but they can make you sick. And if they're the wrong mushrooms, they can do worse than make you sick. Fungal identification is a complicated process. To be certain what sort of mushrooms those are, you'd need to see them growing in situ and do a bunch of tests. All you can do with a look is make a guess and take a gamble. Therefore, this is only an educated guess, but they look like psychedelic mushrooms, not poisonous ones. You can't see any medical equipment here. If something goes wrong, you'll have to summon help from the palace, and it won't arrive quickly. Corvus keeps implying that you could die here. This choice may be dangerous. Does he only want to scare you? Does he want you to prove that you're not afraid? What is the right choice? So normally I drink the tea, but we've been doing a lot of body control. This is going to hurt. Steeling yourself, you shove your hand into the glove. You can feel the trapped ants squirming inside, your legs flailing in a useless attempt to escape before they turn their anger and their pincers on you. The first bite feels like a red-hot nail being driven through your wrist. The scream that erupts from your lips comes without thought, without understanding. The pain bursts forth in waves, searing through your nerves. Every pulse, agony. And then it gets worse. You bite your lips so hard that you can taste blood. You twist in pain, trying to escape your own skin. You slam your hand against the stone tablet to kill the ants, to distract yourself from the pain, or just because you have to. You're not really thinking clearly anymore. Your face is green with tears. Your throat aches from screaming, but you keep the glove on.
Time.
He has to help you peel the glove off. Your hand is purple and swollen, and you can't move it at all. The pain has moved away from your numb, useless fingers, and and settled into your bones, your whole body shaking, and your vision flashes with random colors. You feel as if any moment your spirit might leave your body entirely.
Now, you're ready to meet death.
With your raw throat, even a whimper is a pain. Somewhat disorientated, you allow Crovus to guide you around the stone tablet to the darkness at the back of the chapel. Oh no, Flash! The test ain't done. Crovus bends down to take hold of a large metal ring and pull open a trapdoor.
The altar is down there.
This building doesn't look large enough to have a whole temple beneath it, but who knows how it was designed. You step cautiously forward, expecting a staircase leading down.
Ah!
But it's just a hole. You drop straight down a couple of cubits, landing hard on your feet, smashing your face against a dirt wall.
Duck your head.
Is there a tunnel there that you have to crawl through? Confused, you bend over slightly, and he closes the trapdoor overhead.
Hey!
You bang and shove at the trapdoor as best you can, though you're not in any condition at the moment to use your full strength.
Let me out!
Crovus doesn't answer. It's not that he can't hear you. Of course he can. You can hear him. He's chanting to himself, calling out words you cannot understand. Words that burble and rasp and pop and mean absolutely nothing to you. It sounds like the language of the Grib. Is he in contact with them? Is he their assassin? There's not a speck of light down here in the hole. The darkness should be impenetrable. But in the state you're in, your vision is already giving way to false colors. Your mind tries to fill in outlines of rooms and places you've been before, even though your hands feel nothing but mud.
I command you to release me.
The chanting fades away. You wait, hoping that the trapdoor will open. But nothing.
All these space religions suck. That is so on point.
Is he just leaving you here? You're trapped in a tiny hole in the dark, with dirt pressing in all around you. You could die here, and no one would find you. You're already buried. Is this how you meet death? Stay calm. You have to stay calm. Breathe slowly. Don't panic. Right now, you're only in danger from yourself. He's just a little boy. He's not that patient. If you wait, he'll come back to check on you. He'll wait to see the effects his little prank has had. When he comes back, you can make your move. You wrap yourself into a little ball. Squeeze your eyes shut. The blankness feels less intrusive if you're deliberately choosing not to look. Slow, deep breaths. You don't know how long you'll be down here. You need to be as comfortable as possible, while still staying awake. It's funny. Life as a princess has never given you much experience with patience or boredom. Even when you weren't the heir, you were always busy. You certainly had heard of meditation, but you could never imagine actually practicing it. There were always far more important, more exciting things to do. Well, you're a smart girl with a knack for picking up skills, aren't you? Maybe now is the time to start practicing. You have no idea how much time passes, while you are lost inside your thoughts. At some point, you hear a creaking noise, but you don't react immediately. It doesn't yet seem important. But then you hear Kronos' voice, choked and stammering.
You're chosen!
You open your eyes. For the first time, you can clearly see the rough dirt walls of the hole you have been placed inside. You can see them clearly, because your entire body is radiating light. It seems like it shouldn't mean something. It seems like it should mean something. Something very important. But between fear and pain and poison and trance, you can't really put your thoughts together.
You have met death and been blessed. You will usher in the power of destruction that will change the galaxy. And I will be your left-hand servant. I will pledge my death to you. Anything you need, ask for it.
You lick your lips, trying to remember how to form words. I want to go home.
I will help you.
Which is good, because you're probably gonna need some assistance to climb out of this hole. As weak and strange as you feel, you're not sure what else you've gained along with his loyalty. But you're certain now that you have gained his vote.
Fucking hell. Bill and Ted style, yeah. So there's your, like, weird off point of, holy shit, are we actually using magic in this? And before you go, maybe not, maybe so. Motherfucker, we glowed. That's not just something you do. Anyway, in social turn. Hey, we got 12 votes. Got us becoming the Avatar, holy shit. I'm gonna master all 4 elements, let's go. March with the guard. Be like Avatar Kyoshi in this place. I'll be honest, yeah. I do love, that's the fun part with like all the avatars as well, right? It's like you look through all their stories, there's been some violent ones, and then you've got Kyoshi. Like, holy shit, Kyoshi. How fucking violent did you have to be? Was that really fucking necessary? Because I'm damn certain it wasn't. You got the accountant avatar from the Fire Nation. Dude, I love, like, some of the Avatar stories that we've heard. Like, there's some real chill avatars that didn't really have a fucking crisis happen. And that's like, ah, oh, cool. And then you've got Kyoshi. Exactly. Like, that's the fucking thing with, like, the Avatar stuff. It's just like, you've got some avatars that are like, okay, we did some cool stuff. We always did some world-changing stuff like that. And then Kyoshi's like, I'm gonna fucking war, motherfuckers. I did love that scene. I love that fucking scene a lot. Where it's just like, possesses him. It's like, oh yeah, no, I did kill your dude, but he was a fucking warlord. I don't give a shit what you think. He fucking deserved it. And it's like, damn, okay, calm down, Kyoshi. After Rook was the one everyone says was worse, but that guy was out there fighting demons, nobody could see him. Well, it's because, like, that's the thing. Rook did damage. He did a lot of damage, but, like, he was fighting very specifically. He was fighting demonic problems. Right? Kyoshi literally, like, was just killing people. She was one-man army that shit. Like, army of one, no chill, no fucking like holds barred. Kyoshi was there to like kick ass, take names. Which was really funny with it all. Alright, I'm gonna be back in a quick second. Alright, there we go. Ugh. More places should hate Kyoshi. The thing is, right, is while Kyoshi was like a warmongering avatar, she was warmongering for the right reasons. And that's especially why history does treat her a lot nicer. Because she stopped a lot of problems happening. And it's one of those things that, like, even, like, we make the argument, right, of, like, history is written by the victors. Even after a bit of time, you came to, like, no matter what side you were on, you saw what Kyoshi did was more or less correct. And that's the point, is that most places either don't know who fucking Kyoshi was, knew of her and forgot about what she did, or came to reflect on it and was like, no, she probably did the correct things. Because she did fight for the people still. It's just by the end, she kind of was so fucking done with their bullshit that she was just like, you know what? Nope. And left. She just happened to take out, like, one of the largest problems on her exit. Because I'm pretty sure, wasn't it Kyoshi as well that dealt with the Fifth Nation? Was it Kyoshi? I think it was Kyoshi that dealt with the Fifth Nation as well. The independent nation? That is basically just like pirates. Oh, I think Roku also dealt with a bit of it. But it was, I think it was mainly Kyoshi that dealt with it. I might be wrong on that one. But yeah, like, there's the whole Fifth Nation that doesn't get talked about a lot because it's literally just, it's pirates. It was a large-scale nation that used to exist that was just pirates. And I believe at one point in time, they had an agreement with an avatar that they would not leave their zone. Didn't the Fire Nation also get paid as mercs by the Earth Kingdom to fight them? Yeah, that sounds right. I think what happened was, if I'm remembering correctly, it was someone like Kyoshi or something like that, kicked their asses initially, put them in place, and then I think Roku dealt with them as well afterwards. Because, like, they're like, oh, the Avatar's gone, let's go fucking fuck shit up again, and then Roku came in and terrorized them. Because, like, as a soft reminder to those that don't know, like, all of the kingdoms, inherently speaking, like, their general bender is actually quite low-powered. The only reason the Fire Nation seems so scary, especially in, like, that arc of story, is because they had powerful leaders that focused on military might. So they made it so the lower, like, the generic baseline of a firebending person was stronger. They made their soldiers stronger on purpose. Instead, you had elite guard for certain nations. Like, Dai Li is a great example. The average firebender is not as strong as a Dai Li agent, but there is so many more fucking firebenders than there are Dai Li agents that there's an eventuality of just swarm them with numbers. That's the point of what the Fire Nation accomplished, is their baseline was so much stronger. Like, quantity over quality all on its own, yeah. And that's the other thing as well, is like some people made the arguments of like certain bending styles would have beaten back the Fire Nation. It's like, the bending styles you're talking about, for example, we have heard blood bending as an argument, wasn't even found out until much fucking later, and it wasn't perfected. We only got to see it more or less a perfected state in actual flashbacks from Legend of Korra about that one fucking mob boss that ends up being like the father, I think, of Amon. Think about it, they invested the money they got from trade, merc work, and etc. in building their economy and empire up. Yeah, like, again, don't get me wrong, if you told me, like, a whole nation of bloodbenders were around, yeah, I'd probably sit there and go, yes, that would probably fuck shit up. I accept that as an argument. I accept that as a valid argument. That would never be trained up to that extent. Metal bending. Metal bending literally was only discovered at the end of the fucking war. And lava bending, barely was understood even then. Like, lava benders existed, and then you had fucking anything else was on lightning side. Pardon. Lightning side with, like, combustion bending and lightning bending. And airbenders, again, airbenders are some of the strongest benders if it weren't for their, code of ethics. By Toph. Yeah, exactly. Toph was the one that figured out metal bending, and she only started trying to teach people metal bending after the war. Like, it's wild when people make some of those arguments. Lava bending took time. Lava bending actually existed during the end of the war, at the very latest. At the very earliest, I should say. That we definitely know it. Because there is an individual found by Toph during when she was trying to teach people metal bending that was a lava bender. They were very young, but they were a lava bender. So it did exist for a while. We only really know about it in The Legend of Korra because that's the only animated animated stuff for the lava bending. Pacifism, ethics, yeah, like, they were monks. They were very peaceful individuals, but, like, that's why Zahir, we've talked about this before, but why Zahir was so fucking scary, because he was a airbender that had circumvented a lot of the laws of ethics that they put forward, their pacifism. That's why he just went in and was like, oh, hi Earth Queen, I'm gonna bend the fucking air out of your lungs. You're dead. Like, they could just do that. Again, as a soft reminder, just look at how Monk Gyatso died. Monk Gyatso took fucking, like, a whole legion out with him. And that's for a peaceful man. Airbenders have always been considered, in truth of it, in raw power of their, like, the element, the strongest. And I will never be convinced otherwise that they are not the strongest. I just prefer waterbending personally. But like waterbending, again, it's another one where like the more knowledge you have, the stronger it becomes. Because once you comprehend the concept of how everything is water, then everything is a weapon, and that's how you get to bloodbending. Like when Brady, yeah, Jesus Christ. But like, that's why I stand by, I like waterbending, because I like the idea of just being in a fight and just going, here's water. It's like, where the fuck did you get that from? Just the air. Makes so many firebenders, yeah. That's why that scene, like, it's a really rough scene, and it's really not the focus of that scene, but that scene, it's just, no, Monk Gyatso fucked shit up. He was just like, you know what? If I'm getting pieced out, I'm gonna piece the shit out of you, fuckers. Just look at Aang, yeah. No, fucking, it's great. I fucking love so much of the rich lore and backstory inside of all of, like, the Avatar series. It's such a good series. And that's why I was so happy to see it in Magic the Gathering. And I think everyone's been pretty well receptive of it as well, because it's like, it is a magic system. It is very core, structured, and everything, so it works so well inside of it, and all of its mechanics it introduced were really cool. Like, don't get me wrong, airbending's probably, like, the, I don't know, maybe second coolest. Firebending is third coolest. Waterbending's the least interesting for me. Earthbending was so cool when they introduced it to Magic. Because it's just, it adds a system that has kind of existed, but made it millions of times better. I fucking loved it. I'm just sad because it means we're probably not going to get earthbending as a mechanic again outside of, like, another Avatar set, even though it's a really good mechanic. What's your favorite? So in Avatars, like the Avatar series, my favorite bending is water bending. In Magic, it's earthbending, I think, is probably my favorite. Just the mechanic it introduces is great. But no, like, in actuality, waterbending's my favorite. Yeah, if I got to choose, I'd choose waterbending in a heartbeat. You've got water, you've got ice, you've got so many controllable factors. Again, if you take someone like me that has way too weird a science understanding, the amount of shit I could potentially accomplish. Like, what you saw Katara discovering at, like, as like a, oh, I can sweat and create water. Dude, I would have figured out bloodbending in a week. Like, that's the point that I'm making. It's like, no, I comprehend the concept of what water is. And I would understand very quickly. I would experiment very, very easily with what constitutes as what's bendable. Is it moisture? Is it specifically H2O? Is it like all of these sorts of things? And this is what I would do. Now, again, this is under the argument of this is what I am in my head. Like, this is what I am if you took my current understanding and logic to it. If I was in the actual world of Avatar, so I don't have these external understandings, I'd still want to be a waterbender, because I think it's a lot more of the style of life that I would like. That or firebender, ironically. Hammer is who you're thinking of. But yeah, no, exactly. Like, I'd figure it out, because I'd comprehend the concept. Because it's just like, it's one of those things of like, what differentiates blood from water? And that's a question I would put forward. And that's immediately where you get to the thing of like, no, that person's going to figure out bloodbending. Because they'll internalize that concept. I absolutely love Avatar if it's not obvious, by the way. I'm gonna go to Hero, I think. It's just, again, it's such a cleanly, well-structured, like, magic system that I love it. I absolutely love it. That's, again, why, Book 2 of Korra was so disappointing. Because it just fucked with the rules too many ways and too many different parts. And, again, I think we all agree that the giant kaiju fight at the end was fucking disgustingly bad. It didn't feel like Avatar at that point. That was a big problem. Your Imperial Highness, some more pleasant business to do. On turn 27, the Heavenly Palace will be hosting a performance of Heart of Ice by the Extodian State Opera Company. Opera? Emperor Dracosin was quite the aficionado. This gala performance has been in planning for half of Fivem. He never talked to you about music? No, he never talked to you about music. He never talked to you about much of anything. Because this work was one of his favorite, and this performance was arranged specifically by him, many palace members will treat it as an unofficial memorial. You'll have the opportunity to give a speech. Another chance to make a good impression. You don't have much time to prepare. Okay, we're at turn 26. So what sort of Avatar series would you make? Are you asking, like, what story would I want to do inside of Avatar? Or are you asking, like, if I could make a story, like, a concept that had a hard magic system like Avatar, what would I do? Because I know kind of the answer to both. Yep, a story? Okay. So a story inside of the Avatar world, I'd actually love to follow, just a small group of travelers. Primarily traveling, obviously, around the Earth Kingdom is probably what it is. But, like, I just want to see a Tales kind of approach. Like, think of Freren, right? Like, think of Freren in the way it approaches it, where it's like, it's probably a bunch of, like, fuck, it might be some of the White Lotus people. Like, something like that, where it's just them traveling around, and it's a calm environment for the most part. And it's just, like, getting to work with the world. It's what happens when you've been so separated from the grounded nature of life. What happens? I'm naturally curious. Sorry for derailing. Oh, you're fine. White Lotus Undercover could be good. Yeah, like, it's something maybe like that. I wouldn't want it to be a long series or a long story. I would just, like, go, give me a couple episodes of something like that would be quite nice. Because it's a way of doing some of the best episodes in Avatar that get forgotten. Like, do you remember that sequence where Zuko is on his own? He is, and he's, like, going across the countryside, trying to kind of discover who he is. It's when it's best defined as when he's most conflicted, in a sense. It's when he leaves, leaves Iroh. Like, those episodes with him, like, traveling around, interacting with kids, like, just interacting with the world, that was so good. I loved that, being able to see that day-to-day life, that how does the world work in a simple, like, for simpler people with this grander shit going on. Like, that's why Frieren became such a good series in my eyes, is because it took that approach. Heartbreaking when he saved the town and got shunned for using firebending. Oh yeah, no, I fucking loved that. It was so good. That's what I mean though, it's like those are episodes that if I ask you what's your favorite episode, they don't come to mind immediately. And I'm not gonna like say that they should. Again, that's the beauty of those episodes, is they're so easily forgotten, but so essential to the story. Like, when I did my rewatch of the series, I came to understand how fucking meticulous every moment felt. Not a single moment truly felt bad. I fucked up. I needed to go this way. I forgot that I was supposed to meet him now. Luckily enough, we should start having autosaves at the moment. What turn are we? 26. So we need 25. But yeah, like, it was a lot of that sort of stuff that made the story so good when you think about it. Meteor Menace. I'm just gonna have to go through these again really quickly. Oh, I'm gonna have to go through this part again. Fuck. Alright. What is it? I need pressure points and endurance. And then put on the outfit. Alright, so now I need to do your personal quest again. I'm just gonna skip as fast through this as I can. But, like, there's so much storytelling that was in that universe. Like, one of the most impactful lines in the entire series in my eyes, and I'm gonna misquote it, but it's like the general concept's still the same, is if in a different time, in a different place, do you think we could have been friends? Between Aang and Zuko. In season 1, that was. It was when the Blue Spirit, as the Blue Spirit, Zuko, quotation marks, saves Aang from Zhao. will still consider that one of the most impactful moments. This way. Yeah, because that's this way. Yeah. There we go. Much easier. And so I could ask the question as well. Do you remember what the main plot of that episode was? It was Aang going and fucking finding frozen frogs to feed to Katara and Sokka. Because they were sick. And I say that and you're like, well duh, yeah of course, but it's like that's not something that immediately comes to most people's minds. Like, that's what I mean. Like, the series had so many beautifully interwoven episodes together where so many things are happening. It said frogs on the tube. Oh, it's fucking YouTube's side not working. Wait, let me... Didn't come through at all. That's probably YouTube doing its weird filter thing and not telling you. No, it's not slow. It's literally just not there. I can show this and see. It just never turned up. This is the problem with YouTube's, like, censorship thing that it has. I don't know why that censored that. But it censors things and it doesn't tell you and it doesn't tell me. And it's really fucking annoying. Alright. Negotiate. Yep, that was the archers hunting Yang, because that's when Zhao got them. Because that was when he got promoted to Admiral. But, like, that's what I mean by, like, showing, how much is interwoven in that episode. He just rolled up and hippity. Well, that was the best part, is he turned up and was like, I'm not gonna, like, no, I'm keeping my archers, you can fuck off. And he gets a message and it's like, huh, I've just been promoted. My request is now turned into an order. Politics, Blue Spirit, there was so, again, that was just one episode. That's why I say, so much in each episode that I could explain a single episode and you could think I'm talking about like half a season. Like, that's what's so good about it. No one will convince me how good that fucking series is. Alright. Heart of Ice. It's an epic tragedy telling the tale of two lovers, a Rakian woman and a Mirror man. They wish to marry, but a jealous Ma, or witch, comes between them. She sacrifices all of her power to banish the woman into the spirit realm, for as long as the man's heart remembers her. For a Fivem, the separated lovers go on adventures, facing ever greater dangers to win magical items and powers that they hope might allow them to break the barrier between realms. But their passion and dedication only strengthens, and the love of his heart and therefore the power of the curse. The witch, meanwhile, begs the man to give up on his lost love and take comfort with her instead.
If he could fall for the witch and forget the Moroccan woman, then she would be saved. But if he married the witch just to save his lover, then his heart would still be hers, and the curse would continue. In the spirit realm, the woman makes a friend, a frost spirit, a frostbite, who cannot understand living emotions. The spirit alternatively aids the woman and it tries to convince her to give up on mortal life and enjoy the infinite possibilities of spiritual existence. At last, the mirror man climbs a towering mountain to claim an archdraken, a creature with the power of a demigod, capable of undoing any curse. At the end of their fight, the barrier is sundered, and the woman steps back into the mortal realm, only to find the body of her lover, torn apart by the dragon's claws. The curse is only broken when his heart stopped beating. Seeing her despair, the frozen sprite is moved at last and sacrifices itself to freeze the man and woman and the witch in eternal ice. Do you wish to make a speech before the performance?
I also mentioned Samurai Jack's writers cooked too. The Three Blind Archers remain one of my favorite. Yeah. Dude. Samurai Jack had some very slow episodes, but all the episodes felt really cool. Like, they felt slow and they felt long, but like, not for a bad thing. Like, fuck, I could talk about the goddamn episode where Jack gets turned into a goddamn chicken. Right, we could talk about that episode as well. That episode was wild. Like, fuck, that episode had so much going on. Dagon made a chicken? Yeah. I'm trying to even fucking remember how it happened. Yeah, like... Even ones without Jack, like the bounty. Oh god, yeah. Dude, there's so many good episodes in Samurai Jack that it's just like... They're so weird, and I love them. X9 the robot bounty hunter whose dog is kidnapped and he's forced to take the job against Jack. Oh, yeah! Fuck, I've almost forgotten about that one. God. You have an election to win. You have to take whatever opportunities you can to look deserving of the honor.
We stand here in the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire, to celebrate one of our many great art forms, the opera. Here we celebrate our history, our civilization, our education, our refinement. The Empire is like a living thing, always growing, always changing, but it is held together by the backbone of tradition. We honor the past even as we reach for the future.
You sit down to the sound of polite approval. The performance is lavish and the musicians skilled, but it does go on for quite some time. You're too swept up in the emotion of it all to feel a little tired. It's been too long since you've attended a show like this.
I remembered it because it was so sad it stuck. Yeah, no, that's fair.
After this, you'll have the Jubilee to prepare for on the turn 28, the next turn.
Okay, I need to do these. mean, it's why I remember, like, a lot of the storyline with, and I'm blanking on her name, but Aku's daughter. As well, right? When she turns up. I still love, by the way, can we just, like, have a moment to feel for Aku, right? Because in his perspective... Ashi, that's it. Yeah, Ashi. I love the fact that from his perspective, he's just like, "No, samurai, I'm going to send you into the future, haha." He goes, turns around, immediately, fucking Jack with a beard comes out of nowhere and stabs his ass. Like... Fuck, that must be so wild. It's like, haha, I've won. What? Where have you got a beard now? It's so dumb. Like, fuck, that must have been a hell of a moment for him. Right, Heru Prime is an unpleasantly hot world with much of its surface varying between desert and jungle. The currents and storms where air masses mix are reportedly spectacular. It is no wonder that this is a source of a flying species. At the same time, their own natural wings may have discouraged their technological development. Heru had not yet developed spaceflight when the system was discovered by the Imperial explorers. In fact, they had not yet developed powered flight of any kind. The daughters of Aki cooked, yeah. Gave his cult a piece of him to worship. Cult leader drank it. Yeah. No, yeah, immediately Jack was back. It's so fucking funny. There's just such a thought process that must have gone through his head. It's like, finally, I've sent him away. Why am I stabbed? Like, why am I cut in half now? Why has Jack got a fucking beard? Like, what happened? How did all of this occur? Did I fuck up in the future? Much has changed in the centuries since the Heru were absorbed into the Celestial Empire, but some of the stigma of being less advanced still remains. Still, the capital is a thriving metropolis with large contingents of all the imperial races, and the upper echelons of society are eager to make connections with you. You are not personally experienced with Heru cuisine. The household staff of One Bite, one of the two electors from the Heru homeworld, has offered to cater the reception. This would ensure that the menu is appropriate to local tastes and customs, but if there are any conflicts between the two electorals, allowing one to have so much influence might offend the other. There is also the issue that the Heru have no Capscan receptors, which means that they don't experience any sensation of pain from eating the hot peppers. They are added a common on their planet. They simply enjoy the taste. Allowing the Heru to cater could be a very spicy experience. Accept the catering offer. The Heru should be pleased by your acceptance of their culture. As the reception gets underway, you make the rounds nodding and smiling, sampling the colourfully bite-sized food pieces being offered. You receive a full menu listing from the caterers and made a note of which items are more or less likely to be spicy. With that in mind, you are careful to have a drink available before you decide to taste something risky. Some of those spices smell delicious.
You glance around the sea of feathered faces. I still love, by the way, can we just have a quick moment to make fun of the Europeans? Is that they went around the world to conquer and, get spices. And yet that's the country, specifically the fucking, the British, that use the least amount of fucking spices in their dish. Those motherfuckers are scared of goddamn pepper. And they went and conquered places for spices. Fucking white people, man. Anyway, moving beyond that quickly, before I get myself in trouble. Telling one hero from another can be tricky on first glance. They all look a bit alike to you, perhaps because you've never known one well. Hero are rarely seen in the Merakian system. Gender is considered irrelevant personal information among the hero, discussed only with their mates and their doctors. The unusual naming conventions provide no clues on the subject. With so many local guests, it is difficult for you to pick out the electors among the crowd. Of course, they are here to meet you, and will no doubt seek you out. What notification did I get? Oh, I don't give a shit about that notification. Cool. You stand and wait, projecting your best royal aura. Suddenly, you become aware of a disturbance at the edge of the room. You move a bit closer to try and see what's happening. A hero in rich purple robes appears to be struggling with one of the palace waiters. Has it had too much to drink? Wait, no, that's not a server. It's an internal security officer operating undercover. Something's wrong here. Is that hero an assassin? Whatever's going on, you better not get too close. You need to let security do their work without disrupting the reception. It could leave a terrible impression on the rest of your guests, especially if they believe that someone's being treated with violence because they're hero. You need to provide a distraction. Quickly, you move to the front of the room, picking up a silver handbell and ringing it to draw everyone's attention to you. Welcome all of you to the Heavenly Palace, the heart of the Celestial Empire. The Empire has been my blood and life since I was born, and yet its diversity continues to amaze and inspire me. From the winds of Heru Prime to the mists of the blind eye, from the fallen colossi to the depths of the Basilica of Shadows, we are all connected. Wherever we are, we are the Empire. And the connections we build will shape our extraordinary future. There is a round of applause. More than you expected for exemplary remarks. You almost wish you'd saved those lines for a bigger occasion. More importantly, it appears that the security incident has been resolved with discretion, and the festivities can continue as planned. Shortly afterwards, someone approaches you. By the standards of hero fashion on display, this person is ornately dressed, and probably either important or desperately seeking attention.
Last skies to you, Imperial Highness. I am known in the common tongue as One Bite.
Ah, this is one of the electors. Greetings to you as well, Honorable Elector. My compliments to your household for the food. It's quite delicious. Not a response, but you sense that it is pleased.
I believe this is your first visit to our footstool, Hero Prime.
Yes.
I'm sure you must have a busy itinerary. What, getting to know the territory, all the various divisions, the monuments to events, the premises office, the pilgrimages.
It's a pity you were not able to make yourself better known to our people before finding yourself in these tragic circumstances. However, we look forward to building a fresh imperial relationship with no priors.
The dry, passive-aggressive tone is clearly intended to make you feel like the weight of your inexperience, and to cast shame upon you for having no interest in Hero until you needed their approval. But it's not your fault. You didn't get to make your own decisions until your father died. It's also not very polite for one bite to chastise you at your own reception. Should you pretend to not notice the insult, or reply in kind? Reply politely. You're here to make friends, not enemies. Thank you. I look forward to working with you. It waves its arms, stream is fluttering.
Yes, contact my office when you are prepared to learn.
With that, it sweeps away to rejoin another hero, probably its spouse. You sense its feelings towards you are neutral. Several splits later, another hero ambles in your direction, propelled by coughs and nudges from a handsome young Mithrin man who waits behind at a polite distance. Feathered as they are, the hero take an eccentric approach to clothing. Where one bite seemed ornately dressed, this individual looks like it can barely manage to keep anything attached.
Hello, Your Highness. Your Imperial Highness. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am known as Three Rocks Nested.
It scratches its head awkwardly.
I'm afraid I'm a bit behind on my updates, and there wasn't much information available anyway. So, tell me about yourself.
What?
Your interests, things you like to read.
You were expecting to present a book report tonight? What would you say is your favorite genre? And what do you want the Elator to think of you?
Oh, fantasy.
I like fantastical stories, things that can present new worlds and new ways of living. It's fun to imagine what might lie outside of the universe as we know it.
An open mind and a spirit of exploration. Do you have any pets?
A golden viper.
Excellent.
It pulls up its little notebook and scribbles something.
Oh yes. We'll talk again.
It walks away, still writing, and the Marathian you noticed earlier looks exasperated and takes a few rapid steps to catch up with the Elector. What an odd bird. You sense that the feelings towards you are leaning negative. As the reception winds down, your security team draws you aside for a discreet update. Disruptive guest earlier was apparently a hero separatist attempting to strike a blow against the Marakian overlords. They assure you that exactly the same thing would have happened if it had been your father holding the gathering. This attack was not about you personally, but what you represent. No connections to any electors or any larger factions have been detected. This incident should have no further political consequences. Does that make it any better?
Mingle and chat. I'm always scared of that fucking zero-G trampoline because I got fucking killed on it a few times. Alright, we're gonna stay put. Oh god, I have to... Okay, I need to remember how to do this one correctly because otherwise I just get shot. While Jubilee festivals are being held all across the Celestial Empire, you are personally obligated to host a celebration here in the Heavenly Palace and entertain a selection of dignitaries. The opening ceremony will be broadcast on the feeds all across the Empire. You're excited by the opportunity to present yourself to the public, especially now that the election is a real competition. If nothing else, you look lovely. This should help boost your profile. As a representative of the Emperor's legacy, you are required to make a speech.
But first, you must acknowledge your guests by welcoming the delegations from the 4 primary imperial races. And that means you have to choose what order to acknowledge them in, which is absolutely guaranteed to please some and enrage others. In particular, while whoever you choose first will be flattered and whoever you choose last will be offended, the Marakians consider themselves the central pillars of the Empire and will take offense at any position other than first. Which group do you welcome first? Marakians? Thrakens? Mal... Hero. Once everyone is assembled, you receive your cue and speak a few words. I don't think I'm getting shot, at least. I'd like to thank everyone through the Empire, our communities, friends, and neighbours, for coming together to celebrate this Jubilee. We are in a time of transition, and we all share sorrows, but we will still have much to be thankful for. We do not forget the past, but we maintain our sense of hope and optimism for the future. We who stand in this room are only pieces of a much greater whole. Each of us are representatives of faiths, of organizations, of cultures, of sciences, and arts. It is through our different contributions together that we create the foundations of the Celestial Empire, a great masterwork which is admired through the galaxy. Please, everyone, step forward and enjoy. The music swells and guests begin to circulate. Everything is going smoothly. At one point, a military drill squad is in crisp dress. Uniforms demonstrate a sequence of synchronized rifle tossing and spinning, demonstrating their precision and skill. However, thank God we didn't get shot. Cool. However, as the hours play on, your energy flags and you have so many other things that you need to be thinking about. Keeping a smile on your face is becoming exhausting. Well, it's all part of parcel of being a princess. It's hardly the first time you've ever had to dance all day. Your feet will have to recover later. Yeah, no, you can get shot right there. If you have them come in the wrong order, if you've pissed off the wrong person, you just get shot. That's it. No one put a timer? No, I mean, the dude just grabs the gun and shoots us. I'm not even kidding. It's like they're doing the drill and then just one of them aims down rifle and fucking shoots us. It's like, oh, shit. It's been a beautiful party, Zorana. That's wild, I know, right? Thanks. May I have this dance? It's not being flirtatious. There's something on his mind. I think I know. Alright. You take up position close to each other and glide through the familiar motions. You can feel your body relaxing, knowing that, for once, you are in the hands of a trusted friend. They just straight up do it? Yeah! No, it's literally they're talking about it and it's like just one of them fucking aims down a rifle and shoots you. In the middle of everything. Because you need to understand, whatever happens to that dude afterwards doesn't matter. We're dead. We lose the game. I don't know what happens to that guy. He just fucking shot us. He leans in close to murmur to you. I've been hearing the strangest rumors. What do you mean? Whispers that the Emperor is not dead, but has set aside his throne to become a musician and join the Escalon State Opera Company. What? That sounds like some kind of fairy tale. If I'd been all born an emperor, I would have wanted to give it all up and run away with the theatre. Yes, but we're talking about my father, Emperor Dracason, the great and powerful, not you. Besides, I'm at the opera company. Well, I hear it's sad. And I thought you should know. It's good to know you're looking out for me. I'm forever your loyal servant. Oh, you tease. But it's nice. Interesting. I don't think I've actually hit that dialogue before. I never had the things loaded up for it. Let's do strength. Because
Because I should have all the stuff to deal with, this guy. Three rocks nested. So we need to just appropriate the negotiation.
You arrange for a private conversation with 3 rocks nested. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me?
Vote? Now? I'm not ready. I don't have my notes. Oh, I do have my notes.
It flips through a little notebook and looks back at you.
It seems, I'm not certain that there is such a great difference, really. Whoever takes the throne will rule the Empire, and I don't have much reason to choose one or the other.
Is there anything I could do that would give you a reason? Something that would show you that I am the best choice to be Empress?
How are you for games?
Games? You mean sports?
No, nothing of the sort. Challenges, puzzles, adventures, forays into fantasy. It's a hobby of mine. Putting people into an imagined scenario that they must explore to uncover the true story and the way to escape. It's so difficult to find people willing to test these little creations. A game master needs players, you know. And with your background, you're the perfect subject for my latest idea.
Is it dangerous?
It's just a game. Well, I suppose things could go a bit wrong. I mean, things can always go wrong. Fire, flood, earthquake, book falls on your head. That happened once. So I can't say there's no danger, but that doesn't that make it more exciting?
Does your life need more excitement? And rubs its hands together.
I'll need a bit of time to prepare the dungeon.
Dungeon?
Ew, it's traditional to call any playing space a dungeon. It doesn't mean that there will be monsters necessarily.
So, what does it involve?
I can't tell you that. If you were prepared, it wouldn't be a fair test of my creation. I must see how you interact the pieces when you didn't know what they do, which clues you notice, and so on. But if you can play through my little adventure successfully, I'll give you my vote. Doesn't that sound like a fair reward?
It's the reward you're after, but exactly what would you be getting yourself into?
Contact me with your schedule to arrange a session.
If you want to find out, you'll have to take the chance.
The Dungeon Master. That's fucking right, we're playing D&D. I think I just do this right away, right? Personal quest. The Elector 3 Rocks nestled wishes you to play a mysterious game somewhere on the planet's surface. It would not give you any details, only that it would be an adventure. It also wasn't clear whether you have more than one chance at this. Are you ready to make the attempt? Let's play! Let's play. That's an old reference. I hate that it's cool. I can consider that an old reference too. That's sad, actually, more than I'm thinking on that I can call Let's Play an old reference. Fucking hell. What has the world been? What has come of this? Like, I'm actually having a spit out moment right now. Give me more. Like, what the fuck? I still remember when they started doing Minecraft on Xbox. Man. Like, I remember being there and like going like, damn, they're playing Minecraft now? Okay. That's wild. Not what I expected. And like, That became a whole huge thing. And now I'm pretty sure that's just been forgotten to time. Damn, the world has changed. The world has really changed. And I've just made myself depressed at age. It's fine. I'll live. I think, maybe. Alright, you send a message to the Elector's office to arrange your trip to the surface. Without much delay, you receive a reply with a landing coordinates and a request to wear comfortable shoes. You meet three rocks nestled on Heru Prime outside of what appears to be a large warehouse.
Welcome, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so...
Give me a moment. Oh, wrong hole. There we go.
Welcome, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so glad you could make it. Now, this scenario is based on the Novian phonographic era, a classic time period on that planet for murder mysteries and hands-on detective work.
I have to investigate a murder?
Well, who knows? Anything could happen. You're an investigator visiting the mansion for an eccentric millionaire, the wealthiest class at the time. It is in possession of a stolen diamond necklace, very valuable, rumored to carry a mysterious curse. Your job is to find the necklace and escape with it. There is a notebook in case you need it for any puzzle. Or here's a notebook in case you need it for any puzzles.
It hands you a little book full of paper, a blank paper, with a pen strapped inside.
Any other equipment or weapons you have, you should leave them here. The puzzles are meant to be solved with only what you find inside.
Good lord. Palace on Haunted Hill, Malith Edition. Me pulls up with a fucking gun. Wait a minute, what?
Now remember, once you go through that door, you're an old Novian. Pre-spaceflight. Try to stay in character.
You may have Novian heritage, but you're not an expert in their ancient history.
On with the show!
The Elector opens a door into the blackness and ushers you inside. You step through, blinking and hoping that your eyes will adjust when suddenly the door closes behind you. You're alone in an unknown space in the dark. Bang! You hear the sound of thunder crashing and lights overhead flickering crazily, giving you fragmentary glimpses of your environment. You're standing on a roof. A rough balustrade floor, oddly in front of you, is the facade of another building, an oddly fashioned house, the mansion the three rocks nested described. The sound of rain sweeps over you with a hiss, and panels to your side begin to glow with streaks of blue. You're not actually getting wet, but the atmosphere is clear. You can almost smell it, and it makes you shiver. Two glass lanterns in front of the house ignite, framing a large door that must be where you're supposed to go next. You approach the front door. It looks wooden, though it's hard to be certain in the dim light, and a gleaming metallic knocker is attached. There's also a small slot cut into the door, wide and tall enough for an envelope to pass through, but not a hand. Common courtesy would suggest that you should run rather than attempt to barge into a strange home. On the other hand, you are apparently supposed to be stealing a necklace, so perhaps stealth is called for. You lift the knocker and bring it down loudly against the door's surface. After a moment, you hear a voice from the other side.
Do you have an invitation?
What?
Kindly slide your invitation through the door, so that I may say who's calling.
You don't have an invitation, just a notebook full of blank paper. And a pen.
Bluff your way in? I want to bluff my way in. I want to bluff my way in, yeah.
You square your shoulders and raise your chin haughtily. You are implying that you don't know exactly who I am? I'm the world-famous inspector with connections to the royal family?
You're supposed to be playing along with the story, after all.
Surely they are too. Do you expect me to believe that a house of this level of sophistication does not recognize me? This is a deliberate insult. Or perhaps a sign that you have something to hide.
The door creaks open, revealing
Orlog.
the,
Orlog?
Orlo? Yeah, we'll go with that. The Elector's companion wearing a formal, feathered suit. My apologies, Madame Inspector. I did not hear you clearly at first.
Huh.
Please, come inside. He ushers you into a room decorated in what you believe is period old Novian style. A large number of comfortable chairs are set all around the edges, and tiny wooden tables crammed in between them. The walls are covered with decorative patterned paper. High shelves hold collections of silver and china. Make yourself comfortable, madam. I will announce your arrival to the master. He bows and leaves through a side door that he closes behind himself. You stand in place uncertain. He's supposed to be searching the room for clues. Is the diamond necklace hidden in one of the silver cups? Or should you go deeper into the mansion where the servant is not looking? Suddenly you hear voices coming from behind the door or all just used. Despite the distance, they are as loud and clear as if you were standing in the same room.
The inspector is here? You let her into the house? This is a catastrophe! I expected better from my loyal butler.
1,000 apologies, master. Should I send her away?
No, that will only arouse her suspicion. You must keep her occupied. Stall her. Serve her tea and cakes. I'll use the secret passage to reach the diamond necklace and secure it safely.
Yes, master. And then oddly, you hear a little snippet of music, a distinct 4-note tune, followed by a dull grinding noise. As you blink in puzzlement, Aurel re-emerges, pulling the door behind him again so that you cannot see the room beyond, but not quite closing it. Please accept my apologies, madame. The master is deeply occupied with important business matters and cannot receive you at the moment. If you would be so kind as to have a seat, I'll bring you tea and refreshments while you wait. He exits through a different door this time. This one closes solidly behind him. You walk over to peek through the first door. The room beyond appears to be a study containing a large desk, several bookshelves, a fireplace, and a keyboard. Perhaps a harpsichord. There is no one in the room and no sign of any other exit. The master may have exited via the secret, must have exited via the secret passage that was mentioned. There was a little tune. So is the harpsichord the key? You hum the simple notes under your breath, burning them into your mind, and then placing your fingers over the keys. It only takes you a few tries to replicate the tune correctly. When the last note chimes, there is a grinding sound, and the bookcase on the wall swings open, revealing a dark passage. This must be the way to wherever the master has hidden the diamond necklace. You slip behind the bookshelf. The walls here are designed to look like they're made of large stones, mortared together, but they're too soft when you touch them. It's some sort of foam that only looks like rocks. Well, this is a game after all.
Tiny bulbs in the shape of candle flames ignite as you set foot in the secret passage. Enough light to let you pass through safely, though not to see well. Like candles, they flicker erratically, making it hard to focus. Your footsteps seem to echo in the darkness. It's a little spooky in here. You hear a metallic noise and freeze in place, looking around to see what's happening. Metal grates descend from the ceiling in front of and behind you, blocking the passage. Confused, you run forward to grab hold of the bars and try and lift them up again. They won't budge. Just how heavy are they? Wait, there's a little square hole in the floor right in front of the grate. Surprisingly deep and narrow, with what looks like a keyhole at the bottom of it. Is the grating somehow locked into place?
Aha! I have you now!
The Elector walks into view from the far end of the corridor. It's carrying something in its hands, but you can't quite make it out.
So, Madame Inspector, you thought you could, rid me of my own den?
Beard me of my own den. Here don't even have beards.
Now the shoe is on the other foot! Ha 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 ha! I've hidden the necklace where no one can find it, defended by my most dangerous beetle of all. And as for you, you'll rot here in the secret dungeon, out of sight, forgotten by all, forced to stare at your salvation just out of reach.
It holds up the object in its hand, a large ring from which dangles one very long metal key. Then it reaches over and hangs the key hang the key ring on a small hook attached to the wall for apparently just this purpose. The hook is, of course, just a bit too far out of your hand, away for your hand to reach from behind the metal bars.
So long, Madam Inspector!
It turns dramatically and struts its way back out of the corridor, leaving you alone and trapped. This is a game, a puzzle. There must be some solution. The flickering lights even out and glow brighter, allowing you to see more clearly. There's a long metal rod of some sort lying on the floor in the crack next to you, lying on the floor in the crack next to the wall, easily overlooked. You pick it up. It appears to be a fireplace poker with a pointed tip that has a slight flare to it. A proper hook would be a lot more useful, but if your hand is steady, you can use this to capture the keyring. You hold out the poker carefully, maneuvering the tip under the keyring and lifting. Almost got it. Keeping your muscles under careful control, you bring the keyring back without dropping it. You insert the long key into the hole and turn it with a click. Nothing obvious happens, but now when you grab hold of the bars and haul upwards, they begrudgingly rise. The same isn't true of the grating behind you. You're clearly supposed to keep moving forward. You keep the poker handy, though you never know when you might need a weapon. Cautious, quiet, and certain what to expect, you creep along the passage. At the end of the corridor, there's an obvious brass rectangle mounted to the outline of a door, showing you where to push. You shove on the door and it pivots, letting you out to another richly appointed room. Another study, perhaps, the study of a mad taxidermist. The walls and tables are covered with dead animals, stuffed and posed as trophies. A massive char stands forever frozen on its hind legs. Still, sharp teeth gleaming. An entire wall is covered with pinned insects of every shape and color. There is no sign of the master or the butler. You're on your own. So now what? Oh god, give me a fucking moment. It's seen what I mean though with this game, right? Where I love it, but fuck, there is so much dialogue. Holy shit.
And there's, I think, is it like 30 turns or 35 turns? No, I think it's 35 turns. And it's gonna ramp up a lot in this next section, if I recall correctly. So we're nearly done, and it's only been 7.5 hours! Fuck! It's what I get for not skipping any dialogue and I'm just playing. Examine the insects. Because they said fucking about insects. You look at the rainbow of insects pinned and mounted on the wall. Bees, butterflies, beetles. Wait. Didn't the the master, say that the necklace was guarded by the most dangerous beetle? This must be a puzzle. You look up and down the displays. How can you tell which is the most dangerous beetle? You are not an expert bug collector, even on your own homeworld. Surely you can't be expected to recognize every insect. Beetles generally aren't dangerous, at least not to anything your size. Predatory beetles eat other insects or people. Very few beetles are capable of delivering a bite that you would even notice. And you'd have to annoy them a lot to make them try. Then you remember, there are ways other than biting for beetles to be dangerous. Some beetles ooze toxic substances that will burn anyone who touches them. It's a defense, not an attack, but it's more dangerous to people than a tiny beetle bite could ever be. Beetle blisters can scar horribly. Toxic beetles usually have posmatic coloring, which means that they are bright and easy to see, advertising that you should be more afraid of them than they are of you. Yes, this is how stuff works in real life. The brighter the color, the more you should probably not fuck with. Especially with insects and plants. Like, that's a really good rule of thumb. And amphibians, I guess, as well. So, all you need to do is checks out, yeah. No, if I saw, like, two bugs next to each other, one's just no color, and then one's, like, very colorful, I'm definitely taking my chances with the no color one. But, in saying that, there are cases where that's not the case, right? Like the caterpillar is a great example. Yeah, black widows. That's exactly, caterpillars basically are kind of similar to black widows, if I recall correctly. It's our only deadly, main deadly spider. Catapult. Oh, they're considered actually an endangered species. Huh. Yeah, there you go. Okay, so the caterpillar is one of the many species in the genus Latrodentus, such as the Australian redback and the North American black widow. That is a scary one, the caterpillar. But the caterpillars here in New Zealand, the only way you'll find them is normally by the beach, normally around like driftwood and shit like that. And they are really hard to piss off. But if you're actively trying to piss it off, you're gonna get fucking hit. And just to like wolf spiders, okay, well that's a whole different argument though. I mean, have you seen, Is it NZ? Is it cave? No. Oh yeah, no, it is the cave spider. Have you seen cave spiders? I don't really want to show this on stream because if you're like slightly-ish with like, with spiders, this is the spider to fucking trigger it. The cave spiders here in New Zealand are about the size of a fucking dinner plate. They aren't harmful, but like, I'm not kidding, you can, their leg span's like 15 centimeters. And they move like crabs. So they're like, you'll see one and they'll always stick in a corner. So they'll stick in the, like, you come into the bathroom, sit in the top corner, and it's like, if it starts moving, it scuttles across the fucking ceiling. It's big enough to, I think it can actually hurt your, like, break your wrist. I think that's about the strongest it gets. But, like, it's fucking big. Because NZ spiders, it's like... We have mainly a bunch of jumping spiders. Like a fuckload of jumping spiders. Yeah, over 150 species of jumping spiders alone. Like, I want to stress, New Zealand, the vast majority of spiders are harmless. Whitetails and caterpillars are like the only ones to give a shit about. Cause... Yeah, no, it's because one of the big things was like the caterpillar, if you get bitten by that, you've got like an hour. If you don't get the anti-venom, you're dead. That's just it. Whitetails, on the other hand, are fucking assholes, because they... So how they work is, whitetails aren't caterpillar. No, so it's K-A-T-I-P-O, caterpillar. But no, whitetails are the fucking problem because they're just about everywhere. The thing is, they themselves aren't like poisonous or venomous, right? It's the problem is that like daddy longlegs, right? They're actually got quite a lot of like poison venom to them, but they've never got like a way of triggering it on a large enough scale to impact a human being. Whitetails eat those fuckers and don't brush their teeth. So they have a shitload of flesh-eating bacteria on their teeth. And it gets worse and worse and worse. So, and because they're one of the more aggressive fucking species in New Zealand, they basically will bite you if they fucking have the chance. And so it's basically they can, like their scope of what they can do for bite can range from basically nothing to you could lose a fucking chunk of your arm. Like, that's a straight up thing. Like, you can lose quite a lot of flesh to it. But yeah, caterpillars do actually straight up, like, they've got a little red stripe on their backs and shit. That's again why it's like they're the same as like there are black widows. Or the redback in Australia. It's the same genus bull. So it's very much the same. But yeah, so that's what our spiders are like. We have 2 spiders that are kind of a problem, and one of them is an endangered species, and you have to be poking it often multiple times to piss it off enough to get it to bite you. But we have like a bunch of orb web spiders. They're pretty good. Stuff like that. So yeah. There you go. That's your little fun facts of the dangerous things in New Zealand. We don't actually have much dangerous things. Very chill here. Alright. What a fucking sidetrack, by the way, that was. Alright. Toxic beetles usually have asthmatic coloring, which means that they're bright and easy to see. Advertising they should be more afraid of them than they are of you. So, all you need to do is examine the plaques of the brightest looking beetles and poke around looking for hidden buttons and switches without touching the beetles themselves. It seems that each of the frames displayed is firmly fixed to the wall on a hidden pole that allows for the frame to be rotated. You can try a few different red spotted beetles, but eventually you'll turn a frame and the reward will sound the machinery starting up. You turn around just in time to see a panel behind the stuffed char slide away, revealing another secret passage in the wall. The beast is still in the way. You have to get up close to it, and then step cautiously over the base mount in order to enter. The previous passage was designed to look like an old stone wall's mason's work. This is rougher from what you can tell, the dim light. A mine or a cave, perhaps? Not a real one, of course, but that's the set design. Loose pebbles shift underfoot, making your every step, marking your every step with a crunch. The passage opens up into a larger space, still too dark for you to make out its full dimensions. One thing, however, is perfectly clear. A pedestal which supports a glittering diamond necklace. Well, diamond, you doubt even the eccentric elector would put up a jewel of such worth as a prize for a game of pretend adventure. It's likely glass, but it certainly sparkles. You make your way to the pedestal, careful not to touch the necklace just yet. You look all around, checking for traps, switches, tripwires, or anything else, likely to activate when something removes the necklace. Nothing seems safe. Time to grasp the arrow by the shaft. You sweep up your prize and leap back, hoping to avoid any reaction. Nothing obvious happens. Someone or something groans. The groaning is louder, echoing on all sides. It almost sounds like the words, doom, doom, doom. Suddenly you see a light in the distance. Sun through leaves, a fresh breeze, a way out. Unfortunately, the light also illuminates the area you find yourself in, revealing that you are not alone. Groups of ghostly white figures are converging upon you from either side. They're about your height, but strangely lumpy and misshapen, as if they were made out of metal dough. They move forward in strange, jerky hops that make their bodies quiver like balloons. Each time they jump, they also moan. Doom. Doom. Is this the mystical curse? The wiring and clanking suggest that these are robots dressed up like monsters in any case. They don't look friendly, and they're getting closer. What will happen if they grab hold of you? Better not find out. Run through them? Yeah, I should be able to run through them. You gotta be quick. You dash forward at high speed, twisting your body to avoid the gloopy ghost outreached hands while you weave in between them. Their reactions aren't fast enough to compensate for your quick changes in direction. You slip past and out the exit.
Congratulations! You have successfully completed my little adventure. It was very educational. I can see several areas that need a bit of tweaking.
It pulls up its notepad and adds a bit more writing.
Must speak to Kadar. She's always good for a puzzle.
Kadar, the Elector of Webgen from Heru 2? Are they friends? Ral clears his throat.
Oh yes, well, as agreed, I will give you my vote in the election. Earl can accompany you to your flyer if you need assistance. I must write this down before I forget.
It turns away, muttering under its breath. Well, you don't need its attention now. You've accomplished your goal and can return home in triumph. Ba-da-da-ba-ba-ba! We gotta vote. Fuck. I'm gonna put this back on. And then we go back talk to one bite. Charm and flatter. Gentle Elector, when we spoke at the reception, you suggested I should contact you when I was ready to learn. I do, of course, have my own devices, but I would prefer to hear directly from an involved source. Of course. Of course. That's right, yeah. So, what can you tell me about the current political situation on Hero Prime? Well, it launches into a lengthy explanation of factions and committees and caliphates and senatorial squabbles, among almost all of which is detail that is completely irrelevant at this point in time, but it pleases one bite to be seen as important. You sense its feelings towards you are neutral. Okay, we're at 13 votes. Now, the last half of the total votes are up for grabs. So Lukumir should be trying to get them, right? Let's go shopping. But you think about it, Lukumir sucks complete ass. Alright, let's go to Hero 3. Good morning, Your Imperial Highness. The committee requests your opinion on a legal matter.
Alright, what's the situation?
A rogue geneticist has been discovered attempting to raise a crop of his own clones. 7 children, all identical copies of themselves and their progenitor. Clone children by law must be created with a certain amount of external genes to ensure variation. It's partly for reasons of public health and diversity, and partly because of the thorny identity issues when a person is created to be a replica of another. It's not illegal to be a clone, of course. That would have unfortunate implications for naturally occurring identical twins. The crime is in deliberately creating children this way. The geneticist has been arrested and will not be allowed to retain custody of the children. The Empire will assume responsibility and see that they are assigned guardians. The question, therefore, is, should they be brought up together or separately? Are they all the same age? No. The eldest was created alone, the others in batches of 3. The youngest batch are still in their first 5 of them. But the other 4 are old enough for schooling.
7 children. That's quite a lot to expect any family to take in all at once. The only way to keep them together might be in an institution.
triplets are very rare, but not unheard of. Might be possible for a group of 3 to pass as natural children more than that. Though... And anyone who saw them would know exactly what they were. Their parent gone, the children are their own family. Would keeping them together be a kindness, or would it only serve the mad scientist's ends?
Keep them together.
These poor children must be going through enough. They need each other. They should stay together.
I will inform the committee of your opinion. I have received word from the High Pontifex. She is seeking guidance from the gods to determine the most auspicious date for the formal election process. There should be an announcement soon.
The election.
Oop, I double tapped. Did I miss something?
Nah, it's been hanging over your head for so long now, but it was always a goal for the future. If the High Pontifex declares that the election should happen right now, could you possibly win it? Are you prepared?
I mean, at this point I'm doing better than the other folk. The other dude. Sorry, I'm just finishing off the potato gravy from the KFC. Oh, that's definitely the end of me eating for a little while. The rest of that chicken can sit there. Alright.
You don't know what's going to happen yet, but it's clear that you're running out of time.
Would you believe I'm gonna do some wrestling? Let's do some wrestling. This sector of the hero system is by far the most popular with tourists from across the Empire. Both planets and dominated by ocean, with small land masses whose cities are never too far from a beach, and now support thriving colonies with a focus on pleasure and recreation. Reknok is a warm summer paradise of nodding palms and gentle breezes. Young adults cram themselves into touring ships for whirlwind romance and wild alcohol-fueled parties. The wealthy retire there to sleep in the sun. Huachim attracts a different crowd, with its odd skies that are perpetually gloomy by day and sparkle by night. Bioluminescent organisms are common, and the seas shimmer with strange colors. Can I say, by the way, was it last year, I actually got to, see bioluminescent water for the first time? Bioluminescent organisms, on the beach. Fuck, that was cool as shit. It was weird, but it was so cool. I was not prepared for it. It was really interesting. I'd love to see, a bit more of an intense one, but, it was still cool as shit. Just being able to, see. You could just jog on the spot for a quick bit, and, the beach would glow. It was so cool. Again, it's one of those experiences that it's I've seen it on video so many times, but seeing it in person, so interesting. Nixia had big plans for a meditative retreat on Kochim to celebrate your graduation from Ishin Academy. You and she and Vasily would be staying in an underwater resort with massages and trance-inducing glasses. Getting in touch with your soul resonance, that sort of thing. Vasily would rather be relaxing on Reknok beaches, but Vasily never bothered to make the plans. Of course,
the way things are going now, it's not likely you'll be able to keep in Zenixier's plan either. Ricknog has the larger population of the two electors to the Chim's one. Ricknog is actually the only individual colony in the Empire that is assigned 2 electors, and it's not because of the size of the population, it's because too many wealthy and influential nobles wanted to claim the planet for themselves. In the early days of colonization, there were 2 rival capitals on the planet's surface, each attempting to claim the position of official central government. There were raids, assassinations, and even a mass poisoning incident. To calm the feud, the Emperor at the time chose to recognize them as 2 separate colonies, allowing them each to individually allowing them each individual representation. Over time, the 2 political entities have largely merged and interconnected, though the original capitals still maintain a friendly rivalry in sporting competitions. Both planets are known for their entertainment options and relaxed lifestyle. Would it be better to emulate that or to impress them with your own pomp and circumstance? What theme do you want for your reception? Colourful and casual. The culture of the sector revolves around fun. To win their approval, it makes sense to show that you can understand and appreciate their way of life, bringing on the flower dresses and the drinks with tiny umbrellas. There are any number of businesses on these planets who are accustomed to catering for conferences and delegations at short notice. They are thrilled by the opportunity to supply the Heavenly Palace. Not only should the electors feel more comfortable, but you may have made some useful contacts in the sector. Once the party is in full swing, you find yourself surrounded by smiling and laughing guests. Everyone wants to stop and tell you what a fabulous time they're having, and you can't resist lingering a little to accept their compliments, even though you know the electors are waiting. At last, you make your way to the first of the electors. Brekanika is one of the electors from Ricknog, an older Muruo woman with a son around your age. You've met her before when her family was visiting her husband's relatives on Kudro. Not just visiting, there was some discussion at the time about whether it would be good for the son's future to attend your boarding school and make connections in the Marakian system. You had to show him around and make some foolish comment about his eyes. It was a 5 ago. It doesn't matter. Probably. The son was called Wen, which was probably short for something, but you didn't read Breknik's dossier before the event to check. After all, you're not strangers. You can't see Breknik's son or husband nearby. They not attend tonight. Although she's not looking your direction, the tips of Breknik's cat-like ears perk up as you draw near. She turns and faces you.
Well. Welcome and well met, Your Imperial Highness. I'm so happy to see you. What a lovely party. Thank you. It's a pleasure to see you again as well. How's your family? Your husband and son are they here tonight? Oh, my husband isn't with us anymore. He dead, I'm afraid. Oh, I'm very sorry. Oh, it's all right. You've been busy lately with matters of your own. You haven't had time to keep up with recent news. My condolences for you and your son for your loss. Yes, it was a terrible tragedy. Very difficult times.
Actually, you don't think she's sad about it at all. Ragneka reaches up to adjust the pendant hanging around her neck, one sharp fingernail sending it swinging. Wait, it's moving. Those little legs, those pincer claws, that creature is alive! Someone has drilled holes through the anthropod's shell to attach rings of gold chain. How long can it last like that?
Of course, You have suffered your own loss so recently as well. You have my deepest sympathies for the death of your father. The Empire will never be the same without him.
There's something odd in the way she looks at you when she says that. Sympathy? Perhaps. It's more than that. It's the look of someone who thinks she knows your secrets. Which secrets might be, those be? You're not sure.
Do you expect to have the opportunity to visit your home in Reknok?
I suppose that depends on how the negotiations go. You don't recall really have the time for a beach getaway unless it's necessary to win a vote. Regnica smiles at you expectantly. She's waiting for you to say something more. Ask about the necklace.
It's a very unusual pendant. I designed it myself.
She places the palm of her hand under the unfortunate creature's legs, allowing it to stand for a few moments before dropping it back into its helpless dangling. Does it ever attack you?
Those pincers look like they might hurt. Does it ever try to attack you? These lesser creatures aren't smart enough to have friends or foes. It can't think or choose. It'll attack anything in front of it. The chain keeps it facing away from me. Those pincer arms can't reach behind, so my bosom is safe. But anyone who leans too close will get their nose nipped.
Is she being flirtatious? No, that wasn't. She wasn't flirting with you. She was boasting. She's proud of her display.
Oh, put me in her bosom! Oh, shit! I mean, I gotta compliment the boobs, right? I'm trying to win a vote here, man. Okay, sure.
I believe your cleavage is dangerous enough even without the Guardian.
Why, thank you, Your Highness. You sense that her feelings towards you are friendly. That's right, everybody. You've learnt a lesson today. You just walk up to a woman and go, nice tits, and you get approval rating. Oh, that's the dumbest fucking moment of this game. Holy shit. The fact that it just ends immediately with, you've got more approval rating, congratulations, is so fucking stupid. I can't believe I just actually did a... Your boobs are very nice. Very fine. Oh shit, did I just click past a thing? You're part of Brekan and go and search for another elector from Reknok. When you first encounter him, you think you're seeing double. Two handsome Iraqian men dressed in matching floral silk shirts stand together, shoulder to shoulder, their heads bobbing in time to the music. One is the elector you are seeking, the other is his husband. They're certainly not identical, they're not even related, but they look similar enough that if you had only a description to go on, you could not tell which is which. Even their names are closely aligned. Randomir and Randomil. Perhaps that's coincidence and encouraged them to cultivate and read the resemblance. Oh, Jesus. You wait expectantly until the elector detaches from his companion and comes over to greet you. Your Imperial Highness, it's really amazing to have you here with us. It's like, totally an honor. His eyes look odd. Has he taken some kind of chemical?
It's my pleasure to be here and to meet you.
It's your first time, or have you been to the sector before? Like, in the flesh?
I've never had the chance to visit.
Oh, wow. You know, you've gotta come down and, like, see the waves for yourself. We can be your guides, show you all the best games.
You You didn't come to this sector to play games, but you need his approval, so you smile non-committally.
Yeah, have you ever played on a Starfall team?
Has he not heard the news from the Twin Worlds? Your appearance in the temple game was hardly a secret. You won the game, after all. You deserve some praise and attention. He might not keep up with the happenings around the Empire. He doesn't look very focused. Still, some men enjoy the chance to explain sports to an inexperienced girl. Now I'm gonna mention the fucking temple match, motherfucker. Actually, I played a ritual match for the from the Basilica of Shadows.
Wow! That's awesome! We should get you on the field!
After a few more pleasantries, you send him back to his husband, remarking again on their oddly mirrored smiles. You sense his feelings towards you are neutral. Fucking surfer boy drugged up, what the hell. The last elector, the one representing Quachim, takes some time to locate. Not only is she standing off in a corner, but she's facing away from the center of the room, her feathered wings shielding her face from view. You only pinpoint her at last when her companion heads back into the main body of the party, carrying their empty plates. Perhaps the elector is shy, or her age and health have made her wary of crowds. Still, she does not look your way. You'll have to announce yourself. Madam Elector? She turns to face you, bringing with her a wave of sweet scent, as if she had been baking pastries until the sugar infused her very pores. Her hair and clothing flutter and sparkle. No, it's not her hair, it's insects. Moonflies with glowing wings, which crawl freely over her dress and extend their hollow tongues to taste her skin. What an unusual fashion statement.
Oh, your Imperial Majesty.
Majesty? That's not the correct title. The style of addressing is only for the Emperor or Empress. Is she declaring her allegiance, or is her mind wandering?
You're even more beautiful than your pictures. Such perfection.
She reaches her trembling hand towards your face. You take a step back, just enough to indicate your disapproval. You are not here to be ported at, especially not by a strange old woman covered in insects.
Ah, yes.
She lowers her hands.
Princess Zorana, my sympathies for your father's passing. I remember my own.
She looked away and sighs, a deep huff that shivers the wings of her gown's passengers.
For as long as you wait and think that they might come back, and they visit your bed, you scold them for making you worry. But then you open your eyes, and they are gone.
You don't know exactly what she's talking about, but it seems that it's affected her more deeply than your father's loss has affected you. Thank you, you're very kind. Faster than you could have imagined, her mournful expression transforms into a crackling, wrinkled smile.
Never too young to get started, are you, eh? Eh? We could be family, you know. And so she came. Union.
Mother, a woman's voice calls from behind you. The companion you noticed earlier, apparently the Elector's daughter, returns carrying a pair of glasses.
Ah, my star, see how she shines.
The woman steps protectively closer to her mother, who pats her shoulder.
I'm fine, my dear. The princess and I were just getting to know each other. Did you get the sparkling wine? Ah, what lovely bubbles.
You made your introduction. Perhaps now is the time to retreat. Please, enjoy the reception. I'll speak with you again later. The Elector doesn't seem to hear you. now staring intently into the liquid of her drink. You sense that her feelings towards you are friendly.
Fucking whatever that was.
Oh, what a lovely day you are. Would you like to fuck?
Not the first choice, but definitely an option.
Her Holiness, Ixaith, High Pontifex of the Twin Worlds, has made her proclamation, or pronouncement. The Electoral Conclave will convene on turn 35 to begin the formal process of election. The Heavenly Palace will begin station keeping on turn 33 and remain in position so the electors can travel to its location. After turn 32, the navigation feature will no longer be available, and the palace will remain in its current sector until the election is complete. You will still be able to take social actions on turn 33 and 34, but only within that sector. When the conclave is assembled, each candidate will make one final appeal, and then the voting will begin. Votes will be declared and registered openly to all assemblies. The candidate must gain the support of at least 17 electors in order to be acclaimed emperor. Any candidate receiving less than 7 votes will be removed from consideration, and voting will continue with the remaining candidates. Electors may abstain from voting if they are unconvinced, or if no candidate has secured significant support after 2 votes, there will be a recess for the day to continue negotiations. If no candidate is victorious after 3 days, the conclave will be dissolved and a new election cycle will begin. Theoretically, that would mean that you would have more time to travel and build support. Practically, though, a failed candidate will lose credibility. If you don't win now, you probably never will. There's not much time left. You need to decide where to station the Heavenly Palace and make your final push for social position. Yeah, I do, don't I? Okay. Shit. Don't worry about me learning unarmed combat. It's not a problem. Okay, you negotiate. You arrange for a private conversation. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? Pledge? I mean, the election isn't happening yet, is it? I presume that's a rhetorical question. I mean, that's when we're supposed to make the decision, right? I don't see why I would have to decide now. Well, right now I'm here and I'm talking to you personally. If there's something you want, something that would make a difference in your decision, now's the time to ask for it.
But you're not the Empress. You don't have the power. So what can you offer?
My time and attention, my friendship, and goodwill. You're a fan of sports, aren't you? What if I get season tickets for your local Starfield team and go to a match with you? An Imperial Princess in your box supporting your side against your rival capital city could be to your benefit.
Yeah, maybe we could do something for sports, but not just watching. If you want me to promise you my support in the election, I want you to impress me. Are you a fierce enough woman to face down the Imperial Comitia? You never know someone until you see how they struggle when their life is on the line.
You want me to give a speech to the Comitia? Does that mean he's counting debate as a sport?
No, I want to see you fight for your life. A blood match, no weapons, no holds barred, no surrender. Kill or be killed.
You want me to kill someone?
Or if you'd prefer a different sort of challenge to bring out your strength, there's a kind of obstacle course set up near Lightning Park. It's just as dangerous, even an expert can lose her grip on a rock. Long fall, sudden stop, doesn't end well. Don't go if you're afraid to die, but if you survive, you'll know you've earned it.
Whatever he sees in your face after that makes him laugh.
Like, nobody's forcing you. If you can't do it, then you can't do it. But if you don't have the fire in your blood, then I can't promise my vote.
There's something unsavory about the way he says your blood, like he's looking forward to seeing it spilled.
So, let yourself reflect and decide how you feel.
He closes the connection. If you pursue this, you may well lose your life, but you can't say he didn't warn you. He senses the approval towards you as neutral. Oh, God. Alright. Personal quest. Elector Radamel has indicated that in order to win his vote, you have to prove that you are willing to fight for your life. Literally. Either you duel to the death, or you attempt an unknown obstacle course. Either could get you killed. The duel is a blood sport match. No weapons are allowed, only your own body's strength and training, and possibly performance-enhancing drugs. But are you willing to kill your opponent to win a vote? You have no idea what sort of obstacle Radamel might have built. Obstacles Radamel might have built, other than that they might involve rock climbing. It could be a simple ropes course, or you could end up swinging over a lava-filled crevasse. You wouldn't know until you arrive. In either case, this is dangerous. If you proceed, either you will win Radamel's vote, or you will lose your life. At least, that's what he said. Maybe it's all a bluff. Maybe you only have to show up, show you're not afraid, and that will be good enough to impress him. Go with the challenge. Go ahead with the challenge, right? You're ready to take the plunge. Which route are you considering? The one-on-one combat, or the environmental hazards? I have a better chance with the fucking obstacles. You look over the paperwork which you are required to sign and give Radamel as an acknowledgement of the risks and rules. You're not allowed to bring any weapons or personal equipment with you for safety purposes. All necessary gear will be provided to you. Radamel enjoys competitions and sporting events, doesn't he? So whether this challenge is meant to be, whatever this challenge is meant to be, it must be possible to win, or it wouldn't be any fun to watch. You're required to acknowledge that death or serious injury are possible, will result only from your own lack of skill, and that you are entering of your own free will and at your own risk. The Elector and his companies are to be held harmless. You may not be able to take any equipment with you, but the Heavenly Palace Labs can give you a shot of something to boost your strength. Whatever obstacles you might face, extra strength will probably be useful.
I'm gonna take performance-enhancing drugs.
You let the scientist inject you, and you feel a rush of strength through your body. Once you're as prepared as you can be, you take a shuttle down to the surface of Regnok, landing near Lightning Park. In better times, it might be fun to check out its attractions. It's a roller coaster with 3 inversions and an underground plunge, but you're not exactly in the mood. The Elector meets you and brings you around to a secret back area containing a variety of equipment, some of which contains far too many spikes for no discernible purpose. He directs you to change into a bodysuit of stretchy, water-resistant fabric that clings tightly to your body, and adds shoes, gloves, and a padded helmet. Looks like standard safety gear. Maybe this really isn't as dangerous as he's threatened.
Follow the path to the black flag. If you reach it, you have won.
He guides you to a seat inside a large sphere made of some clear rubbery substance and straps you into place.
To Fortune's blades.
He presses a button on the wall. There's a deep whoop of air, and your sphere is blasted up through a tube, tumbling end over end that rattles you against the walls. You keep your eyes closed to minimize nausea and wait for the motion to end, breathing slowly. Once the sphere rolls to a stop, you release the straps. You have no sooner climbed out of the sphere than you hear a hissing noise and look back to see the sphere slowly deflating. Well, you weren't going back by that method anyway. Your goal lies forward. You have been dropped off in a gleaming white corridor, apparently featureless except for the 2 strings of pulsing red lights set into the carpet to suggest which direction you should go next. You follow the lights to a doorway and stop suddenly after the closed-in nature of the tube and the corridor. The room ahead is enormous open space. You cannot see the distant walls, nor the ceiling, nor the floor. There's simply nothing but darkness. You drop to your knees and feel around in case it's not an optical illusion. No, there's really nothing to stand on. Realistically, the pit can actually be bottomless. A pit can't actually be bottomless, it's a trick of low light. There's got to be a floor down there somewhere. Unfortunately, since you can't see it, you have no idea if it's a solid rock or covered with spikes or worse. A fall could easily be fatal. Shielding your eyes to block out the corridor's lighting, you try to focus into the dimness. You still can't see a floor, but you eventually make out flickers of movement far ahead and a dim shape that might be a platform of some kind. That must be where you're meant to go, but it looks too far to jump. Are you supposed to take a running leap and pray? You look around the edges of the door frame, and at the last spot your salvation, a hanging rope with a few knots in it to improve grip. The free end is currently secured in a metal loop next to the door. The other is attached somewhere overhead. Presumably, if you swing out on this, you can reach the far platform, unless it's a trap. The knot at the end is nowhere near big enough to sit or stand on. You'll need strong arms to hang on. Tying a larger knot would make the rope shorter, which would defeat the purpose.
I'ma just fucking yeet.
Better to depend on your own body than anyone else's tool. You back up, giving yourself some room, and take a few deep breaths, then pumping your arms as hard as you can. You run down the corridor and launch yourself into the unknown. Fortunately, however, far you managed to jump, it wasn't far enough. The world should be flashing past your eyes, since it's so dark you can really see. You can't really see what's happening. You don't know what's what or when you're going to hit, only that you're falling. Splash! Your body slams into a hard surface, but your body slams not into a hard surface, but into cold liquid water. Knowing that you may be disorientated from the fall and the cold, you try to swim immediately, but relax and let yourself float back up to the surface. You float on your back, breathing slowly and calmly to save your energy. You're alive. What are you supposed to do now? You can't fly back up where you were. You failed the test. There's a crackling noise and a distorted voice bursts from a faraway speaker. There's a ladder on the side which leads to the black flag. Then nothing. Well, at least you have a clue. You haven't lost yet. Fortunately, you're floating in a near total darkness. You have no idea how to find the exit. It could be cubits away from your right now that you might miss it and go in the wrong direction. If logic and knowledge can't save you, then there is only faith. You close your eyes and whisper a prayer to the winged goddess of prophecy and regret, pleading with her to send you a sign. Anything will do. Even just a wild whim in your mind that one way is better than the other might be divine inspiration. Anything. But you feel nothing. In despair, you open your eyes and are forced to blink them again. Then, in the distance, a light, something glimmering, flickering, dancing, then vanished again. Might have been a lost moonfly imported from Kachim by a careless traveler, or it might have been the answer to your prayers. You'll take it. Uncertain but hopeful, you swim in the direction of the last little light. At last, your fingers brush against the rungs of the ladder. The climb itself is painfully ordeal, but by the time your But by this time, your travails in the darkness have begun to make memory and reality blur together. You'll never remember how long it took you to drag yourself up the platform by the door. You know that it got you there eventually. You stagger towards the exit, hoping that you'll see the flag on your gauntlet just ahead. You pass through a doorway and immediately hear something slam shut behind you. Turning back, you see that the entrance is now covered by a featureless sheet of metal. There's no return. The overhead lights slowly brighten. You are standing in a long, narrow room like a corridor. The ceiling is extremely high, and you think you can make out a strip of observation windows far out of the reach. The walls are best, as you can see, plain metal, but pocketed with little circles in a regular pattern. Not holes, just metallic circles, as if the walls were covered with unlabeled buttons. The far end of the corridor is blocked off with another sliding metal door, like the way you came in. High up above it, far out of reach, the word exit is painted on the wall, next to a circular target with a glowing red button in the center. That's not the only red button you can see. There's also a segment lumped in the center of the floor that reminds you of a covered dish, and a pulsating red button marked open on the side, almost begging you to press it. It's obviously a trap. Press the open button. Biting your lip, you press your thumb down on the button. The round metal container spits open down the center, each side contracting into the floor. Underneath that cover is revealing a clunky looking pistol and a handful of metal flechettes. It seems that you meant to shoot the target. Just as you think that, you hear the whirl of gears coming to life. Thin metal rods spring out from the walls like pins pushing from behind, each circle transforming into a blunt spike pointed in your direction. And then the walls start to close in on you. You're gonna be crushed. Throw the gun at the button, fuck it. You pick up the pistol, it's surprisingly heavy for a hand weapon, but at least that means it should be able to press the button, if you can hit the target. You gain a good wind-up and pitch the pistol hard directly at the high target. It's just like ringing a bell at a carnival game. No trouble. The hard missile slams into the button, activating the door, which slides up and open. You hurry out of the room safely. You last arrive in a circular room where god damn it, these fucking... Why am I playing Saw games? At last you arrive in a circular room, where a spotlight shines down on a pedestal containing a little black flag. You reach out and snag the flag from its position, before anything else can happen. I won your game. Come out now. From somewhere over here, you hear the sound of applause.
Congratulations, Princess Zorana. What a great show. You should be proud. You proved your strength and passed the challenge, so like I promised, you got my vote.
Challenge? That was a death trap. Thank you. There's no point in complaining now when you've already won. Better take your victory and escape while you can.
Wait where you are and I'll escort you to the exit.
All you wait is to get safely, all you want is to safely get back to the palace and away from Ramadoli's idea of fun games. Well, we got a fucking vote. Negotiation. Sure. You arrange for a private conversation with Renika. I need the support of my electors in order to formally become Empress. Will you pledge your loyalty to me? She chuckles to herself. As much fun as it might be to make you dance a little bit longer, we both have other rodents to bat around. Very well, you have my support, Your Imperial Highness. And I hope you'll consider Reknok for your post-cordial festivals. Thank you. We're at 15. We're 2 away from a clean win, guaranteed at minimum. Any sufficiently large building develops, disguise areas, mysterious back rooms, and long-lost storage. You never know what you might stumble into. Be careful, because you can die off that fucking option. Okay, I need to be careful because I only got like 2 more turns, I think, to move. Yeah, I'm just gonna go to Hero 2, because I need to go to Hero 2 and Hero 3 before this all ends. At minimum. A chime from your computer signals an incoming call from a good friend. Hello, Nixia? Nixia? Zorana, I heard about the date for the election being finalized. Are you excited? I'm ready to win it all. Well, good for you. Do you think you'll be too busy to visit once you're Empress? I'm probably a lot busier right now with studying and campaigning than I will be after the election. I'm Empress, I can make time for whatever I want. Every eligible suitor in the Empire is going to be parading past you, hoping to make an allegiance, you know? Not just the Empire, the whole galaxy. I'd rather marry a friend. Marriage is a partnership, not a romance, especially in politics. It's better to pick someone you get along with, someone you can trust. If I have to marry, I'd rather marry a good friend. Not me. I wouldn't marry a friend. I want it all. Passion, destiny, torment, battering by the waves of forbidden desire, and driven beyond all reason. I'd rather have my love burn so hot it destroys us both than be anyone's safe option. You really wonder about her sometimes. Well, anyway, I hope I'll see you soon. Good luck. My voices are starting to fall apart because I'm just doing so many. Good lord. Fuck. See if this does it. The hero system is the most fucking hell. So many words. Why did I have to pick the trying to do a run that is always gonna end up with me talking to fucking everyone? The hero system is the most expansive of any in the Empire, and great swaths of it remain largely underdeveloped. The sector contains no habitable worlds at all. No frontier colonists, no casual visitors, no society. Society! Right. Many maps would not even detail the area. But the sector is not entirely empty. There are planets to be found beyond this warp gate, and therefore Imperial territory to be upheld. The largest planet is the gas giant Panil. The name in some Hero dialect translates roughly as circular portal, referring to Panil's brightly gleaming rings. Two moons circle in constant opposition, Stuki and Popse. They're also called Dawn and Dusk. Each moon contains a small settlement and therefore the entitlement to an elector. Actually, there appears to be more space traffic around this Trescent than you would have expected for such minor habitations. Perhaps there's something interesting phenomenon happening within the rings that scientists want to gather more data on. The other planet in the sector is tiny, barren Webgeb. It has no appreciable atmosphere to warm. Appreciable atmosphere to warm its surface. It's as cold as the depths of space. The surface is covered over with the mountains and craters of monoxide ice. Even if it's melted, breathing the gas would kill you. There's no seating life here. Nonetheless, the planet has been claimed and parceled out to various business enterprises. Their ownership is displayed across the surface by small stations and large banners, marking this benighted outpost as a genuine holding of the Empire. The long-term population of Wegnik is generally limited to caretakers and maintenance engineers. Kadar, the Elector, certainly does not live there herself. She has been traveling in her personal cruiser to reach the Heavenly Palace for this event. This is the first occasion in which the Heavenly Palace has visited the sector within your lifetime, if not longer. Despite that, the guest list is small and the gathering sedate. Other than Kadar's entourage, all attendees hail from the moons of Panil, and most of them are Hero. You're aware that the official elector of Panil, Stulai, is a Hero child much younger than you, but you can't spot anyone that's small in attendance. The regency is jointly held by the child's adoptive parents, whom you have never met. You've never met the other electors either, but they're much easier to locate. Kadar, especially, has been in frequent contact with the palace teams to arrange her ship's rendezvous. And here she comes now. Your Imperial Highness. Here you are in the back end of Beyond for some reason. While this might count as some sign of making an effort, it might also demonstrate a piss-poor grasp of strategy. Her language isn't just rude, it's so overly inappropriate that it can only be can be a deliberate message. She's signaling that she doesn't care about the rules of polite behavior. She'll react better to a blunt response, cutting right to the point rather than dancing around being nice. However, allowing her to talk to you like that will affect how others see both of you. People may believe that you are close friends, or that she is too politically powerful for you to challenge.
The sector's total population is a rounding error for the Empire, so why did you bother?
Explain why these votes matter. It seems like someone who will find your opinion more sincere if you don't mince your words about it. What matters right now is winning the election. It's not about the size of the population, it's about the number of territories, the number of electors, the votes. In the full Comitia, the sector may be beneath notice, but in the College of Electors specifically, it holds more influence than the Hero homeworld. So you'll court us now and forget us later. We don't know what the future will hold. But isn't that all the more reason for you to take advantage of this opportunity while it lasts? In this moment, your tiny worlds hold power they may never have again. Now is the time to negotiate.
Well said. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately.
She nods to you and steps aside. What a bitch. Anyway, you sense she has her feelings towards you are leaning negative. You're not alone for long before another young woman makes her appearance.
Hello, Your Highness. It's good to see you again.
Again?
We've never been formally introduced, of course, but I was lucky enough to win a ticket to the Imperial premiere once, and you were on the black carpet. You were one of the black carpet guests, so I saw you there.
Oh, what show?
Dragonflaunt.
Dragonflaunt. It was the first live-action adaptation of a popular comic strip. The premiere was a huge event. Passionate fans flocked in from all across the Empire just to have costume parties in the streets if they couldn't get into the show itself. All across the Empire, including apparently Heru too and the moons of Panhay. Shamdor had to travel all the way to Kidro. That was half of 5 of them ago. Oof. Two. She's not that much older than you. Would she even been an adult at the time? You're not sure you could have managed to arrange a trip halfway across the Empire just to attend a show? At least, not until you became the heir. She must be quite a fan.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you properly. May I introduce my spouse, Bright Blue Shell?
She brings forward a hero who appears, like Chapadok, to be in young adulthood. Despite the name, it is not wearing anything of a bright blue. Actually, there is a subtle harmony between Bright Blue Shell's attire and Chapadok's. They are dressed not to match, but to complement each other, and to demonstrate a compatible alignment. Certainly, Chapadok's outfit owes more to hero fashion than a Thrakan. Bright Blue Shell greets you quietly and withdraws, apparently preferring to leave the politics to its spouse. That's nothing personal, it's just shy.
Please, accept my condolences about your father.
Thank you. After Kadar's provocations, it's a relief to talk to someone so friendly and polite. However, politeness alone is not a guarantee of political support. You need to make a stronger connection. I've never visited this sector before. Are there any sites you would recommend?
Please don't do that.
What?
No one and nothing in the sector is equipped to entertain an Imperial entourage. It's very kind of you to visit, but you'll be putting a strain on us if you stay.
Is that what all the extra space traffic is about? I'm just here to make alliances. I'm not intending to be a burden to anyone. I'm not here to play tourist. I'm here to make alliances for the good of the Empire. I'd like to get to know you and your needs and interests so that we could work together more effectively, but if you'd prefer to stick to business, then that's what's fine with me.
Thank you for your understanding. I look forward to speaking with you in more detail privately later.
She smiles and bows to you, then moves away. You sense that her feelings towards you are leaning positive. 2 down, 1 to go. The voice croaks from behind you.
Excuse me, sir, Madame Majesty.
It's someone attempting to address you. You're certainly neither a Majesty nor a sir. Even Madame is incorrect, if a more understandable mistake. Whoever is speaking ought to have the courtesy to appear in front of you and address you as your Imperial Highness, or at least your Highness, not call you out like a child straying in a market. It would be undignified for you to respond to such a clumsy approach. You deserve more respect. You could just ignore the speaker until they get it right. There's certainly no one else here who would possibly be titled Majesty, though. Would it reflect badly on you to fail to reply? I'm gonna answer politely. You turn and offer a graceful smile to the person that called out to you. 2 people, actually. It's a pair of Heru, their heads nodding in counterpoint as they look at you. They must be the regents of Stuyai. Welcome to the Heavenly Palace. I am Princess Zorana. It is a pleasure to meet you.
Yes, Princess, thank you. I'm called Robe of Ice in your language. This is my mate, Starlight Needle.
In unison, they bow to you. Considering their awkward movements earlier, you are surprised that their bows are so fluid.
I apologize, please. We don't know how to do this. We've never had visitors like you before. We have never had trading, and we don't know how people of your kind behave.
They are implying that you're some kind of exotic savage to them because you're Moroccan. Ironic, considering what much of the Empire thinks about the hero.
My mate and I have never attended a society reception before. We have no experience with political etiquette. We weren't raised, we were born. We were mistakes.
Ah, it's not because you're Moroccan. It's because you're noble, and they're not. They're terrified. They are regents and guardian. They are the regents and guardians of the official elector. Normally, that opportunity would fall to whoever had the most power to seize it. But in this sector, where the term society must be stretched to the exist at all, perhaps not. Perhaps these two were the child's favorite teachers and nothing more.
You best be watering. I really should be doing that more. I'm noticing my throat dying. And it's been nearly 9 hours. Fuck me. And we're not even done yet. Oh, there's so much dialogue in this game, man. Oh. Alright. How did you become regents? Yeah.
If you're not from the political class, how did you end up holding a regency?
It was my companion's will that we guard its child.
Something that was about the way it says companion suggests that you and these two are the to suggest to you that these two and the previous elector may have been more than friends. A tragic romance. Their tie to the child is a matter of personal connection and obligation then. Honor, not advancement. I'm sorry that the young elector, Flashes on Waves, was not able to attend tonight. I hope everything is well.
You're still very young. It wouldn't enjoy the travel, and it might have been loud and disruptive.
The hero brings out a palm hollow to show you an image of the child. Its beak crooked open in frozen laughter.
It looks like a Scantillion when it was younger, doesn't it?
The couple clucks fondly at each other. Scantillion, the previous elector, died unmarried. No second parent for Flashes on Waves was mentioned in the record overview. Is it a clone child? That wasn't marked either. There are no restrictions on cloned children within the hero system. No extracultural taboos or burdensome laws. You have a vague impression that the practice was less common among the hero than the Merakians or the Thrakans, but that might not be accurate. It's unlikely that any prestigious fertility clinic would be built in the sector. There simply wouldn't be enough customers able to offer the best techniques. Of course, Scantillion could easily have travelled to Heru Prime for such a procedure. And where officially regulated options are unavailable, people have been known to improvise. Could one of these two be the young elector's other biological parent? Move on. It may be a delicate subject, and you don't strictly need to know right now. Please enjoy the evening. I look forward to the opportunity to talk to you more in private at a later time.
Yes, thank you.
One takes the other's hand, and they drift away. you sense that their feelings towards you are leaning positive. Let's play paddleball. I'm gonna lose my mind. Cool. We didn't die. That's always a good start. I have to stay put. So I'm probably gonna stay put, then go to Hero 4. And that's gonna be how I go. And I then stay at Hero 4. Yeah. That's gonna have to be how I approach this. Oh god, it's gonna be so quiet. Tight-knit. Horrible. You heard a quiet chime on your door, but no further announcement. Whoever there seems to be content to wait for your answer. Just a split. You take a moment to adjust your ear and jewelry before looking outside. Your Lethag of culture. Whoa. Whoops. Hovered over my the wrong thing there. Your Lethag of culture waits there, flanked by unconcerned guards.
Firstly, hello.
I came to see if you'd like to go for a walk. Alone or... Glances at the guards. They can follow. I don't mind.
Alright.
You stroll gently through the palace halls. Barsley's legs are longer than yours, but as usual, he is in no rush.
Was there anywhere you wanted to go?
I thought you could use a break. You must be under a lot of stress with the elections or so. I'm surprised that I'm still here. I know I'm not the best minister you could find to advise you.
You're my friend. I trust you. That's more important right now.
I appreciate that. I am here for you, but what happens after the election?
I suppose that depends on whether I win or not.
Does it? He stops and turns to you. What do you want, Zorana?
What?
I don't belong here. Everything's moving so fast, including you. You're changing, and I'm just holding you back. I'll always support you, but after the election, whether you win or lose, I'm going home. And if you want the chance to offer this cabinet position to someone else, say so right now. I'll go. Let that be my last gift. A chance to win one more vote. Keep him in the cabinet.
Thank you for for your offering, but I meant what I said. Right now, I would rather have someone I trust by my side. So please stay until the election is over.
Of course. Okay, military. Alright. Shadar. I'm gonna charm and flatter. Seems like the sort of person who wants to be seen as serious and intelligent. Batting your eyelashes will only annoy her. Instead, you ask for her opinion on a variety of subjects and make a show of listening attentively. She's only too happy to pontificate to her pet's issues.
If only adults can't find meaningful employment to support themselves on their own, they should either be conscripted into the military or ejected from the Empire. On Webget, Slakers don't eat.
Webget barely qualifies as an outpost. There's no one on that planet who hasn't been stationed to work there. If any member on the population had a medical issue, they'd be evacuated.
Of course. For children, it's just as important that training and education are made equally available to all at no cost, so those with aptitude and ambition can succeed regardless of their origins.
You nod, smile, and let her talk. After this, she's bound to remember you more fondly. Now she's a little bit more neutral with me. Cool. So now she will probably take a cabinet position. You arrange for a private dialogue with Dad and lay out your offer. In exchange for your electoral vote, I'm willing to grant you a role within the Celestial Ministry. You'll be one of my closest advisors with influence on Imperial policy. And you certainly need advice. She cocks her head curiously. Without committing myself to anything, what position are you considering? Lord Chancellor. Huh? That's a pretty big office to pass out to a pamphlet. Pass out like a pamphlet? Why me? There's no sweet words that will flatter this woman. Because you're smart, you're focused, and you won't put up with anyone's crap, so better to keep control of the cabinet. So, you want order. Well, I can do that. Listen up, you've got a long way to go before you're worthy of ruling an interstellar empire, but you are making an effort. I can appreciate that. So sure, if you can scheme hard enough to win the election, I'll serve as your chancellor. And your vote? Huh, caught that, huh? Yeah, I'll vote you. Thank you.
Okay. Alright. Charm and flatter. The problem is that they hold the Regency in joint. It would be inappropriate to approach either of them without the other. But how can you flirt with both of them at the same time? Well, that's... The safest course appears to be do nothing overt. Say nothing inappropriate, but instead polish yourself into such a jewel that no individual could possibly fail to admire you. Indeed, both regions watch you with covetous fashion as you turn to display your sparkling profile. But this only increases the rate of awkward stuttering. They cannot relax in the company of a beautiful imperial princess. Perhaps they are too aware that all the beauty can be a weapon. Well, their friendship fails. Where friendship fails, perhaps persuasion may suffice. You stroke your fingernails along a surface, taking care to show off the sharpness of the points. You wish to please me, don't you? What a statement.
Yes, Your Highness.
Good. Very good. You smile exaggeratedly, letting your teeth catch the light. Starlight Needle's pupils flash from large to small and back again, half mesmerized. I'd be very pleased if you'd pledge me you'll vote in the election. I would leave this sector thinking that what a wonderful couple you are.
Yes.
Starlight Needle shakes his head a bit, clattering, looks over at its spouse, then at you.
Your Imperial Highness, we would be honored to offer you our vote.
Excellent. Sometimes you really do need more birds with diamonds.
17 votes! At minimum, we have won. We have guaranteed our success. And our opponent has fucking 2 votes. I fucking spit on you, you asshole. You follow some of the palace staff around, taking notes on what they do, the tasks they perform, and how much time they spend slacking off, the people they talk to, who's flirting with whom, so on. This is my final navigation phase. Whatever position you choose this turn is where the Heavenly Palace will stay for the rest of the game. I need to go to Heru 4, because this is the only location I haven't gone to. Okay.
Good morning, Your Imperial Highness.
We have reached our stable destination and broadcast our position to all electors so they may arrange transport to the Heavenly Palace for the upcoming election. The distance, of course, is shorter for some than for others.
I look forward to seeing them. Is that all?
No. The committee requests your opinion on a matter of commerce. A border station near Thraken Space, one that facilitates trade with both the Chikun and the Novians, has requested a consultation on the subject of processing fees. They wish to be able to scale the fees for clearing goods based on how many warp gates the goods have traveled through before reaching the border.
Each jump between origin point and destination adds increasing risk of tampering, smuggling, and theft, therefore requiring extra scrutiny. Fees based on travel distance would mean a competitive advantage to Thracian produced goods, at least through this border. There are already natural cost increases in fuel and hauling for goods that travel longer distance. Adding artificial barriers could change shipping patterns. All Imperial goods should be equal. All goods produced within the Empire should receive equal treatment whenever possible. I don't want to unfairly privilege one sector over another. I will inform the committee of your opinion. Only 2 turns remain before the election begins. Military. Okay, this is where we start getting into sections I'm really not familiar with. Because I actually haven't won a game, I don't think, from memory. I've gotten close, but this is off, like, me doing some practice on a lot of things. The innermost worlds, the hero says... Oh, no, I did win a few. Wait, did I? I fucking can't remember, because I'm trying to remember if it's this or along with the queen. We'll see. Anyway, point is, we'll definitely get a win here, I'm sure of it. Sure of it. The innermost worlds, the hero system, are also among the least prominent within society. 2 planets, Seol and Kobal, are extremely small and rotate slowly. Their surface is burned clean by the heat of the sun. Rehalt is larger, but has a turbulent atmosphere with constant sandstorms. None of these worlds are all appealing to tourists. All that appealing for tourists. Rehalt, with its desert winds, is populated almost entirely by Heru and functions as their only true colony world. The other 2 are managed primarily as business concerns mining for resources, and their population comes from all over the Celestial Empire. Small and unimportant though they may be, they are planets of the Celestial Empire, and they each entitled to an elector to represent their interests. Given the mixed population of the system, it's hard to choose a particular theme for your reception. Not all of the electors owe loyalty to Hero Prime, and their true allegiances may not be visible. What theme do you choose? Imperial tradition? Yeah, because we're more guaranteed with etiquette. You choose to make the gathering extremely formal, therefore communicate to your guests that you are being bound by protocol and your choices do not reflect any personal statement. As the gathering gets underway, you seek out the electors. The first face that you recognize is an older Marathian woman with flowers woven into her dark hair. Goradana, Elector of Quabal. Quabal, yeah. She is accompanied by her husband, a handsome, mature Theron, with strong arms and green, scaly wings. Catching sight of you, Grogadania laughs and pats her companion's hand, then detaches herself to come over and greet you.
Your Imperial Highness, it is such a pleasure to meet you in person at last. You look ever lovelier than your pictures.
Despite the fact that she is 3 times your age and her husband is right there, she appears to be flirting with you.
Thank you. I hope we'll be seeing more of you at parties while you're in the sector. We have to manufacture much of our own entertainment.
What sort of entertainment?
Oh, many things. Card and board games in particular. I always enjoyed the thrill of competition.
Board games like the ones that little children play? While you're trying to take control of an empire?
I'm not certain that I'll have time for that, but I'll keep it in mind. Oh, you are a precious creature.
She laughs.
I mustn't monopolize you now. I'm sure you have many introductions to make. Please call on me later. I'd love to hear more about you.
Before leaving, she makes a strange, low curtsy to you, spreading her arms wide and crossing her legs, and bending her knees until she's almost kneeling on the floor. Her movements are clearly practiced, but it's not a style of respect you've ever seen before. Despite your familiarity with core protocols, it is something she's invented personally. You fire a rank a minor elector and are not obligated to respond in kind, of course. Return her curtsy. You replicate her motions, sinking to the floor like a dancer, perhaps with your arms raised and spread like a bird settling into roost.
Oh, gracious me, you needn't do that. Not for me.
Just as smoothly, you return to your full height.
I've never seen anyone bow like that before. I wanted to try it myself.
You move elegantly, your Imperial Highness.
Thank you.
She instinctively starts to curtsy again, although this time she makes only a tiny bob before catching herself and leaving your presence. You sense that her feelings towards you are friendly. You look around for another elector to speak to and locate Jade, representative of Xioi, the innermost planet, and the innermost planet. The Thracian appears to be attending alone and is dressed in as a businesswoman rather than wearing a formal gown. Odd that she would choose to go directly against the theme of the gathering. Was this meant as a challenge? That's no ordinary business outfit either. The skirt is long and tight, emphasizes her hips and hobbling her legs. Her blouse, by contrast, is too loose to sheer, giving her a rumpled appearance that evokes hastily dressing and nightwear. She arrives alone, but it seems her intent is not to leave that way.
Oh, hello.
When your eyes meet hers, she raises a hand to her face as if startled, then puts on a bright smile and walks directly over to you. Your Imperial Highness, thank you for taking the time to meet with us. Please accept my condolences about your father.
Thank you.
He was such a powerful man. I regretted never having the chance to know him better. But it just goes to show you have to seize opportunities when you can. In a place like this, we often have to manufacture our own opportunities. The Elector of Quambal said something similar.
Oh, did she?
She did she? For some reason, she appears to find this extremely funny.
Some people love to play the game, but they don't realize how easy they can be outmatched by someone younger and faster. Which I suppose means I should keep an eye out for you, doesn't it?
She's definitely challenging you. She wants to get a reaction, to make you show your strength.
I'll give you a fucking challenge.
You say nothing at all and meet her gaze, staring her down and smirk. She shivers.
Yes, I think so. Please call on me when your schedule permits. I'm sure we can come to a mutually beneficial agreement. Yes, we'll talk later.
She nods at you and walks away, aligning her path to accidentally bump into a man in an expensive suit as she goes. You sense that her feelings towards you are neutral. Shaking your head, you look around for the final of the 3 electors you need to meet. At last, one feathered figure detaches itself from the crowd and makes its way over to you. It is not particularly tall, but its feathers are faded with age, and it moves slowly.
The blue stars and the skies lighten at your presence, Imperial Princess Zorana. From the heart of our home, we send warmth and welcome unto you. I, who greet you, am known in your tongue as Rippling Eternity.
It is a pleasure to meet you. It raises one clawed talon.
A meeting is a beginning. Many lifetimes ago, your ancestors and mine met for the first time upon the surface of a world both near and far from where we stand now, and the stars were carried in their arms. Even the ancient callers, who led their flocks in wisdom, could not imagine that eyes in the dark were watching from the limitless voids of space. It was the Voyager known as High Peak who was first to spot a light growing in the sky, a light which would in time descend and take shape into a great and gleaming figure.
Sounds like it's gearing up to tell you an entire epic of the Heru people based around the first contact of the Celestial Empire. That could take a while, especially in such an old and quivering voice. You hope to hurry this tale to its end by summarizing up the point, whether that might be in one grand poetic stroke. And then all wings would beat as one, as kin we all must be, to rise above the setting sun, and in the stars to be free. The Elector stares at you, falling silent. It's a poem I learned to recite in school, representing the unity of Heru Prime upon the administration to the Celestial Empire.
I see.
Her reaction sounds a lot more like forced politeness than approval. Come to think of it, was that poem actually written by a hero? Oh well. At least it shows you were thinking about the subject. Thank you for your words of wisdom. I hope we can speak again later.
I am certain we will.
With that, you extract yourself and continue around the room, smiling at the assorted dignitaries. Much remains to be done before you have any chance of claiming the throne. You can't let rippling eternity claim all of your time. You sense that his feelings towards you are friendly. Hell fucking yeah. I'm gonna go organize my fucking closet. And then I'm gonna cry because we're nearly done. Not long now. Already electors and their rentues are beginning to arrive in the Heavenly Palace. The halls are filling with strangers. Soon, your fate will be in their hands. What would your parents say if they could see you now? Okay, turn 34. Smack that military a little bit more. Okay, so Jade, I need to negotiate with you. Blah blah blah. She sighs, lifting a hand to stare at her nails. I don't see any reason to make promises. I haven't made up my mind. Why should I? I'm not particularly invested in this election. I have no reason to care. And what if I wanted to make you care? Oh, really? It's risky, but you've picked up on the Elector enjoys being challenged. A sharp push might be all it takes to get her on your side. I intend to become Empress, whatever it takes. When that happens, you want to be my friend, not my enemy. So you want to prove to me that you're vicious enough to keep your enemies on their knees. Well, that sounds like a subject we should discuss personally. She licks her lips. Why don't we play a little game? Let's meet up. You can set the time and place, and we can attempt to. You can attempt to persuade me. What did you have in mind? Oh, just a little friendly interrogation and light torture, nothing fatal. If you can make me scream, you win. If not, her teeth flash a shark's grin. You give me your father's diamond falcon ring. That's an imperial treasure. If you're afraid you'll lose, don't play. It's up to you. Call me, or don't. She blows you a kiss, then closes the connection. You now have a possible method to win her vote, but do you really want to get involved with the kind of thing she's suggesting? I'm about to be a dominatrix. Let's go. Oh, I get an additional action. I have 4 actions.
I guess I get more now because the thing's stationed. Right? Alright, let's do the personal quest. Electa Jade has challenged you to the most unusual contest. If you can make her scream, then she'll acknowledge your authority over her and pledge her loyalty to you. Guarantee her vote in the election. If you can't, then you'll have to admit defeat and give her one of your father's treasures. For that reason, you have only one chance at this. If you fail, you can't try again. She didn't set any parameters on exactly what you could do to her in order to make her scream, though. Sounds like she's expecting a certain degree of torture. It's an unusual request, but there is a history within your culture of admiring both ruthlessness and resistance. An emperor is expected to be capable of cruelty, and a noble is expected to be able to suffer pain without flinching. Idealist heroes die stoically rather than betray the empire. Actually, killing an elector would be counterproductive, though, so you can't simply stab her. There are more delicate methods to apply pain without causing lasting injury, but you need to be very careful and sure of what you're doing. Purely frightening her into screaming should also work, though it's tricky to scare someone who is expecting you to try something. In the end, what it comes down to is exerting your will over hers. If you convince her to submit, she can acknowledge your victory at any point. So there are so many ways this could go wrong. Are you sure you want to do this? Oh, hell fucking yes. You send a message inviting Jade to meet you in the Heavenly Palace. Before she arrives, you need to make sure your preparations are in place. What approach have you chosen? How do you intend to make her scream? Pain chemicals. Easy answer. Winning the electoral vote is too important to process to leave to chance. Science can produce reliable results. Plan settled. You greet the elector when she arrives in the hangar. Please follow me. We should handle this matter in private. Ooh, I'm looking forward to it. You lead the way to a small room where a special chair has been installed, one with straps to hold the sitter in place. Wow, this looks interesting. It's for your own protection. Of course. She climbs almost eagerly into the contraption and waits for you to tighten the leather restraints around her shoulders, wrists, and ankles. Once she's in place, you bring out the white lab container, unlatch the lid, and withdraw a small glass syringe. This is a venom of the Draken lava scorpion. It's not called that because of where it lives, but because of what it makes your blood feel like. One scorpion sting can kill a creature 100 times its size. The venom is a neurotoxin with no antidote. Once it's in your system, you'll be suffering for at least 12 hours. I'm not scared. Alright, but I did warn you. This is gonna hurt. You inject her left arm and quickly step back. The result is almost instantaneous. Her arm vibrates in the restraint as she desperately tries to shake the affected limb. Possibly a reflex to try and get rid of the biting creature, even though it's far too late. Though, you've clearly already won the challenge. Her screaming doesn't let up. She thrashes back and forth in the chair as best she can while restrained. You hurry back to the container to swap your sting for a local anesthetic, something that will numb the nerves of Jade's arm and stop her agony. Once you've applied the painkiller, Jade slumps in position, breathing hard. Why can I still feel it? It's not the same pain, but it's like something inside my arm trying to beat its way out with a hammer. I can still feel it banging against my skin. I told you, there's no antidote. We can only cut off some of the effects until you're through the worst of it. It's gonna hurt all day. Yeah, you said so. You don't bluff much, do you? I had to win. Maybe you'll make a decent empress after all. Well, princess, you've won.
You have my vote, but next time we play, I'm going to insist on more rules.
Not entirely sure what she's suggesting, but the important thing is that you've won her loyalty for the election. Yay, we got a vote from torturing people. Fuck yeah. So now I'm gonna negotiate with you. Okay, anyway. You arrange for a private conversation with Gordana.
I need the support of my electors in order to blah blah blah. Of course, Your Highness, I'm happy to lend you my support. I only hope this doesn't mean the end of our conversations. Well, I'll be very busy until the election is completed. Oh. But when I achieve my throne, the faithful will be rewarded.
There will definitely be celebrations around the coronation. The important thing for now is that you have her vote. And then, I think I end the social turn. We have 19 votes pledged to us, inherently. We have 9 that aren't pledged and 2 over there. So we are guaranteed win. But, well, unless something changes that. Right. You pace back and forth in your room, muttering under your breath as you practice your speech. You can't back down now. You've come too far. You have to see it through. Either you'll be Empress or you don't really know what will happen. Concentrate. Concentrate. You can do it. You will do it. Turn 35. We're on the last fucking turn. The appointed hour has arrived. The conclave of electors is assembled. It is time for you to make your final appeal. Representatives from across the Celestial Empire look on you as you make your entrance. Your allies, your enemies, and perhaps even your would-be murderers are all gathered in this place to decide the course of the future. As the designated heir, you have the privilege of speaking first. All others must follow in your wake. You make your way to the central table, raise your head high, and speak the ritual words of candidacy. I am Zorana, daughter of Dragosin and Millennia, Imperial Princess of the Celestial Empire. Do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the Imperial throne. I submit myself at judgment and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Sivdami Mok Saizani. And it's an old phrase, dating back to before the Merakians even left the Twin Worlds. Roughly translated, it means that all people are bound together like planets, but it sounds more impressive in the ancient tongue. It's too late for lengthy speeches. Most of the electors will have already made up their mind. This is only to tip the balance for those last few undecided votes. Why should they support you? My charisma. How will your personality how will your personal charm sway the voters? I'm popular and inspiring.
as loyal as Empress, as Imperial Princess, as Empress, well, jumping a bit ahead. As Imperial Princess, I hold the dreams and the loyalty of the common people. They want to believe in me, to believe in a beautiful future. Their patriotism is in my name, and my name makes the Empire stronger. That's it. That's all you have time to say. The next candidate approaches. I, Lucamir, son of Var-Atiz and Fifil, Elector of Kurdro, do hereby affirm my identity and my eligibility to assume the imperial throne. I submit myself at judgment and will abide by the decisions of this conclave. Tzizz Dami Mok Saizani. You all know me and my acts. We have served together for 5 You know what I will bring to the throne. I see no reason to make any final appeal. Of course, he has to remind them that he has experience. With the introduction of candidates complete, you must now wait for the votes to be cast and collected. I have the results. Sector Meraki 1, 5 for Zorana, 2 for Lucamir. Sector Meraki 2, 1 for Zorana. Sector Mao, 3 for Zorana. Sector Drow, 2 for Zorana. Sector Thrakis 1, 3 for Zorana. Sector Thrakis 2, 2 for Zorana. Sector Thrakis 3, 1 for Zorana. Heru 1, 2 for Zorana. Heru 2, 3 for Zorana. Heru 3, 3 for Zorana. Sector Heru 4, 3 for Zorana. The total values are 28 for Zorana, 2 for Lucamir. That's right! Not only did I win, I won every single fucking vote other than you and your fucking confidant. I secured the entire fucking systems. The galaxy is mine, motherfucker! All hail Zorana, Empress-elect of the Celestial Empire. The chamber fills with noise, applause, cheers, complaints, probably even a joke or two. You can't tell. It's nothing but sound to you. You're still caught in the moment of realization. You've won. You've won! A flood of nobles surge into the reception room, carrying you with it. Palace servants have already laid down a congratulatory feast, complete with central sugar sculptures of you decked in jewels. You don't know whether they made multiple versions or whether the kitchen staff were secretly on your side. It doesn't matter. Everyone wants to talk to you, to touch your hand and pledge their undying admiration. Whether they voted for you or not, even Lucamir makes a point of showing his gracious approval. The Thresher does not join in the festivities, but you catch sight of Korundi at the edge of the room, watching over you as always. Vastly claims your hand for a dance. Those eyes have a faraway look. The drinks flow freely, and the party quickly grows raucous. This is only the beginning, of course. A little ad hoc festival as a response to the day's events. The official galas will be far, far larger. After the celebration, an honor guard escorts you back to your quarters. You are no longer the Imperial Princess. You are the Empress-elect on your road to coronation. There is so much to do. You'll need to meet candidates for your Imperial Shadow. You will need to consult with the High Pontifex about the coronation date. You'll have to move out of your old quarters. New dress fittings, new crowns to order. You flop across your bed, exhausted but too keyed up to relax. A chiming sound comes from your computer. You don't bother getting up to respond. You don't have the headspace to deal with more well-wishing right now. The screen activates by itself.
Hello, daughter.
This is impossible. He's dead. Is this another mysterious recording?
Congratulations on your victory.
It seems that I was right. With a push, you could perform. Push? Does he mean... Did he do this to you on purpose?
I had originally planned to return if you reached this point, but I find that I am enjoying my vacation. So, for the moment, I will allow you to rule on your own.
Allow me? He continued as if he didn't hear you. It must be a recording after all.
You must have questions. There are many things you don't know about who you are, the nature of your power. With my guidance, you could be the greatest ruler this empire has ever known. We can conquer the galaxy together, you and I. But you're not ready for that yet. Furious, you rise from your bed to turn off the display, but I wouldn't tell anyone about this message if I were you. After all, I am still the Emperor under the law. Reveal me, and you throw away your throne before you've even had the chance to sit on it. Enjoy your coronation. I'll be in touch when you need me. The display switches off and shuts itself down.
Is this real, or just a cruel trick? You reset the system and bring the display back up, only to find no trace of the video, no recording that any message was played at all. Could you have imagined the whole thing? A hallucination from stress and lack of sleep? Or is this another secret Imperial override? It never ends, does it? The schemes, the mysteries. You'll be dealing with them for the rest of your life. You are the Empress-to-be, and this is your future. Her Imperial Majesty, Empress Zorana, of the Celestial Empire was crowned by the hands of the High Pontifex in the Basilica of Shadows on Kudrow, in a ceremony broadcast live across the galaxy. Received the ring of royal dignity, received this rod of judgment and might, received this sword which divides the stars, received this crown and all the connections it carries. All the premiers of the Imperial planets, all the members of the Imperial Comitia, including Lurkamir and all of the highest ranking nobles of the Empire, knelt to proclaim their loyalty and stood to heap praises and jubilation on the head of their new ruler. The galaxy rejoiced. After securing Zorana's safety through the coronation and the selection of the Imperial Shadow, Korondi requested the right to retire from the position of Imperial Thresher and take up a private life. While Korondi has not technically failed in her responsibility to safeguard Emperor Dracosan, since he was apparently alive and well, Zorana did not feel that she had earned any honors either. Zorana decreed that the Thresher could not retire for at least the next 5 of them. At least. Not unless she managed to solve the mystery of Zorana's father. Zorana wondered at times what had become of her brother, the former Prince of Veshkot. After all, if he hadn't defected, he might now sit the Imperial throne instead of her. She still couldn't understand how or why he had thrown it all away. Didn't matter. He'd made his choice. He'd abandoned the Empire. He never even tried to contact Zorana, except for maybe some vague platitudes after her father's death. But those weren't even signed from him. He didn't care at all. He certainly hadn't sent any congratulations for her coordination. If there had ever been a chance for answers, it had passed. There were rising squawks of discontent among the Heru after Zorana's coronation. The assassin who had been apprehended at the Heru Prime Reception was only one of many willing to risk their lives to protest over the supposed tyranny of the Empire. A petition was sent to the Comitia requesting that Hero Prime be granted a third elector in order to improve parity between the Hero and other Imperial races. Zorana dismissed it out of hand. If they didn't support her, why should she support them? Something very unusual was happening in the remote sector of Hero 2. Ever since Drakison's former Lector of Science took up a research position there, increasing amounts of material and young graduates were funneling into the area. Kadar was just baffled by the situation as Zorana was. While technically an elector of the region, she spent little time there and had no ties with the moons of Pahil. Zorana would have to rely on intelligence reports to solve the puzzle. Zorana sent agents to investigate privately, but all they could deduce was that it was definitely not weapons research. If anything, it appeared to be some kind of colonization effort, with discussion about construction and atmosphere conversion. But how and where did they think that they could build a colony? Were they secretly dealing with the Grib? Was this another separatist movement? Zorana decided to add a military presence to the Hero 2 sector to keep an eye on the situation, even if it did cause more unrest. A more official proposal came through for the establishment of self-governance on the largest moon of Servags, but Zorana threw the issue back into the Comitia to discuss, refusing to give an opinion. Without her support, the subject could be locked up in debate for a FIVM, as no other system would be eager to grant the Thrakans more power, at least not without receiving something valuable in exchange. Zorana looked forward to seeing what they might offer. Since Zorana had not been of age to officially join the military before the election, and as a reigning monarch could no longer carry out any sorts of active duty, there was a faction of Thrakans which considered her weak and ineffectual. They had no intention of trying to unseat the Empress. Weak ruler could be an opportunity for a strong Comitia. Zorana rarely visited the Mao system through her reign. While she had some personal friends in the area, the culture as a whole did not appeal to her. The Mao had a reputation for being secretive, but in her opinion, it was mostly that they didn't have a lot to say. Despite their long history with the Celestial Empire, they didn't seem to care much about this future. Too passively, by far. If Zorana had just sat back to watch, she would never have survived the election. Let them keep their secrets. She had better things to do. After the election, Zorana enjoyed a great upswelling of support on the twin worlds. She was young, she was beautiful, and she was their new empress. Lovesick adolescents burned their hair and slashed their palms as proof of their adoration and loyalty. The subject of her eventual marriage was a popular topic of gossip and speculation. Common citizens would never have a chance to meet the Empress socially, pushed forward fantastical stories in which they might become unexpected heroes and win her heart. Nobles bickered and placed bets. Zorana carried Novian blood, but she was a daughter of the Twin Worlds. As soon as she was old enough, she made her dedications at the temple and was marked with the tattoos of the Moroccan faith. The constellation chose for her was the River of Light, soft and flowing, but with relentless strength. Zorana wondered sometimes what had become of the baby that had once been claimed to be Draken's son. He and his mother seemingly disappeared after the election. Was there a chance that Draken really had chosen to father a child? Might they be with him wherever he has gone? It was a worrying thought. Just what was that man up to? Under Zorana's guidance, the Celestial Empire maintained its distance from the other galactic powers in order to focus on the welfare of its own citizens. Foreigners were untrustworthy and might be vectors of disease. Trade deals were only worthwhile as long as the Empire always kept the upper hand. As for Crystal Nova, they had abandoned her long before. She owed them nothing now. Zorana was young and clever and powerful. She had faced down her opponents and claimed the celestial throne, all without signing herself away for a lifelong bond. She had no interest in a rushed marriage. Being unmarried didn't mean that she was lacking in companionship. Millions of her adoring subjects would sell their own skeletons for a chance to dally with the Empress. Off years of concubinage arrived daily. Zorana had to set parameters for her staff to whittle down the numbers to manageable levels before even receiving the briefs that she would consider selecting from. Still, it was part of the duty of any empress or emperor to provide an heir trained to assume the throne, even if that heir might not necessarily be able to pass the gauntlet of the election. What marriage would best serve the Empire? What would increase safety and stability? Not another foreign alliance like her mother had been. Not a powerful noble whose choice might set rivalries in motion. Not a commoner who would arouse scandal. In the end, Zorana chose a Muro scholar from a family just respectable enough to be politically uninteresting. For the first 5 of them, after her coronation, Zorana anxiously anticipated another message from the wayward Emperor Dracusin, but no such word ever came. What was he up to? Out among the stars. Was he plotting to retake the throne? Or to overthrow some other galactic power? Had his false death become reality? Or was he still lurking in the shadows, biding his time? As Empress Zorana commanded the heart of the people, she was beloved, feared, and admired by all, and they would gladly give their lives in her service. And thus her legacy stretched into the future.
And we're done. Oh. Can I just say, this game was, while extremely long, really fun. Again, the runs get faster and faster the more you've played. This was almost 10 hours, Jesus. I mean, I said the streams at the moment were gonna be long, I guess. So, you know, that's on me. Far out, it's almost 5 PM. That's actually kind of rough. But there you go. I do believe there is ways to probably get all 29 votes, by the way. I don't think you can ever get the last vote from your rival. But, God, that's really funny. So, in my little history of the game, the only recorded victory I have for stream is a fucking clean sweep. The stars are yours. Thank you for playing. There we go. So yeah, like there is a checklist that you can see here. A lot of it also doesn't have the checklists from the previous stuff that I did. Like the epilogues, we've only got those epilogues. With the deaths, we've obviously got none, even though we have done deaths. It's because it didn't save all of them over to the thing. Which is fine. Again, just means I gotta play more. God. So I'm gonna have to finish up here for today, because God lord, it's been way too long and I need to rest. My voice is dying. So, with that being the case, thank you so much for watching today. I hope you enjoy your holidays, and I will see you potentially tomorrow for my Christmas stream, where I just get to hang out with y'all, and we get to have a good bit of fun. But other than that, again, thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed. You're awesome, stay awesome, and I hope to see you again next time. Until then, bye-bye.